system where they're going to put any road issues that come up that residents can check. We'll be checking that as well, bringing you that information as we continue to go throughout this event. Live in Etowah County, Aaron Wise, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Aaron, thank you. And we continue our live team coverage right now in Walker County.
3340's Valerie Bell joins us live right now in Jasper. And Valerie, I saw that snowball. You're ready for a snowball fight this morning, early.
Yeah, so the snow was coming down, which was, relatively good news for this area because when we were driving in here, there were some icy spots on the road. Now we're here in Jasper, and the snow, it's the sticky kind. I grew up in the Northeast, so we're used to making snowmen. Not quite there yet, but, if you're looking for something fun to do today at home on this snow day, actually, take a look at that. We have a plow going through here right now on Highway 78. I don't know if you just saw it go through here behind me, but the snow is certainly coming down. The city says it has its streets department that is, working hard to make sure that they're taking care of the roads the best they can. And since we've been out here, we've seen that plow go by about 3 or 4 times already. Now, I want to show you just how much accumulation. Across the street right here is a car lot. Just to give you a better idea, you can see the snow that's on those parked cars right there. So that's what we're seeing. Very few cars out on the road. It's early. As I mentioned, we did see some, icy, slippery spots. And as that snow continues to fall, that'll still be, relatively an issue for people that are choosing to travel today. Although from being out on the road, it's not recommended. Stay home if you can. It's safer that way. Snow isn't showing any signs of stopping. You can see it coming down pretty hard from the sky, and we'll continue to monitor these conditions out here in Jasper. Live in Walker County, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
Thank you, Valerie. And we also want to check weather conditions to our north in Coleman County.
That's where we find ABC 3340's Kyra Purvis joining us live right now. And Kyra, it's really coming down there as well.
It is coming down, Sarah, and I want to mention the flakes that are coming down. They're pretty thick, and we have a really pretty good blanket covering across everywhere here in Coleman County. As you can see now, we're on Highway 157 where we're seeing that blanket of snow laying across the roadways. Want to go ahead and get you over that way to where you can see these roadways. Haven't seen too many vehicles out on the roads. We did see Coleman County Emergency Management Agency riding around in their truck, so they're already out here monitoring these roadways. But look at this. It's a pretty beautiful scene right now, and as we've mentioned, those slick roads, as we were making our way up here going on I-65, going through Warrior, we saw those slick roads, but we didn't see a lot of snow accumulation. But now that we're here in Coleman, that's where we started to see that snow coming down, and we see that accumulation on the ground here, and again, those flakes big and beautiful. And we got cars. I think we're looking at some cars over here that have snow on top, so you can just see where it is building up, looking pretty good here. Now those roadways, again, pretty slick, so you want to stay away from there. You want to stay safe. We did talk to Coleman County EMA, and they let us know that they're, again, monitoring these roadways. But again, just stay home, stay out of the roads, and try not to come out right now. Maybe build a snowman if you can. You might be able to fix it up. For now, live in Coleman County, Kyra Purvis, ABC 3340 News.
This is amazing. We usually don't get enough snow to be able to build a snowman. So.
This early on, too. It's
right.
been falling for like an hour or two, and already snowball conditions out there.
Absolutely. So. Fantastic.
Next, keeping people with no warm place to stay safe during this harsh winter weather.
The Jimmy Hill Mission is working to keep more people out of the bitter cold. And we're also keeping a very close eye on traffic conditions all morning long. Breaking news anchor Kira Hood will have the very latest coming up. Time is 4:39.
All right, I want to take another check of the radar here. Sorry, I'm trying to get things all set up. Okay, so this is a look at the loop over the last couple of hours. And when I woke up at about 1:30, we had a lot of sleet, a lot of rain. And what we've seen, the transition over to more of a snow setup. It's beautiful, it's nice, but you have sleet pellets beneath that. And later today, we could see a freezing rain over top of it. So this is going to be a very important thing to watch over the next several hours. It is beautiful. If you can stay home, enjoy it, great. If you can avoid going out, wonderful, because this stretches all the way down to Chilton County. This goes into central Marion, or down near Marion into Perry County, all the way south into Greene and Hale counties. So this is overachieving. We're seeing much more in the way of snow. And as we look at this model, important to distinguish that, what you just saw on radar. So this model not initializing with that, okay? So take this and kind of put this in that snowy realm. As we go through the next several hours, we're probably going to see snow through 7 a.m. There's not going to be a huge change, a warming trend in the atmosphere through that period. I'm not thinking. So let's push this beyond. I do think by about 10 o'clock we start to see a switch over. But if our surface temperatures stay where they're progged, this is the Barron 3K model. We'll show you other ones in the future, try to give you the best possible solution. But if we keep our temperatures near the freezing mark, even if the precipitation changes, meaning we have warmer temperatures in the middle of the atmosphere, when it comes down as liquid or as rain, it would still freeze on contact. We also will have the snow at the surface, which could really influence what accumulates and how it refreezes. So this will be very important to watch here over the next several hours. Eventually, if we can get those temperatures into the mid-30s, that could help mitigate those impacts at the surface. There's still a lot to unfold, and I think a lot will be determined based off of what happens in the next couple of hours. Again, this is very, very important. It's down near the freezing mark, so that means accumulations will be happening readily. Another check on your weather here in just a couple minutes. Let's see how this is impacting the roads as we saw in some of those live shots starting to get snowy. Kira, what do you got?
Good morning, Evan. We have been monitoring the road conditions all morning long for you. We see here, this is a live shot at Highway 31 at Montevallo Road. Not a lot of people out on the roads this morning. We have seen lots of 18-wheelers out there driving with their flashers on, so that just lets you know how those conditions are. We did get a message just a few minutes ago from the Alabaster Police Department. They're saying all roads are open at this time. However, they are covered in snow and very slick, so hopefully you do not have to be out on the roads this morning. Some drive times for you if you're out there. I-65 northbound Calera to I-459 going to be 19 minutes. I-65 northbound Clinton to Calera, 23 minutes. Lots of yellow. There are many winter weather advisories on the road. So if you do have to be out, please use extreme caution. That is not advised though. So if you can stay home this morning, please do so. But we'll be watching the roads for you. We will keep you updated on traffic and driving conditions.
Your fishing game forecast is sponsored by Ox Foundation Solutions. You're watching the one and only ABC 3340, the station working for you.
Welcome back to Good Morning Alabama. You're looking live in Jasper at 4:48 this morning. A winter wonderland already across the area. A winter storm underway right now. We have live team coverage in Jasper, Coleman, Gadston, and Birmingham, plus live radar updates with Evan Chikvera. Right now, protecting the most vulnerable on a snowy morning, shelters have already opened across central Alabama.
The Jimmy Hill Mission moved to its old thrift store location at 1569 Cooper Hill Road to have a little more space. They're operating 24 hours a day through at least Sunday. The shelter provides transportation from Lynn Park and its downtown men's center.
Last week, Birmingham Police Department brought an elderly lady in that was in the 5 Point South area. She had very thin clothes on, one shoe. She was not able to communicate very well, and she would not have made it outside on her own.
The City of Birmingham's HEART program will also respond to non-emergency situations involving homeless residents. Birmingham police are prepared to check public spaces like parks and offer rides. You can find a full list of warming stations, many open through the weekend, right now on our website, abc3340.com. Scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen.
We have a second live camera right now in Jasper, downtown Jasper, looking like a snowy wonderland out there.
Gorgeous.
I mean, this has all happened over the course of an hour. I mean, literally an hour ago, this was a mix of sleet, the ice pellets. We all saw it this morning. And it has quickly switched over to a heavy snow. So there's our view there. I thought we'd see what sort of views we're getting here this morning on our sky cams. I know it's early, it's hard to see, but that might give you guys a visual idea outside of what our reporters are showing. Tuscaloosa, tough to tell. They're off in the distance of what we're seeing specifically, but I can tell you just about everywhere we are dealing with some very heavy, steady, big snowflakes, and that's going to continue. Still a bit of a mix over there, it looks like, as you get into Jacksonville further to the east. So this is a view of Hoover. I've gotten several shots, pictures from the Hoover area from Patton Chapel. This is a look, and you can see there's some rooftops here. That's an apartment complex. This right here is 31 off of the distance, and then we're off Patton Chapel Road there, but that's snow coming down, right? And here's the other thing, too. With our temperatures the way they are, this is all accumulating. So our temperatures at the surface were able to drop, and now we've got that snow coming down. It's all adhering very, very quickly, so snow totals are going to go up. A look again at the radar. We've seen a trend of more and more snow here, switching over from that initial ice pellets, that sleet, and this is going as far to the south as I can get. Our entire viewing area, from at least our radar purposes, which isn't always 100%, is showing some sort of a wintry mix. So this is going to be really peak impacts from now through potentially mid and even late morning. If you're to the north up here in Gadston, if you're where Aaron Wise is, if you're in Cherokee County, I think the snow will last even longer in those locations, meaning higher accumulations possible. So again, take that for what it is. This is our future view initializing right now, and it's not showing this as snow. So we have to assume all of this is snow for the next couple of hours rather than a wintry mix, and I think that will be the case through 7 a.m. That would mean pretty decent snowfall totals here over the next several hours. We go into late morning, early afternoon. The idea was, at least the thinking yesterday, was we switch this over to more of a rain by 10 a.m. We'll have to see how conditions unfold. There should be a warmer layer that comes in the middle of the atmosphere, and what that would do is cause the precipitation that's falling from the initial cloud to melt into a rain. But if our temperatures at the surface are still freezing, now you've got ice on top of snow, and that's a no-go for travel, all right? So again, this is an unfolding scenario we'll have to watch throughout the day today. In addition to that, overnight tonight, it's going to get back down below the freezing mark, and that's going to mean more accumulation. So again, our temperatures right now anywhere from the upper 20s to 30s. Here's the timing, best we can do as of now. This area in here until noon, that's Hamilton, Fayette, Jasper, Birmingham, Springville, Talladega, Anniston, Oxford, Sylacauga. That's for the peak, really wintry precipitation, that snow, that mix. Further to the south until 9 a.m., Aliceville, Tuscaloosa, Center, Brent, Calera, Thorsby, Clanton, Alex City. Further to the north, this is up until 9 p.m. this evening. And again, that's got Coleman in it. That's got Altoona. That's got Gadston. That's got Center. Those areas that could have prolonged Wintry precipitation would mean higher accumulations and thus a bigger impact here. So road temperatures are very important. Again, we mentioned the treated roadways on 65, 31. Not an expert with roads, but we're looking at our product here that shows roadway temperatures, and it absolutely has all around the metro now temperatures that are showing near the freezing mark. So looking at our forecast here, obviously we're going to spend the majority of our newscast today focusing on what's happening right now. But keep an eye on that. 29 overnight tonight. For what is left on the ground, it's not going to melt. Tomorrow afternoon, we're a bit above freezing, but areas shaded, that will also not melt. By next week, we don't have any more wintry precipitation, but it stays cold. 19 on Sunday morning, followed by 40s much of the week.
Want to give you another live look outside this morning. Boy, beautiful snow falling. This is in Hamilton. You can see it really coming down out there. Next up this morning at 5, our live team coverage continues of this winter storm. We'll check in with our crews stationed around our viewing area. Plus, we'll have a look at road conditions. Time is 4:54.
Yeah.
Now, the ABC 3340 Sports Desk with Johnny Cogden.
Some SoCon hoops last night. Bucky McMillan and his Sanford Bulldogs looking for home win number 27 in a row. And this is a good start. Colin Holloway from the wing. Dogs up 3-0 early. A few possessions later, Colin Holloway with the underhand pass to Josh Holloway. Holloway's going off early in this one. 9-3 Dogs. And then it's Ryland Jones who wants in on the action. He'll drill a triple from the wing. Sanford's first 5 makes of this game were from three-point land. But the Bulldogs, well, they can bang in the paint with anybody. Colin Holloway earning to the old-fashioned way. Sanford leads by double digits. And then the offensive onslaught just continues. Why on earth would you lead him wide open like that? Ryland Jones going to make you pay. 3 of his 14 on the night. And then the way the Bulldogs move the ball is just a sight to behold. Holloway hits a wide-open Jaden Brownell for the sweet reverse layup. Sanford wins it 81-68. That's 27 in a row at home for the red, white, and blue of Sanford U. The Orange Bowl this year served as the college football semifinal game. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish taking on the Penn State Nittany Lions with the trip to the national championship game on the line. Marcus Freeman's Irish trying to regain past glory. James Franklin and the Nittany Lions just trying to win the big one. And we're going to jump to 40 seconds to go in a tied game. And Penn State quarterback Drew Aller is going to make a throw he'll regret for the rest of his life. Picked off by Christian Gray. and the Irish are in field goal range to win this thing. He can't believe he threw that football, neither could I. 24-24, and Mitch Jeter is going to send the Fighting Irish back to the national championship game for the first time since 2012. Irish eyes are smiling. Slanja, Notre Dame wins it 27-24. So now we know that the Irish are marching to Atlanta. Who will they play? Tonight, Ohio State squares off with the Texas Longhorns from the Cotton Bowl in Arlington. Both Texas's Steve Sarkisian and Ohio State's Ryan Day are ready to coach on the big stage.
Obviously, being at the University of Texas and the Cotton Bowl are synonymous with one another. I can't believe it's been over 20 years since the University of Texas has been in this game. So to be back, it's an honor. Obviously, being the semifinal game, I think it's a credit to our players and to our staff, the work that they've put in.
I just think it's great for our team. Now, with the way that this is set up, I think that you're allowed, a loss or two throughout.
To hoops now, where the Auburn Tigers currently sit as the #2 team in the country, according to the AP Top 25 poll. And following Tennessee's loss to Florida Tuesday night, the Tigers now have the inside track to wake up Monday morning as the #1 team in the country. That's if they take care of business Saturday up in South Carolina.
This is an important, obviously, every game is an important game. After our game, I believe South Carolina's got another couple of really tough games. So this is a home game that they got to feel like they got to get. And I'm sure they'll play accordingly. And we'll show them on film how they initiate contact and how we can avoid, to the best of our ability, the whistle blowing when they initiate all the contact and we're allowed our guarding space, our legal space.
Big day of SEC hoops Saturday. Auburn up in Columbia to take on the South Carolina Gamecocks. And Alabama, well, they head to the Lone Star State as they will take on the Texas A&M Fighting Aggies. That's a look at sports, everybody. Stay warm and stay safe out there.
ABC 3340 News starts now with the Weather Authority.
A weather alert this morning. A state of emergency now issued for 37 counties, including several in our viewing area. The full resources of ABC 3340 and the Weather Authority are working for you. We have live team coverage all morning long. Our crews are stationed in just about every direction in our viewing area, working to keep you safe and keep you up to date with the latest impact. And boy, look at that snow out there. It's beautiful, huh?
Very impressive. More snow than expected. Cooler temperatures out there. Evan took there tracking the storm system. A winter storm underway, Evan. You mentioned more snow than expected. We had that ice, or those ice pellets coming down, the sleet this morning, and now snow coming down on top of that. And most everywhere is dealing with at least some form of snow. You're seeing this mix down here. That's a snow and a sleet combination. But essentially what we have now is from the surface to the base of the cloud. It's freezing all the way through. So everything that comes down is coming down in the form of snow. What we're going to see here over the next several hours, or what is expected, is slightly warm air in the mid-level. So if you're looking at a sandwich, you got the bread, there's the base of the cloud. The other bread, that's the surface. Those could both be at freezing. But in that midsection there, the meat of the sandwich, that's where it would be warmer. So that would cause our precipitation to potentially melt and turn to a freezing rain. For now, it's beautiful. It's snow. And if it continues this way, that's great. What we don't want to see is the freezing rain, but I think we'll see that evolution later on this morning. Our surface temperatures, again, Tuscaloosa is at freezing. Fayette's at freezing. Everywhere is at freezing here. Greensboro's at 37, Demopolis at 35. And again, most locations here away from those sensors are freezing. Look at those roadway temperatures as well. Just about everywhere, main thoroughfare here in and around the metro is looking at freezing temperatures. We zoom on in, 459, 59 north, 22. Everywhere showing those roadway temperatures on our Barron product as down near freezing, which means as this heavy snow comes down, it will adhere, it will accumulate, and travel will essentially be a no-go here this morning. So I think our peak impacts from wintry weather come over the next several hours. We are looking at until noon in this big meat chunk here in central Alabama. That includes Springville, Talladega, Sylacauga, Birmingham, Alabaster, Hoover, Pelham, Jasper, Fayette, Vernon, Millport, Hamilton. Areas further south, we'll probably see that switch over to more of a rain or perhaps a freezing rain later this morning. Again, this is a fluid situation. This could be changing. We're going to be here watching it, giving you the latest details. Coming up, we'll show you some model data, possible accumulations, and of course we'll have some more views of what's happening right now. And as you can imagine, the list of closings is very, very long. They're pouring in right now. We have schools, we have a lot of government offices, as well as businesses, and also we have a few daycares close as well this morning. So find that full list by clicking on the QR code at the bottom of your screen. It takes you straight to the list, or you can also see them scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
And you can keep up with the latest developments of winter weather in your area with our ABC 3340 weather app. You can pinpoint your location to get exact data for where you are. You'll also have access to live radar, James's weather blog, and the 7-day forecast. And a quick reminder here, we also want to see your pictures. Already seeing a lot on social media this morning, so send those to us on our Chime In feature on abc3340.com. We are continuing to watch those roads out there for you. Not going to be a good idea to be out this morning. We do want to let you know we just got an update from the Helena Police Department. They are letting us know that all roads are closed at the moment, so make sure you are aware of that. This is going to be what we just got just a few minutes ago. Roads closed due to heavy snow and that ice accumulation. So if you are in Helena, you're not going to be able to go anywhere. Your best bet is going to be to stay home. We're going to keep getting these reports in this morning, and we will be sure to keep you updated on these changes. Sarah and Stoney. We begin our live winter weather coverage this morning in Birmingham. Crews spend the day Monday trying to treat the roads ahead of the system coming.
Already a nice blanket of snow in Birmingham. Olivia Goche in the middle of it right now. Where are you located, Olivia?
So, Stoney, right now I've got 65 behind me, and then I'm looking at 20 and 59, and I think a blanket of snow, how you described it, is just the perfect way to put how it looks out here right now. I mean, the snow is thick on the roads. As you guys mentioned, they were pre-treated, but I mean, it's definitely not something that you want to be driving in if you can help it. Since we've been out here for a little over an hour or so, there's been a few cars on the road, not very many. They've all been driving really slow. Another thing to note, if you do have to drive in these conditions for whatever reason, is that this snow is going to impact your visibility as well, on top of those roads being slick. So if you have anywhere to go, make sure you leave. Make sure you have extra time wherever you're going to go so that you can drive slowly and just exercise extreme caution. But this is definitely just a scene like nothing I thought I was ever going to see here. And there's a couple of cars driving by slowly, as you can see. But yeah, the snow is thick. It's coming down. Maybe get out, make yourself a snowball. I think I'm going to go sit back in the warmth. But it's definitely an amazing sight. Everyone should get out and just take a look at all this snow coming down if you're in Birmingham for sure. For now, live in Birmingham, Olivia Goche, ABC 3340 News.
Yeah, this is the sunny south. We're not used to seeing this kind of snowfall.
Woke up this morning with a phone call, Evan calling saying, hey, get on the road now to make it to the station. It could be worse than expected, and we're seeing that right now.
Yeah, it's really cool. Love seeing all those pictures and videos from coming in this morning. Really great to see. Almost enough to make a snowman, I think, at this point.
Big time.
Pretty close, right? We're going to continue our team coverage right now in Walker County.
ABC 3340's Valerie Bell toughing it out in Jasper right now. How's it looking in Jasper, Valerie?
Stoney, if you can see the snow coming down really hard, it's hitting my face. It almost hurts a little bit. Sarah just mentioned something about building a snowman, right? Well, we had 30 minutes, so our photographer Thomas and I built this snowman right here. I tried to draw a face on it, but it started to get covered as that snow continues to fall. That snow is sticky. Very great for a snowman. However, I want to show you this. What it's not great for is the roads. I know Kiera and Evan just mentioned that as well. Highway 78, the last time, we were on the news, it was clear. It was passable. It looked pretty good. Right now you can see it's covered and not a lot of traffic, which is good news because the roads can be very slick and very slippery. Just to give you an idea on how slick and slippery we're seeing things, if we walk over here to this parking lot, I'm going to come over here, and you can just kind of see, how well I can slide without trying to fall, of course. That's what we're seeing on the roads, which really presents a danger. All city offices in Jasper that are not essential are closed today. The police department and the fire department here in Jasper are prepared to respond to emergency calls. They have their equipment ready for those icy conditions, and the city street department is also prepared treating the roads. As I mentioned earlier, we have seen a few plows go by here as well. We'll continue to monitor the conditions out here as well. Reporting live in Jasper, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
Thank you, Valerie. We also want to check weather conditions to our north in Coleman County, which could see the highest snow totals because of cooler temperatures.
They're getting a lot up there as well. That's where we find ABC 3240's Kyra Purvis this morning. Kyra, it is just beautiful.
It is. These snowflakes are pretty big and they are falling pretty consistent. So definitely what you said, Stoney, could see the most amount of snow here, or at least enough. And you can even just see on my microphone right here. I don't want to talk too far away from it, but look how this snow is just accumulated. As we're just standing here, this can kind of show you how much snow is coming down in Coleman County right now. Now, we're here on Highway 157 near that I-65 intersection, and we do have some icy roadways that we're seeing. We've been seeing some cars traveling there. Originally, we didn't see any cars, but then we've been seeing some with flashers on going pretty slow, so definitely seeing some slick conditions here. And as we were coming in, we also had a little slick movement on these roadways, but the snow is just falling down, and it is beautiful. And as we were coming up I-65 through Warrior, I do want to mention there wasn't a lot of snow that we had seen in that area at that point, but we're still seeing slick roadways there. And as we're going over to this hotel here, this is near Walmart and a lot of businesses here in Coleman County. You can see snow just accumulating right on top of those vehicles. So it's definitely coming down. If you're facing the opposite way that I'm facing you all, that snow is just hitting you directly in the face. Now, I do want to mention, if you are here in Coleman County, you need to make sure that you have the Everbridge app downloaded. Coleman County EMA says that's where you can find all updates about road conditions, everything that you need to know during these wintry conditions. Now, we'll be keeping you updated as well, but make sure you have that Everbridge app. For now, live in Coleman County, Kyra Purvis, ABC 3340 News.
Snow accumulating on the mic.
I mean,
Pretty impressive.
It's amazing that we already have enough for Valerie to build a snowman. I mean, usually in Alabama, we don't have enough to build one tiny little dirty one, let alone like a big fluffy one.
The flakes that are coming down, I mean, if you showed a video, I'd be like, that's somewhere north. It's the Ohio Valley. It's large flakes. Yeah. And they're picking up quick. We've walked to the back parking lot. A lot of the roads, I'm getting tons of pictures here. Share them on Facebook. If you have them, send them in by all means. Chime in. As well on our website, and we'll try to get them up and let people see what you're seeing. It's still dark, so it's tough for us to tell, but here's what we know. We know that there's snow coming down, all right, and a lot of it. As you saw in our live shots there, notice the trend of this radar bringing that snow line further to the south, that wintry mix line further to the south. What we're going to be watching over the next several hours is, does a warm layer in the mid-levels infiltrate this and switch things over to perhaps a freezing rain, back to a wintry mix? Right now, a lot of what's coming down is snow. That could evolve as we go through the next several hours. So again, very steady. Look at this over in Talladega, up towards Anniston, back towards Moody and Leeds, just outside of Birmingham. That's heavy snow. And you look back over here near Fayette, that's a heavy wintry mix to the south there, northern Pickens County. So this is going to come down quick and accumulate quick. This is a look at dual pole estimated 3-hour totals. And look at this band switching in here. You get to Jefferson County to Tuscaloosa County, and this is accumulating pretty quickly. And our surface temperatures are down at the freezing mark. The other thing, initially we had sleet 1, 2, 3 o'clock this morning, and now you see that sleet line all the way down south of Clanton. As you get closer to Prattville, the Montgomery market, we are looking at what we've seen here as some sleet or ice pellet accumulation, which that is the dangerous stuff that can cause some big issues on roadways. So I'm grabbing the model that I think is handling this a little bit better. This is our 3K, and it's showing snow right now, and our surface temperatures are pretty close to what there actually is. So this might be handling it a little better. Let's push this forward a couple of hours to about 7 o'clock. So I think from now till 7, there's going to be a wintry mix, probably more on the snow side for much of central Alabama. And as long as these temperatures continue, which I think they will, at or below the freezing mark, all of that's going to accumulate. Now, it'll be interesting to see what happens mid-morning. If that warmer layer comes in the mid-levels, if our surface temperatures can get above the freezing mark, because now you've got snow. It's going to insulate our temperatures at the surface, meaning it's not going to let it warm as readily as if it was a bare surface. So that will play a role in this as well. So lots to watch here. I think our biggest impacts as far as that the wintry mix falling is going to be here this morning. I do think eventually we see this transition over to a rain, but it could end up being a freezing rain if our surface temperatures stay cold enough with that snow that's already on the ground. All the precip, whatever it may be, appears to be winding down later on this evening. Something to keep in mind, though, I don't think this is going to thaw out very, very quickly. We very well could see some snow, ice on the ground on Sunday morning. Another check of your radar and future view coming up. Thank you, Evan. Next, a snowstorm, not a good place for people with no place to stay.
How the Jimmy Hill mission is working to keep more people out of the bitter cold. Time right now is 5:13.
You're watching the one and only ABC 3340, the station working for you.
Into East Alabama right now live, which could see the most snow because of cooler temperatures.
ABC 3340's Aaron Wise is live in Gadston right now. Aaron, how are things looking where you are?
Hey guys, not enough right now to build a snowman, but we're getting there. And I'm just standing here kind of listening and observing our surroundings right here. Obviously you see the snow coming down, but I'm listening to the roadway. We're right next to Highway 411 off the Coosa River, and there was moisture the last half hour. Now there's a lot more on the roadway. I can hear as cars go by, there's a little bit more of a slushy sound. And the Gadston Etowah County EMA, they have reported that they have started seeing icy road conditions in the county. So if you are at home and you do not have to leave your home, do not leave your house right now. These conditions are only going to continue to get worse as more of this snowfall comes down. And if Malik, if you'll pan over to what we're seeing as far as accumulation, we've got some light accumulation. It's building up gradually, obviously, as more of the snowfall comes down. Right here, right next to the parking lot we're in. And in the parking lot, actually, it's also starting to get snow on it. So we'll keep an eye on this. You can kind of see, you know, moving my feet on the parking lot right here on the pavement. You can kind of see what we're looking at. But we'll continue to follow along with the EMA, their updates, provide those throughout the morning. Live in Gadston, Aaron Wise, ABC 3340 News.
Thank you, Aaron. And this is only hour 2 of the snow, really.
Yeah.
So we can see a lot more.
Yeah, it looks like it. And as long as it keeps coming down, we have that base everywhere, that snow that's come down. So everything's just going to accumulate on top of that. Temperatures are below freezing. So this is going to be certainly a wintry event here over the next couple of hours. So I want to go to this. This is our watch and warning graphic here. Just if you're just now joining us, they extended, this was back, I mentioned this at 4:30, but that winter storm warning to include Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Bibb counties. They initially were in the advisory here. Also, a couple of reports. Lamar County, the county roads and bridges are beginning to ice over. Also hearing from the Jefferson County Emergency Management that travel is no longer advised in Leeds. Roanoke reporting slick roads and bridges. We got 2 inches of snow, it looks like, down near the National Weather Service forecast office. And in Birmingham, we've got about 1.5 inches, Hoover, we have about 1.5 inches of rain being measured there. So it's coming down quickly, it's accumulating quickly, and this will not go away very quickly. So this is a look at possible winter weather impacts. Again, I think you could maybe extend this significant impacts further to the south. All right, we may update this graphic to show those significant impacts, you know, in a lot of locations, because we've already seen the snow kind of overachieve in several spots here. You look at the radar loop over the last several hours, as I've mentioned, that snow line has dipped further to the south. That mixed precip line has dipped further to the south. And that was, you know, bringing sleet to places south of Clanton, south of Greensboro. Now it's showing, at least on radar, that perhaps down in southern Greene and Hale counties, perhaps that's switching back over to a cold rain. Temperatures there are just above the freezing mark of the surface, so impacts might be lesser so in those areas. I look there, Greensboro's at 35, Demopolis 34, Utah's right at 32, so that could mean freezing rain. Again, all something we're going to watch. Birmingham's 29, Pell City's 32, Aniana's 28, Coleman's 28. I think these areas here will see a more prolonged period of that snow, of that sleet coming down. This is a look at 3-hour snowfalls, and you can see here over the last couple of hours, pretty steady, and then you got this little wedge in here that includes Birmingham, Alabaster, back towards Tuscaloosa. I got video from Tuscaloosa at about 4 o'clock showing just steady rain coming, or steady snow coming down very quickly there. I've also seen some video from Jasper. Fayette, it looks like you might be more in that wintry mix range, and if we switch over to our modeling data here, again, this is not the answer key. Models have had a tough time initializing with this. I think the next couple of hours, easily through 7 o'clock, most of the viewing areas probably dealing with at least some sort of wintry mix, if not majority snow. The question becomes later this morning, does the air in the middle of the atmosphere warm sufficiently to maybe transition this over to a rain? The other question would then be, with the snow on the ground, insulating our surface temperatures, do we stay freezing at the ground? In which case that rain that falls would freeze at the surface and cause additional issues because you now have a snow and an ice pack. So there's a lot to unpack here. If you don't have to leave today, it's great. Go out and enjoy the snow while we've got it. try not to hit the roads. Understand some people do have to hit the roads, so that's why we're going to have these updates continuously coming. As we head into the evening hours, temperatures once again fall back below freezing. This is a look at possible snow accumulations. Again, as I mentioned, the model's not picking this up great. We've already overachieved here, but we could see an additional maybe 1.5 inches in our northernmost counties, perhaps an additional 1/2 inch further south, but this is easily subject to change. Another thing that's going to be accumulating, we've already seen it, ice pellet accumulation in several spots, and you don't want ice. Nobody wants ice, all right? So we'll be watching this closely as well. After today, we'll probably see anything that's still on the ground refreeze or stay frozen, of course, overnight. Not a big thaw out tomorrow as we have a high of 38 and a mostly cloudy sky. We're 19 on Sunday morning, staying cool in the 40s next week.
All right, let's get you updated on those traffic conditions. We just got a new report in. This is going to be from Jefferson County. So this was on their Twitter page from Jefferson County today. We want to get you updated on these. This is a tweet that they just sent out. As of 4:50 this morning from Roebuck Parkway to I-59, where you get onto I-459, it is impassable at Centerport Parkway. It's icy. Pocahontas Road, McCashin Drive, Old Tuscaloosa Highway, Dickey Springs Road, Eastern Valley Road, and Birmingham Road, also Bell Hill Road. So if you're in any of these areas, just know that it is going to be impassable this morning. We're going to keep getting these reports in, and we will keep you updated this morning. So if you can stay home, we hope that you do, and don't get on the roads if you don't have to. We'll have much more GMA coming up next.
Your Fish and Game forecast is sponsored by Ox Foundation Solutions.
It's 5:25 a.m. this Friday. Currently protecting the most vulnerable in a snowstorm. Shelters are open across the area.
Now, the Jimmy Hill Mission has moved its old thrift store. They moved back to the old thrift store location at 1569 Cooper Hill Road. They wanted to have a little more space. They're now operating 24 hours a day through at least Sunday. The shelter provides transportation from Lynn Park and its downtown men's center.
Last week, Birmingham Police Department brought an elderly lady in that was in the 5 Point South area. She had very thin clothes on, one shoe. She was not able to communicate very well, and she would not have made it outside on her own.
The city of Birmingham's HEART program will also respond to non-emergency situations involving homeless residents. Birmingham police are prepared to check public on our website, abc3340.com. Just scan the QR code you see right there at the bottom of your screen. Next up this morning at 5:30, taking another live look outside. You can see that snow is still steadily falling all across our area. Live winter weather team coverage will continue. We've got the latest on road conditions, everything you need to know coming up this morning. Stay with us.
In today's Tech Bites, X taking on ChatGPT. The social media platform has launched a new chatbot. The standalone app is called Grok. Previously, it was only available to X's paying customers. Grok can be used to generate images, summarize text, or answer questions. Next, a major announcement from Nintendo. The company says its next console will be made from Lego blocks. Very few details are available. Nintendo only saying the original gray brick known as a Game Boy will be rendered in Lego blocks. It's set to debut in October. And finally, a little pet robot with big emotions is stealing hearts at the Consumer Electronics Show. RoPet is being called a modern-day Furby. It can react to your cuddles and voice and hug you if you're sad. RoPet's appearance is customizable and capable of showing a range of emotions. If you buy one, I wonder if the RoPet will still recognize its original data. Those are your Tech Bites. Have a great weekend.
Life is a stage and I'm in the spot. Look at me, outline the chop. Baby, I kill it, better shoot your shot. Feel like a star, they look like they not. I belong on a jet. Take a look at me now.
I love that my daughter still needs me, but sometimes I can't help due to burning and stabbing pain in my hands. So I use Nervive.
Nervive's clinical dose of ALA reduces nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days.
Now I can help again. Feel the difference with Nervive.
Resolve. Your pet knows if a mess is really gone. If not, they may remark the spot. Resolve gets rid of pet messes better than the leading competitor, destroying stains, neutralizing odors, and preventing remarking. Love the love, resolve the mess.
ABC 3340 News starts now with the Weather Authority.
Good Friday morning, everyone. A snowstorm across central Alabama. We have Weather Authority team coverage in Coleman, Gadston, Jasper, and Birmingham. Thanks for choosing us. I'm Stoney Sharp.
I'm Sarah Snyder. We're so glad you're here with us. Yeah, it doesn't even look like Alabama out there this morning.
A totally different
it's like
world.
Vermont or something this morning. I want to start our team coverage right now. Meteorologist Evan Chickvera. Evan, a lot of people getting up this morning, waking up, opening up those windows, and seeing all this beautiful snow.
Yeah, I'm sharing the pictures as quickly as I get them. They're coming in, chime in as well. This is over Jacksonville. Just saw a car in this parking lot here was kind of going sideways. It's happening quick. It's coming down quick. It's freezing very, very quickly. We switch on over to a view here. This is going to be in the Hoover area, Patton Chapel, and you're going to be able to see lots of white in the backdrop. You can see that's an apartment complex with a white roof. There's 31 is off in the distance, but heavy snow has been happening over the last hour here. It's beginning to lighten up a little bit, and we're seeing sleet mix back in, but temperatures at the surface are at the freezing marks. They've extended that winter storm warning to include Tuscaloosa and Bibb counties, and basically what we're seeing here is the impacts are being dragged further south than initially thought. And I said yesterday there was so much uncertainty with this, and there still is. We're walking you through it best we can here as we move forward. But what we've seen is a switch over to maybe more in the way of sleet now in Shelby County, down near Pelham, getting reports of a switch over to sleet. Same in Bibb County, still seeing some snow in Tuscaloosa County. But what we kind of expected would happen at some point this morning is that line where that mix goes to the rain is going to inch further to the north. And what does that do to what's already on the ground? Again, we're still seeing, snow, at least some sort of a mix for much of central Alabama, as we will for probably the next hour and a half through 7. We'll have to watch how things evolve, unfold. But again, until noon for this area here in the middle, and we've dragged down that significant impacts to include all of Jefferson, the majority of Shelby, down to Tuscaloosa, and essentially all the way up to, the Huntsville area, Tennessee Valley. So travel, again, not advised. And the impacts up there in Gadston, in Coleman, Altoona, and Center could last until 9 o'clock this evening. Again, our temperatures, something else to watch. Everywhere is at or below the freezing mark here in central Alabama. We have a few areas to the south and west that are above. As long as these stay below, we're probably looking at additional accumulations. We'll take a look at some modeling data, the rest of your forecast coming up.
And we want to remind you, you can always keep up with the very latest developments on snow or icy conditions in your area with our ABC 3340 weather app. You can pinpoint your location to get exact data for where you are. You'll also have access to live radar, James Spann's weather blog, and the 7-day forecast.
Let's get you updated on traffic conditions this morning. The good news is that we're not seeing any crashes out there, so we appreciate you all for heeding those warnings. We do have some updates coming in as of 5:30. This is from Jefferson County, Taylor's Ferry Road and Alliance Road are impassable. They're seeing 3 inches of snow there. Also from Chilton County, 911 deputies are reporting that all roads north of Jemison city limits are at or nearly impassable. They are asking that you don't call 911 but use the Algo app as a resource. So make sure you are aware of these updates. We're getting these constantly. If you can't stay home, please do. Those roads are icy and impassable for many drivers out there. We're going to be watching things for you. We will keep you updated on these conditions.
All right, Kira, thank you. And we have live team coverage this morning. We've got crews stationed all across our area. And we start right now in Birmingham, where Monday, crews spent the day trying to treat the roads ahead of the system.
Icy roads in the Magic City right now. What about the interstates? ABC 3340's Olivia Goche has that angle. Olivia.
Stoney, Sarah, I'm looking at 65 and then I've got 20 and 59 behind me, and you can probably see a few cars driving by, but not very many at all. I haven't seen very many since I've been out here. I would say it's probably picked up a little bit as we're getting a little bit later into the morning, but as you mentioned, these roads were pre-treated, but the snow is thick and it's icy, and I'm stepping my foot down into this sand, and it's definitely sinking down. So again, if you have to be on these roads, use extreme caution. Another thing to remember as you're driving is that this snow is going to impact your visibility when you're on the road. So if you have somewhere to be, make sure you leave a little early, give yourself some time so that you can drive slow. And if you don't have anywhere to be, then maybe go outside and make a snowman. We're getting reports from the Jefferson County EMA. They've messaged me saying that in Hoover, they're blocking some roads while they're waiting for sand trucks. So that could be something that we see pick up as the morning also progresses. Maybe people are starting to head out to work. So we'll, of course, keep you updated. Live in Birmingham, Olivia Goche, ABC 3340 News.
Thank you, Olivia. Heading to East Alabama now. Gadston getting a slower start this morning with the snow, but it could last longer there as well.
ABC 3340's Aaron Wise is live in Gadston for us this morning. And Aaron, how are things looking out there where you are? All right, it looks like we're having some trouble with Aaron's audio, but as you can see behind her there, that snow is still falling very heavy at times.
And we're now going to continue our live team coverage in Walker County.
ABC 3340's Valerie Bell is going to join us live right now. She is in Jasper. Valerie, we see the snow is coming down. You were building a snowman a little while ago. How is that going for you?
Sarah, the snowman is complete, so we move on to the next thing that anyone should do if they're out playing in the snow. I thought it was fun when I was younger, growing up with a lot of snow. We often had snowball fights, which is what our photographer and I have been doing. So like I said, it's a very sticky snow. It's not recommended to travel, so bundle up. Of course, stay warm. I've got about 6 layers on right now. You probably can't tell, but a little hard to move. But bundle up. You know, stay warm and get out and have some fun. As we had talked about, and several, reporters and Evan and Kira just talked about too, a lot of roads being impassable. We take a look behind us here. This is Highway 78. I want to point out we did see a plow come through a few times, but you can see this roadway is pretty covered. We have seen a few cars go by. However, we've noticed that they've been driving very slow. The roads are very slippery because of the snow, so if you do have to go out, just, keep that in mind, keep your distance from other drivers and take it slow like we've seen people doing out here, being very cautious. But again, not a lot of travel, which is a good thing, which means plenty of time to build a snowman like we have right here. It's standing pretty good, and have a snowball fight, and then go inside and have some hot chocolate. Live in Jasper, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
Snowman is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger throughout the morning, I have a feeling. Now to our crew farthest north in Coleman County.
Really coming down up there. That's where we find ABC 3340's Kyra Purvis. She joins us live. And Kyra, it really is coming down pretty intense out there.
Yeah, it is, Sarah. We were seeing some pretty big flakes. Flakes look like they're a little bit smaller right now, but still coming down steady. And I want to show you a little bit about this accumulation here. If you see where my feet are, it looks like possibly about maybe a centimeter, possibly. It's pretty deep here. And I think as I'm talking to people that are, from the area, this is a lot of snow for them. Now, I heard that we were making snowmen, so I had to get in on the action. So I made a snowman. Me and Colby here made a snowman here. And he is so cute and festive in this winter wonderland here in Coleman. So such a fun time. If you want to get outside, make a snowman, do a snowball, do that. But what you don't want to do is get out on the roads. I was talking to two gentlemen that actually pulled up on us just a few minutes ago, and they were telling me that they had seen some people on the sides of the roads. They've seen some slipping, and they say anytime that there's a possibility of snow, they like to come out here and just check it out. I told them to make sure that they're being safe on the roadways, but as you can see, we're definitely getting some slick roads. This is Highway 157 here, and I want to mention, for if you're living in Coleman County, you want to make sure that you have that Everbridge app downloaded. I spoke with Coleman County EMA, who says that's where you'll get most of those updates when it comes to wintry conditions and being safe here. And they have just put out a notice that they are seeing some hazardous and icy roads across the county right now. So stay inside. You don't need to be on the roadways right now. That's the huge message. Go outside, make a snowman like we have right here. For now, live in Coleman County, Kyra Purvis, ABC 3340 News.
I think that's a good point, too. It's a lot of fun to play in. So if you're home, if you can stay inside today, or if you could stay home, enjoy it. Go outside, make the snow angels, make the snowman, but the roads aren't going to be very dangerous.
Doesn't happen every single day,
no.
Take it in while you can. 5:40 a.m. right now. We're going to head to East Alabama. Gadston getting a slower start, as we said earlier, with the snow, but it could last longer there as well.
ABC 3340's Aaron Wise joins us live once again in Gadston. And Aaron, the last time we spoke with you, we saw maybe about a half an inch or so of snow on the ground. How's it looking there now?
Yeah, guys, it looks a lot different than what it looked 2 hours ago when we first got here. The accumulation has really picked up. You can see it's still snowing really hard here. Something else I'm noticing, the roadways. This is Highway 411, a state highway, a well-traveled highway next to the Coosa River, and it looks terrible right now, just to be quite honest with you. We've seen only a few cars, which is really great. It seems like people are staying at home. I know it's still early in the morning, but Highway 411 doesn't look great right now. As cars are going by, they're going really slow, and there's also a lot of noise when they go by, so a slushy type noise, so they're obviously driving through something right there. Let's get a look at the accumulation on the ground. So almost snowman level. I think we're going to attempt it, build you guys a snowman here in Gadston. If you're able to stay at home today, which you should be due to the travel here, make a snowman. It's a little early in the morning, but it's a snow day, so go outside, make a snowman, enjoy it, but don't get out on the roadway. There is a travel advisory in effect. The EMA posted that about 30 minutes ago. We'll continue to look at their updates throughout the morning and have that for you. Live in Gadston, Erin Wise, ABC 3340 News.
She makes a really good point there. It's beautiful to look at, a lot of fun to play in the snow, but probably a good morning to stay off of the roads because this can turn into a slush and then turn into ice pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm glad they said that because, you see that and it's like, oh, it's beautiful. Well, you don't know what's beneath there, that we had a layer of ice pellets this morning that fell before, and we're actually starting to see, at least here, total sleet, total switch over in the last 15, 20 minutes to just sleet. So now what you have is the snow that's down, a little bit of the sleet from early this morning, those ice pellets, and now there's ice pellets coming down on top of that, mainly where you're seeing the pink here, okay? So got a report about 20 minutes ago that it switched over to sleet in Pelham. We're just north of Pelham. That verifies we're now back to a sleet setup. It looks like still snow for much of the Birmingham and points north, Gadston, Anniston, Jacksonville, and a lot of these areas northeast are going to continue in snow only. So your snow accumulations there are going to be higher than in other locations. So here's a look at the latest laps showing almost all of Clay County getting some snow, some heavy snow along I-20 here. And then you've got this mix starting to transition back over, but it's falling on top of a bed of snow. So this is going to accumulate as well, and now you've got ice and snow to worry about. That's not something you want to necessarily go out in by any means. Build a snowman, sure. Driving, I wouldn't recommend it. Not a road expert, but it doesn't seem like it would make a good combo there. Temperatures at the surface at the freezing mark. That's the critical number there. They rise a couple degrees. We can talk about a different scenario here. But right now, everything that is falling appears to be accumulating. We've had snowfall over the last couple of hours. You look here, and again, we have a band of fairly decent snowfall that's come through St. Clair, Blunt, Coleman, as well as Marion, Winston County, and also this swath right here that stretches through central Tuscaloosa County. Got some good video from Tuscaloosa earlier, and similarly, a look at the ice and sleet accumulations. Again, some of this happened before the snow. Some of this is coming down on top of the snow. And this will just add to the impacts at the surface here as we progress through the day. So what's next? That's the big question. We're going to monitor temperatures at the surface as long as they're down around the freezing mark. And again, keep in mind, we've got snow on the ground now, which changes a lot. That means anything that falls is probably going to adhere to the snow and add to those accumulations. I think we're going to see a wintry mix through 7 a.m. for everybody. Beyond that, we start to see a changeover, I think, to rain. Now, whether that becomes freezing rain or not, that'll be a big question as well. With temperatures at the surface expected to be around the freezing mark for a lot of the morning, it could switch over to a freezing rain as that warmer layer comes in here. Areas to the north, Hamilton, Haleyville, Jasper, Coleman, Aniana, Pell City, Gadston, Center, Anniston, Oxford, Ashland, all could be looking at a prolonged period of wintry precip accumulating. Even if this switches over to a cold rain later today, there are still going to be impacts throughout the evening hours that we'll have to watch very, very closely. Suffice it to say, it's a busy day here. We're going to keep you posted. It's a cold weekend ahead. Overnight lows will ensure whatever freezes will stay there. Next week's cold as well with highs in the 40s. More GMA and snow coverage right after this.
Welcome back. More snow falling across the region than expected. Temps are cooler. It can be a long ride this morning.
Certainly could, and now that we have established here this good base, I say good base, there's a decent amount of snow out there. We've seen an inch, inch and a half, 2 inches in some places. That's at the ground. So now anything that falls, like what we're seeing here, there's a lot of sleet outside. That's going to accumulate on top of what is that snow. Up here in Jacksonville, all right, this is areas to the east. So you got Jacksonville, you got Weaver, you've got Oxford, you got Anniston. All is still a steady snow, and you can see the accumulations. When we started the show, there was nothing. You could see the parking lot, you could see everything else. Not anymore. Similarly, in Jasper, looks like the snow has come to an end there, at least for the time being. But you look at the road, you look at those footprints in there by the fountain. We've had some good accumulations there. So again, if you're just now tuning in, you're waking up, we got some snow. Peek outside. I think most everybody at least got a little bit. You get down into Bibb County, Greene and Hale County, you may have missed out on some of the heavier snowfalls here, but they extended that winter storm warning further to the south, which basically means we got some pretty impactful wintry weather here this morning. We've had sleet, we've had snow. Some areas are switching back to sleet. And so what that's going to do is just essentially make a lot of our roadways impassable. I know several of the interstates were treated, and that's great. That was great planning ahead, but additional precipitation coming down is going to cause some issues. So this narrow channel here, including Clanton, southern Bibb County, it looks like central Hale and central Greene County until 10 o'clock. Much of us here in central Alabama, this goes until noon. And then you've got this section here that goes until 9 o'clock tonight. That's because our profile and the atmosphere temperatures it looks to support wintry precipitation and accumulation for a prolonged period. So if you're in Calhoun County, if you're in Cleburne County, Cherokee County, Etowah County, the odds of being done with the wintry precip are much further down the road than some other areas here. We've already seen that switch over in some of our southwestern counties. That's why we're thinking long term more of a limited impact. But you see this significant impact, again, with our temperatures at the freezing mark and this precip coming down. It is all accumulating. It's adding. We are starting to see signs that sleet is taking back over, which is not a good thing because it comes on top of what has already fallen as snow. So now you're going to have a mix of a snow as well as an ice pack there. And that is going to cause some serious issues, of course, at the surface. So snow still being depicted, northern Jefferson County, all of St. Clair County, Calhoun County, Etowah County, basically points north, Coleman, as well as Winston, Marion counties, and northern Lamar County, where we had a report from EMA that the bridges there are impassable at this point. A switch back over to sleet and some rain as you get into Tuscaloosa County, and then point south, Highway 69 running down into Hale County, and then 11 as you head into Greene County. So temperatures, this is something we're going to watch too. Now that we've got the snow on the ground to help maybe insulate just a little bit, we may not warm as readily, which means any additional precipitation that comes down would freeze with what is already on the ground. So we'll have to watch these numbers. It's very important. If we get above the freezing mark, that would be a positive as far as surface conditions. If we do not, well, that could lead to prolonged issues with travel. We've already seen some decent snowfall out there. We've also had some sleet, some ice come down. Haven't seen much in the freezing rain category. That would come, I think, later today if we were to have that warm sector come in the middle of the atmosphere. Again, I mentioned if it's a sandwich, your cloud's one layer, surface is another. Both of those could be at freezing, but that middle, right, the meat of the sandwich, the center of it, if that's warm, it falls as rain, and then you get that freezing at the surface, and that would add to this sleet ice total. So we'll watch it today. Again, we have several more hours of that wintry precip coming down. And then depending on how much we get and what's still there, it will refreeze overnight tonight and probably be there through parts of the weekend. So roads not in the greatest shape. Kira, how are things looking out there? Do we have any reports of issues?
Yes, Evan, we do. We are getting an update in just now from Jefferson County. They're reporting that Highway 31 invests barricades, so you will not be able to get through that area this morning, as they're likely working to treat that or either just blocking it off as a mode of precaution for drivers in that area. We do want to get you updated on this as well. The off-ramp is blocked in Hoover. This is going to be on I-459 South. This is near John Hawkins Parkway, and areas there, so they are working to remove that. And again, just be aware of these updates. They're coming in constantly. We're going to try to get them to you as quickly as possible. So if you can't stay home, please do, as those ice and road conditions are not looking good this morning. We'll have much more GMA coming up for you just in a minute.
ABC 3340 News starts now with the Weather Authority.
All right, good morning, everyone. Coming up on 6 o'clock, a weather authority alert as most of our state is currently being impacted by winter weather. Right now, 37 counties are under a state of emergency as precipitation, you see it right there, some snow falling around our area and temperatures are below freezing. We're glad you're here with us. I'm Sarah Snyder.
I'm Stoney Sharp. We have Weather Authority live coverage right now this Friday in Birmingham, Gadston, Jasper, and Coleman. But first, Evan Chickvera tracking the weather system. And Evan, some snow is starting to turn to sleet, which is not good news.
No, I don't think so. I think when you're looking at the fact that we have a good amount of snow on the ground, that sleet is going to easily accumulate just above that, mix in with it. Now you're going to have a snow and ice combination. Number one, that's not fun to play in. Number two, that's going to cause all sorts of issues for anyone who has to travel. And I understand a lot of you can just say, hey, not traveling today. But people with certain conditions that have to go to the doctor, firefighters, police officers, some people that just, they're going to be out there because they're on the front line. So just be careful if you can. We have that winter storm warning in place for most of our counties, and that will go through the duration of the event here today. So again, what we've seen over the last 45 minutes or so is more of a switch back over to that sleet. Now, some of it's still a wintry mix, but we've got a lot of sleet here where you're seeing that pink, steady snow still coming down in points to the north and east, and I expect that to continue through at least 7 o'clock. And maybe beyond 7, we start to see more of that pivot back to something else. But we'll also have to watch, our surface temperatures. Just about everywhere is at the freezing mark right now, so everything is accumulating. And again, that'll be something that we watch because that will enhance accumulations. Here's something interesting, though. Over the last hour, Birmingham's come up a degree. Tuscaloosa has come up a degree. Utah has come up a degree. We're starting to see incremental increases. So again, that critical number, that critical value here that we're looking at is 32. We get above 32 and now we can start to maybe lessen the accumulations. Maybe when rain comes in, we don't have the additional freezing rain. So again, we're going to talk more about this. We'll show you some model data, but essentially everywhere here, significant impacts expected. For most of us, it's through noon. For a small sliver of the southern portion of central Alabama, closer to US 80, it's until 10 a.m. and for some folks, up until 9. Our latest future view data and the rest of your forecast coming up.
Just a reminder, you can always keep up with the latest developments on snow or ice in your area with our ABC 3340 weather app. You can pinpoint your location to get the exact data, exactly where you are. You'll have access to the live radar, James's weather blog, and the 7-day forecast.
Let's get you updated on traffic conditions this morning. We just got a report in within the last couple of minutes, about 9 minutes ago from the Argo Police Department. They have reported that all roads within Argo are now deemed impassable and are closed for travel. So as you can see here, they are on scene treating these roads. We're also getting reports of barricades being put up across Jefferson County. So if you do have to be out on the roads this morning, going to be very hard to get through certain parts of the area this morning. So we are going to keep watching these reports. We will keep you updated as they come in all morning.
Once you begin our live winter weather coverage in Birmingham, where crews spent the day Monday trying to treat those roads ahead of the system.
And those roads are very icy this morning. Snow has been falling for several hours in the Magic City. ABC 3340's Olivia Goche has an update. Olivia.
Stoney, Sarah, I'm standing here now. I'm looking at 65, and then I've got 20 and 59 back behind me. You can see there's one car passing by. There have not been many cars at all this morning, and those few cars that are on the road are driving very, very slow. You can see a truck out there is driving with their flashers on. As you mentioned, they pre-treated these roads, and just a moment ago, my photographer and I, it's probably best just to stay off the roads right now if you can help it. If not, you want to make sure that you're leaving early to allow yourself some time to drive slow, use extreme caution, and always also remember that this snow and sleet coming down is going to impact your visibility. So that's just another thing to be mindful of if you're on these roads. So it's definitely a very neat sight out here. I don't know the last time I saw this much snow. So if you're home, enjoy it. Maybe try to get out and make yourself a snowman, have a snowball fight. I tried a really sad attempt at a snowman a second ago, and my photographer told me that it wasn't great. So I'm going to give it another try, and we'll check back in later. For now, live in Birmingham, Olivia Goche, ABC 3340 News.
She's out there with Chief Photographer Bill Castle. He's got standards, you got to make that snowman really good.
legend. He's been in many snowstorms.
Yeah.
It looks like drivers are also listening this morning, staying off the
They
interstates.
are. It seems that way. But as Olivia mentioned, it's almost unrecognizable to see a picture of the Magic City this morning. Crazy.
Slippery out there.
Yeah.
Heading to East Alabama now, where we're seeing the heaviest snowfall at the moment.
ABC 3340's Erin Wise right in the middle of it. She's there in Gadston. She's off of Highway 411 near the Coosa River. Erin, give us an idea. How's it looking where you are?
Yeah, guys, it's still coming down. Not much change from the last live hit I did. Something I am noticing is these snowflakes are huge. They're bigger than any snowflakes I've ever seen. So that's obviously adding to the accumulation here. The roadway, US Highway 411 behind me, still has a lot of snow and slush on it. We have seen a little bit of an uptick in the traffic as people try to get to where they're going, but there is a travel advisory in effect for Etowah County that comes from the Gadston Etowah County EMA. So please stay off the road if you can. If you are going to be on the roadway, follow kind of what these people are doing. They're going very slow. Some have their flashers on, so make sure you take those precautions if you absolutely have to get out. But if you don't, have a little fun. We're gonna have a little fun right now. I have a measuring tape. This is not scientific whatsoever. I'm gonna measure the snow in the parking lot right here, and we'll see how much accumulation we've had. So we've had an inch of accumulation right here in the parking lot. Now that could obviously be different when you're talking about being in the grassy area, but an inch here in the parking lot that we're in next to the AMP here in Gadston overlooking Highway 411. And I want to come over here. This is the beginning of my snowman. Beginning stages, I'll repeat. This is not it. I'm going to continue to work on him. But something I noticed is I've been playing in this snow right here, been rolling the bottom of the snowman, trying to build him up, and it's almost completely covered again where I was trying to build this snowman. So that gives you kind of an idea of how much this snow is just reaccumulating, even in areas where people are. And my footprints, Malik's footprints, my photographer, they're being covered up fairly quickly. So be aware of that. Try to stay at home if you can. We'll continue to follow the situation here. Live in Gadston, Erin Wise, ABC 3340 News.
This is the kind of system it's nice to play in, like she mentioned, but it's probably not a good idea to be out on the roads.
Right. It's only going to snow more and more, especially there in Jasper.
Yeah. Our breaking team coverage continues right now. We're going to head over to Walker County.
Checking in with ABC 3340's Valerie Bell, who's also building a snowman this morning. But Valerie, it looks like you may be seeing more sleet right now.
Stoney, that is certainly true. I know Evan just mentioned this in his forecast that we're seeing that snow kind of change over. You guys also mentioned the snowman. He's still here. He's still standing pretty good. His face kind of melted off, but he's not frosty. He's thick. He's solid. I'm glad to hear that Aaron's snowman is coming along. And Olivia, I'm really sorry. My photographer Thomas said this one was excellent. So I can't see what progress they're making, but I can hear it, and just having fun with the weather if you don't have to be out, of course. We built the snowman, we had the snowball fight. There was one more thing I could think of that's pretty traditional, right? Come back here in the snow, lay down, and you go like this, and you make a snow angel. And let's see if I still got it. It's, getting older. It was a little bit harder to get up when I was a lot younger, but take a look at that. What do you think? Pretty good? Yeah, see, that's the snow angel, right? Now, I want to be a little serious here for a minute. We talked about how that snow has changed over to sleet, right? Highway 78 runs right through here. Take a look right here. We have a few cars out. They're at the stop sign or the stoplight right here, but when we've been seeing cars go through, we've seen a lot more than we saw earlier. It has been later in the morning, but people are taking it slow. The road is pretty covered. There's some tire tracks in there, but as that sleet is falling right now, we're going to see, more slick, icy conditions on the road, which again are not ideal to drive in. It doesn't matter if you have four-wheel drive or not. Ice is a tricky thing to navigate, especially when it's dark. There's black ice, you can't see it. I know we've all said this a lot this morning, but the importance of really being safe out there on the roadways. Walker County EMA provided an update just a few moments ago and said that they heard about some slick road conditions that they were monitoring as well. So we'll continue to monitor that out here. But again, everyone that is traveling, moving very slow, moving very careful. So if you do have to be out, if you absolutely have to be out, there's essential employees that have to go to work today, or if there's an emergency or something that you need to get out of the house for today and you're traveling, just take it slow like we're seeing people do through here. That's the best thing you can do if you have to be on the road. You need to monitor this snowman, which again, looking pretty good, right? Reporting live in Jasper, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
Snow angels, snowmen, all in Jasper.
A very healthy snowman competition happening with the reporters this morning.
Definitely. Now we're going furthest north to Coleman County, looking like a blizzard out there right now.
Really does. ABC 3340's Kyra Purvis joining us live in Coleman right now. Kyra, it is really coming down where you are.
It is, Sarah, and as you can see, we actually switched sides, so the snow is actually coming directly towards us. And look here at my scarf, you can see how it's accumulating. I shook this out before this hit. Now, I want to show you something that's pretty good to talk about how much snow is falling. About 30 minutes ago, my photographer, Colby, walked this way. We were getting sticks for our snowmen, and look how these footprints right here have been covered back up. That's how much snow is coming down. And when you're looking at the footprints and things, they're pretty deep. You know, it looks like it could possibly be hitting that inch or 2 inch mark here approximately, of course. Now, looking at the roadways here, we are definitely seeing that impact on the roadways. This is on Highway 157 in Coleman, and you can see where that snow is already building up on the sides of the road there as cars have been moving through very slowly, I might add, if they are out. And we have a car over at the gas station. So people are out, but the direction here is to just stay at home because those roads can get icy. We were coming on I-65 about 2 hours ago and it was already getting slick. So I can only imagine what it looks like now, but you can see those roadways looking pretty full right now and icy. And we have seen Coleman County Emergency Management Agency out here riding those roadways. We haven't seen any snow plows or any kind of sand trucks yet, but we are waiting to see those, and we have been waiting to see if there are any possible impacted areas. Now, if you live in Coleman County, you want to make sure that you have that Everbridge app downloaded. That's where you'll find all your information when it comes to updates about this winter.
That northern part of the area really getting hit with snow. I saw this video a few minutes ago, and I asked producer Josh if we could show you this. This is in Shelby County. This is Alabaster, the Alabaster Fire Department posting this outside of one of their stations just a few minutes ago. You can see it is really coming down there as well. A nice thick blanket of snow in Shelby County this morning.
Super easy to send us your photos, your videos. Go to the top of 3340.com. You'll see the Send Us Your Photos tab. So do that, and we'd love to see it. It's
really amazing how all of a sudden impacts to roads and elsewhere had people asking about outages. I don't see any power outages at this time. Does not mean we can't have it as we go throughout the day. Wanted to read some of these reports here coming in on our National Weather Service chat. So it looks like in Northport now we're back to a rain. It'll be interesting to see what the rain does to that on top of what has already come down. Several inches of snow being recorded here in several areas like Dora. Again, getting a report of just all rain now. Oxford has closed their streets. Areas of Cleveland, Locust Fork, Remlap all have been deemed impassable by the commissioner there. So back to sleet in Harpersville on top of about 2.5 inches of accumulated snow. So again, not out of the woods, because you add now sleet on top of this snowpack, and that's going to, again, cause some issues here as we move forward. Still a lot of snow. If you're to the north and east of Birmingham here, Gadston, Anniston, Oxford, you're looking at a steady snow. We've seen a switch over, a mix of sleet, of snow here, and that's starting to, you can see, I just mentioned the Northport area getting all rain, and you can see that little notch there on the radar where rain has infiltrated that part here, and that'll probably be a switch over soon for places like Calera, perhaps Alabaster, and then Sylacauga as we go through the next maybe hour and a half. Temperatures at the surface still at the freezing mark in many spots. Tuscaloosa now just above freezing at 33. Centerville is also at 33. So this is the latest run now of the HER, and it's looking a little bit more in line with what's actually happening here. So a mix continues through the next couple of hours, eventually switching over to rain. I do think we're going to have a period today where we switch over to rain. We'll see what those surface temperatures do. If they can come above the freezing mark, that would be very beneficial. That would mitigate the freezing rain potential later today. But as I mentioned, there is snow on the ground, which will affect those surface temperatures and the precipitation that falls upon it as we go through the day. This is at 1 o'clock. Again, still depicting a potential mix north and east, parts of Etowah, Cherokee County here. And as we head into the evening, rain tapers off, temperatures drop, and then overnight tonight we're back down into the upper 20s. So we're likely looking at whatever's left at the surface will refreeze, not going anywhere. Saturday's high, 38. It's a cold day, a lot of clouds, not a whole lot of melting of surfaces that are shaded for a good period of the day. We're 19 Sunday morning. We're going to have winds coming off of what will probably be a snowpack north of here, making it very cold. And then we look at next week, staying chilly with highs in the 40s. We'll have another check on your forecast. We'll catch up with Chief Meteorologist James Spann up next.
Just haven't turned my mic on. I was just doing Wexo 5. That's all we're going to do is pictures. So I'm on some mic I picked up over here. I have no idea.
I can hear you. Good
Okay.
morning.
Yeah. In the studio with the news team.
Fun with James can finally be in person. No, he does not have an IFB. I think he's just going to do pictures,
Yeah.
take whatever time.
I'm not on camera. Just take Wexo 5. That's all it's going to be.
Yep. So I don't even know if I intro him. Maybe we just toss and then we go to Wexo 5?
Yeah. It's like
pictures he's
you
not
have
on
to turn
camera,
off
so
all
the source
notifications
will
to be able to
Wexo
use
5.
any of this stuff.
Okay, so where will he be so he knows when to start talking? Is it off the top when we come back? All right, so when we come back from break, it's straight to you. They got Wexo 5 pulled
Can
up.
you punch it up in that monitor so I can see it? Just be sure that we're okay.
You want to come pop it up over here? This is your
Yeah. I do this.
remote 5, but
it's that one right there.
No.
Yeah, I just had to be sure that it was up. So check it out. It is a snow day across the great state of Alabama. This was the scene in River Chase and Homewood and Hoover. That's what it's been looking like for so many of you this morning. And again, the road conditions are simply not good. This is what it looks like for those that have dared to get on the roads this morning. And as you've been hearing from our news team, that many of the municipalities have actually closed roads. Of course, the schools are shut down this morning, but obviously travel is highly discouraged. Here's a look at downtown Birmingham. These shots were taken about 4 a.m. And again, I'm on the scene. You know, I'm doing a live shot here. Sarah and Stoney, that's the best I can do right there. That's my live shot of the day. That was taken at 4:15 in Hoover. But shout out to these healthcare workers. This is some of the nursing team at DCH in Tuscaloosa as the snow is starting to fall there. This was taken at Children's of Alabama this morning in downtown Birmingham. This was taken at Riverview Regional Medical Center in Gadston. All these essential workers, understand for a lot of folks, they cannot stay home and play in the snow. They have to work. That's Grandview Medical Center in Birmingham. Again, that's Children's of Alabama. But already, you know, we've got a few folks that are already doing the slide down the hill thing. I mean, in Alabama, we don't have a lot of sleds here. Sometimes you use cardboard. Sometimes you just use your clothes. I mean, there you go. So the kids are at it early this morning. Dogs, you never know what they're going to do with the snow. Some love it, some absolutely hate it. And once again, that's James Spann reporting live this morning. But thanks to all of you for your photographs. But as Evan has clearly been saying, understand we're going to see a changeover to rain over the next several hours. So you need to get out there and enjoy it now before the rain begins. We're expecting a cold, miserable rain this afternoon, and hopefully that will lead to some improvement. We can't guarantee that, but remember, check that algotraffic.com site for the latest traffic information. But watch out for that changeover, Evan, from snow to rain over the next several hours.
Yeah, James, you mentioned already we're seeing that switch over to sleet here, and we are right at the Pelham Hoover line here on 65 South, so that will happen from south to north here. But again, those significant impacts here in the pink or lavender, whatever color you want to call that, until noon. Well, we've already kind of seen it wrap up here in some of our southernmost counties. That rain ideally would wash things away. If our temperatures stay below freezing, that may cause a little bit more of a prolonged issue. But again, we've seen that trend back over to more sleet. We've seen rain, Tuscaloosa, Northport, and Brookwood all now reporting rainfall in those areas. Still snow and steady snow. So your snow accumulations are going to be higher in these regions here to the north. So this is the static radar, the dividing line. Talladega over to Moody, Birmingham, Homewood, over to Wyndham Springs, up to Fayette, over to Millport. That's essentially the line where we see that sleet begin, that rain, that snow mix, and then to the north of that line is all snow, very heavy snow near Anniston and Oxford and Weaver at this point. So what's next here? Well, temperatures are at the freezing mark, so a lot of this is accumulating, but we're starting to see signs that our surface temperatures are coming above the freezing mark. I think this model, this latest run of the HRRR, is initiating a little bit better here. It's got very well depicted what we're seeing in that rain to the south, that mix, and then snow to the north. So let's push this forward to 7. Going to show that rain line moving even further to the north. Again, I think some of this green will end up being a mix. And then as we go through the rest of the day today, it will gradually all overtake as a very cold rain, which again should help to improve our road conditions. As James mentioned, get outside and enjoy the snow now, because a cold rain, I understand for snow and ice is, well, ice is not fun by any means, but that's very dangerous. But my very close to least favorite type of weather is about 38 and raining. There's nothing at all fun about that, and that's probably what we're headed towards here later in the day today. Overnight tonight, we dip back down to about 29 degrees, 38 tomorrow, 19 on Sunday morning. We're done with the wintry precipitation, but we stay cold into next week. Let's get a check on what's happening with the roads. Let's go on over to Kira. How's it looking?
Hey, Evan, lots of conditions, bad conditions out there on the roads. So a lot of those roads that as you mentioned, are impassable or closed this morning. We're also monitoring those flights. Lots of flights canceled at the Birmingham airport. We're showing you a list of the departures. At least 20 of them are canceled or revised so far this morning. So if you do have a flight out, it's not going to happen likely because of the conditions that we're seeing across our area. You can check flybirmingham.com for an updated list. We're going to keep watching these reports as they come in from all across our area this morning, and we will have more updates for you as GMA continues.
Your fishing game forecast is sponsored by Ox Foundation Solutions.
All right, welcome back in. Time right now is coming up on 6:25, and we continue our live coverage this morning. You are looking at some photos coming in from Chime End, some beautiful snowfall all around our area. This is in 5 Points in Birmingham. Some really beautiful heavy snow falling in much of our area. So please keep those photos coming in. You can upload them on our ABC 3340 website or our app. And we also want to remind you, because of this winter weather situation, this morning we will preempt Good Morning America, at least for the first hour. So we are going to continue our weather coverage through the 7 a.m. hour. We have Evan Chickvera, we have Chief Meteorologist James Spann here. We have our entire ABC 3340 staff out working to show you these images this morning. We'll keep you posted all morning long. Our 6:30 half hour starts next.
I know, right?
Yeah, you want me out of it? Or I can be making a snowman. Malik can get me doing that. Sure. Malik, they're gonna do a bump on us at the top of the half hour. The anchors are just gonna talk over it. Oh,
Snow, not a sight that we see very often, but that is exactly what we have here this morning. Some cases beautiful, other cases dangerous. We'll talk about where the snow is, the ice, and what the rest of the day holds up next.
Plus, live team coverage right now. Coleman, Gadston, Jasper, Birmingham. And this is our Gadston camera. Reporter Aaron Wise getting creative, building a snowman. It looks like Malik, the photographer, kind of creating a snow angel effect there. Snow totals still building in that area.
ABC 3340 News starts now with the Weather Authority.
It's a bitter cold Friday morning. We are weather alert at 6:30 a.m. Snow and sleet pouring across central and north Alabama. A state of emergency issued for 37 counties. Thanks for choosing us this morning. I'm Stony Shar.
I'm Sarah Snyder. We're glad you're here with us. We have live team coverage, as you saw. Aaron Wise out there building a snowman.
Looking
All of our
great.
reporters building snowmen out there. You've actually got enough snow to play with.
It's like a winter wonderland.
It is. All right. Want to get an update right now. Meteorologist Evan Chickvera has been tracking this thing for days. Evan, how's it looking out there? A lot of snow all across our area.
Yeah, and beautiful snow still falling off to the north and east here. This is a look at Hoover. The snow has come to an end there for the most part. We still have some sleet coming down, but what we're going to see here over the next couple of hours is a transition from snow to sleet and then to rain. Now, as much of a bummer as the rain is, what it's going to do is act to wash away some of that ice, that accumulated snow at the surface, which should in turn improve our travel conditions as we move forward. So here's where we're at right now. We still have good amounts of snow, especially you go to the east. I'm thinking some of the heaviest snow in all of Alabama right now, including all the way up to Huntsville, is happening in Anniston, Oxford, Weaver, Jacksonville. You saw that on the sky cam there. You've got sleet wedging up into Fayette County, into Tuscaloosa County, and rain starting to transition over in Tuscaloosa, as well as Chilton and Bibb counties. So that transition will take place over the next couple of hours here. Right now, snow in the blue, a mix in the pink, more sleet there, and then rain, a cold rain, in the green. Temperatures 28 in Coleman, 29 in Aniana, 28 in Gadston. Again, this is going to be the area to watch here for the higher snow accumulations over the next several hours. With that in mind, show your future view. And again, snow through the next couple of hours up here in Blount County, in Etowah, in Cherokee, in Calhoun, in St. Clair counties. We switch over to a cold rain, so conditions should be improving from a road standpoint. One would think, theoretically, I've been wrong before, but when we get up to 38 degrees or so, if we can achieve that here today, that would be improving things greatly. Eventually, later on today, we'll probably see an entire switch over to rain as we move forward, which is not fun. Miserable rain. Get out and enjoy the snow while you can, because it will be dissipating very quickly here. Cloudy tomorrow, maybe a few flurries early, and then it's just downright cold next week. We stay with highs in the 40s and morning lows in the 20s.
Our closings list is growing by the minute. Schools, daycares, government offices, businesses, too many to show right here. So scan that QR code for the full list. They're also scrolling on the bottom of your screen.
And we want to remind you can always keep up with the very latest developments on this winter weather in your area with our ABC 3340 weather app. You can pinpoint your location to get the exact data for where you are. Plus, you'll have access to live radar, James Band's weather blog, the 7-day forecast. And right here, quick reminder, we do want to see your photos. We've gotten about 1,000 submissions so far this morning, so keep those coming. You can send them to us on our chime-in feature on our app or abc3340.com.
Let's get you updated on traffic conditions out there. Hopefully you are home, warm and safe. We did just get this report in the past couple of minutes. The Chilton County Road Department says that all roads north of County Road 42 are going to be impassable, so just be aware of that. This is the tweet that they just sent out a couple of minutes ago. Also in Hamilton, all roads deemed impassable there. Also within the past couple of minutes, an update from Hueytown. All roads are covered in snow. Crews are working to treat them. So if you do not have to be out on the roads, we encourage you to stay home. We're going to keep monitoring these updates as they come in for you all morning.
Also a transportation update for Jefferson County residents. Max Transit, Paratransit, and Microtransit services. Find live updates on its website, maxtransit.org.
And speaking of Birmingham, we want to begin our live team coverage this morning in the Magic City, where crews spent yesterday trying to treat the roads ahead of this winter weather system.
Good thing they did, because roads are very icy in the metro right now. ABC 3340's Olivia Gauthier live in Birmingham. It looks like drivers are staying off the roads there in Birmingham. Olivia.
They definitely are, Stoney and Sarah. There's a couple cars starting to drive by now, but there has not been very many at all this morning. And those cars that are on the road have been driving very slowly. You can see the snow on that road is thick and it's icy. The snow is starting to let up a little bit. I would say it started slowing down maybe within the past 20 minutes. But of course, those roads, you're still going to want to exercise extreme caution. There's probably still some issues with visibility as well. If you do have to be on the roads, you're going to want to be mindful of that. And of course, if you can stay home, that's probably your best bet. If you're coming out, make sure you bundle up. It is definitely cold out here all throughout the morning. We've been listening to scanners of EMA just calling in about icy and dangerous road conditions. And just maybe about 30 minutes ago, my photographer and I actually saw 2 trucks driving by treating the road in some way. And so they are assessing the roads periodically, and we will of course continue to monitor that. Before we left at 6, I mentioned my sad snowman. I gave another sad attempt, and that's the best I've got for now. Live in Birmingham, Olivia Gauthier, ABC 3340 News.
We've seen some really great snowmen. That was not too bad, though.
I mean,
she tried.
To be fair, we're not used to building snowmen in Alabama, so we need a little practice, but hopefully some people will get that this morning.
And we're heading to East Alabama right now. Snow still falling in Etowah County.
ABC 3340's Erin Wise live in Gadston right now. Erin and her photographer Malik having a lot of fun in the snow this morning. Erin, we saw your snowman. It's looking great so far.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I'm going to keep working on it throughout the time that we're here. So I hope to have a really great finished product for you all to show that people from the South can make snowmen and can make them pretty good. What I do want to show you right now, so we've been in this parking lot this entire time and we gradually watched the snow accumulate here. Something that I just noticed as I was getting ready for this live shot is I was trying to make, you know, a little spot for myself to stand. And under the snow, there is this layer of slush that is has accumulated here in this parking lot. You can only assume that that's happening in other places as well. So that'll be a problem later on today. Of course, the roadway, big issue here with all this snow and wet weather. There is a travel advisory in place for Etowah County. Etowah County 911 has been posting information on their Facebook page about road closures and what they've been getting in as far as icy road conditions. They did note that they have heard of a couple of accidents this morning, so please be careful. We're just getting into that time frame where people, if they're going to go to work, they're going to head out now, but please refrain from doing that if at all possible. Try to stay at home, try to enjoy this weather while we have it, build a snowman, have some fun, or stay inside and drink hot chocolate, but please avoid getting out on the roadway. We'll continue to provide updates through the morning here in Gadston. Aaron Wise, ABC 3340 News.
Aaron, thank you. That shot is beautiful behind her.
There's the Coosa River there.
It is gorgeous. We want to continue our breaking team coverage right now, and we're going to head over to Walker County.
ABC 3340's Valerie Bell joins us live in Jasper this Friday morning, equipped.
Yes, Stoney and Sarah, the fun is kind of over here, right? So the snow came and it left. Now we're getting sleet. It's falling down and it hurts a little bit. It stings the face when it comes down. Aaron mentioned this as well. So when I was trying to plant my feet into the ground to get ready, underneath the snow, it's pretty icy and slick and slippery. Keep in mind, that's going to be similar to what we're seeing out on the roadways. Something else that we talked about is travel. Of course, you want to limit travel if you can, but if you have to get out and you have a car like this, you're going to want to clean it off, right? So sometimes people get creative in the ways that they do that. We're going to show you the right way, the recommended way. I have this handy ice scraper and this side and the snow, I don't know what you would call this, but it's like a brush, right? So you can just kind of do this. This is not our car. We're at a gas station right now, and the man working inside was nice enough to let us clean off his car. I guess it works out for both of us, right? So, of course, you're going to want to, get the windshield and the windows and everything cleared off like that. And then you also want to make sure that you get the snow off the top of your car as well, because when you're driving, that can fly off and create some hazards on the roadway as well. So, we're going to be cleaning off this car as long as it takes us, because I keep my word. I said I would clean off this car. You can notice right here, though, the snow that brushes off, flip it around, and you've got the ice scraper, and it just comes off like that. Doesn't do any damage to your windshield, and it works out great. So we're going to, get to work. Like I mentioned, the fun is over. The work kind of, begins as we see those icy conditions out here, the sleet coming down as well. We'll keep an eye on the road conditions out here. We do know that they're slick and slippery, and we'll continue to update you on that as well. Live in Jasper, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
Listen, Valerie is from up north because that is the fanciest ice scraper utensil I think I've ever seen.
I've never seen one like that, and she probably could make a lot of money just going house to house, scraping off the ice.
She's doing it for sure. But listen, if you don't have a fancy thing like that, a credit card works great as well.
Smart.
Just get it out and scrape it off. Yep.
Just don't use that boiling hot water.
No.
That might mess up the paint.
No.
Now farthest north, blizzard-like conditions in Coleman County last half hour. What about now?
ABC 3340's Kyra Purvis is live in Coleman for us this morning. And Kyra, you guys have seen a lot of snow up there as well.
We have, Sarah, and honestly, to be honest, I feel like it kind of has slowed down a little bit. Earlier, around 5 o'clock this morning, those snowflakes were thick and coming down fast, and it looks like a little bit lighter, but this snow is really thick, packable, and it's also really fine. So really good snow to get out in, and you can see here where my footsteps are how deep this snow is getting. I mean, in the past 2 hours that we've been here, it started from just dust where you could still see the road, could still see the grass, to now completely covered. And that's what Coleman County Emergency Management Agency is saying about these roadways. They are saying that they are seeing total coverage right now. They are describing it as extremely dangerous and impassable. So stay at home. Do not get on the roads. We did just see the EMA coming by. We saw 2 snow plows out here on Highway 157. So they definitely have likely found some of those trouble area spots and are going ahead and taking care of that. So just stay home. Again, this is beautiful snow that we have here. I'm from up north as well, and I love playing in the snow. Take advantage of it. You guys don't get it often, so make a snow angel, make a snowman, do what you have to do, because you don't want to get out in this. Just enjoy it at home. Maybe watch a good winter movie or something like that. And we'll continue to be giving you updates throughout the morning on conditions here in Coleman County. But for now, live in Coleman County, Kyra Purvis, ABC 3340 News.
Yeah, Kyra's another pro. She's from up in Maryland, and so she's used to this stuff. But here in Alabama, we don't see this very often.
This is the parking lot outside here in
lot,
Hoover, outside the station. Snow started falling in Hoover around 3 a.m. It was sleet first, now snow, and then sleet is falling again outside the station. So it could be very slippery for us.
It is. It was a little bit thicker outside. That snow looked a little fluffier, a little thicker. But yeah, Evan, that sleet is falling now, and it's kind of suppressing things.
Yeah, it's compacting it down. And I'm glad that our reporters mentioned what they did. Aaron saying that there's that slush underneath. That's key, because what we're seeing now is that sleet combined with the snow, which makes it not as fun and fluffy, but also travel issues. So I want to start with that. This is a look at our ice pellet accumulation here. Now, this is a rough estimate based off of our radar data, right? But it's showing this. A lot of this took place before the snow came down. I was driving it at just before 2 o'clock, and it was straight sleet, no rain at all. It was sleet, those ice pellets coming down, and then on top of that, we're adding additional ice pellets, and then eventually it's going to switch over to rain. So we got a little bit of everything here this morning, but this sitting beneath that snowpack, as Aaron mentioned, also above it, too, it continues to come down. This is a look at the additional possible ice accumulation from those pellets as we move forward. And again, the majority of which will probably be to the north of I-20, because we're going to see that shift to a cold rain in our southern counties. Already begun to happen. Here's a look at the radar. And again, some really good snow still coming down here. Anniston, Gadston. We're going to gradually see a switch over to some sleet, and then probably all rain. So this is the latest model data that we have here. This is the Hertz, one of the high resolution models that we use. And again, the temperatures are going to be the question. It's 33 right now in Tuscaloosa. This model has it at 35. So what does that mean for our surface? Well, if we stay closer to freezing, then we may see prolonged issues at the surface, especially roadways, sidewalks, driveways, what have you. But eventually later today, we should see an increase in those surface temperatures and an increase in those temperatures aloft, meaning what falls is now rain. Not fun, but it is good for the roads. It would help wash away the ice and the slushy nonsense that is accumulated. And, you know, James mentioned it, and I have a friend who's working at Brookwood this morning, said, hey, what's the deal? They stayed at a hotel last night because they have to get to work. Hospital folks, firefighters, law enforcement, police officers. There's a lot of people who have to go out on the front lines, and we certainly appreciate you. This would help that scenario later in the day today. If we can achieve this, further south and west you go, the warmer air will get there first. The melting, the thaw out will get there first. And then later on tonight, all rain, and then this shifts back to a cold but cloudy night for us here as we move forward into the weekend. So again, our forecast lows overnight tonight, probably going to allow for a lot of this that is still left. Again, it won't be left everywhere, but what is still left to potentially refreeze or at least not melt. Man, downright cold Sunday morning, 19, and then we are looking at 40s all of next week. That's a check of your forecast. Plenty more coverage coming up on GMA.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk. Winter weather in Arkansas, from serene, wondrous vistas to pleasant, plump snowflakes falling and heavier snowfall blanketing everything around. Lots of cardinals in this tree. They resemble tree ornaments. And who needs a hill for snow tubing? A tube, horse, and the snow all comprise a great recipe for fun. For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
You're watching the one and only ABC 3340, the station working for you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back in. 6:47 right now, and we continue our coverage with some of your videos. This is some new video just coming in of winter weather happening in Hoover. We love seeing your photos. We've had, I think, about 1,000 so far this morning submissions, so please keep them coming. We love seeing those snow day photos. Send them to us on our Chime In feature. You can scan the QR code there at the bottom of your screen, or you can head over to abc3340.com and click on Chime In.
And hey, check out Jefferson County. New video showing Birmingham, mostly snow with sleet on top right now and icy road conditions across the Magic City. And West Alabama, here is Tuscaloosa. Video from our news partner WVUA TV showing a neighborhood, snow covering the ground there, the cars, a winter wonderland in Tuscaloosa in West Alabama.
Kira's been watching the roads this morning, and we've been watching this snow kind of not melt, but kind of turn into more of a slush, especially out on the streets.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen a lot of 18-wheelers that have gotten stuck, and then as I have been monitoring those cameras, a lot of people using their flashers, but we want them to stay home if they can.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Use extreme caution if you do have to travel this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing a lot of sleet falling out there right now.
Yeah, the sleet mixing in. It's becoming a little bit lighter, but unfortunately moving forward, that beautiful fluffy snow is going to be reserved for where Aaron is, where Kyra is. We're seeing here in the metro that switch over, and even in some places the rain, which for kids, you don't want to see that, but for emergency personnel, people who have to get to work, there's certain people that they got to get out and about today. That is a good thing that should help to wash that away. So that's a look at Birmingham. So look at the difference between there, and we'll hop on up to where some of the heaviest snow has been falling. And this is in Jacksonville, and really no way of telling how deep that is, but for a good hour and a half, that was the heaviest snow that we had in the area. So as for impacts, this is a fluid situation. So I've changed that area down, including Utah, Clanton, Marion. You get down into Elmore County as winding down. I think from everything I've seen, radar trends and temperatures, that is winding down. It's a cold rain, soon to be winding down in areas a little further north, Centerville, perhaps Thorsby, Jemison, over to Alexander City, as we're going to see a continual kind of warming trend. We're hearing from Calhoun County. The city of Anniston has been deemed impassable. Over at WVUA, also reporting 4 inches of snow measured in several spots in Tuscaloosa County. Jacksonville, the city of Jacksonville, reporting roads are closed. And here in Calera, according to the National Weather Service, it looks like we have a warm nose moving in. So to give you an idea of what that is, think of a sandwich, right? You got bread on top, you got bread at the bottom. Well, in between, you got whatever you filled your sandwich with, PB&J, ham, whatever. So one piece of bread is the base of the cloud. That's at freezing. The surface is the other piece. That's at freezing. The middle of the sandwich, or hamburger, whatever, that middle section, that's the middle of our atmosphere. We have warm air coming in, temperatures above freezing. So what does that do? That freezing precip that comes down from the cloud, it goes through that warm layer. It melts. Depending on the profile in the lower atmosphere, it either refreezes as sleet or it falls as liquid rain. And then the surface would depend on, does that freeze as freezing rain, or does it come down as a cold rain and start to wash things away? That's what we're going to be watching closely here as we move forward. But the National Weather Service, again, showing that warm nose starting to come in. We've seen our temperatures at the surface warm just a little bit. 33 in Tuscaloosa. Doesn't seem like much. They were 31 2 hours ago. 33 is a pretty big difference when you start talking about this sort of precipitation, this weather. You got 35 in Greensboro and 34 in Demopolis. On the flip side, Jasper's at 30. Birmingham's at 31, another degree increase. 30 in Pell City, but Gadston, Anniston, Oxford, Aniana, Coleman, those are the areas now we're going to have to watch moving forward for the additional snow accumulation. This is a look at some of our ice totals. Again, this is not what you want, but this is what's been mixed in with the snow. We had sleet just about everywhere, then the snow, and for some now we're seeing that sleet or those ice pellets come down again. This is a look at additional ice accumulation that's possible here over the next several hours and pointing in areas to the north. This is a good thing because that would mean areas where we've seen, to the south with that ice, less accumulation moving forward. So again, a look at the radar there, the heaviest snow to the north. And I think our future view is picking up on this better now. The models are initiating a little bit better with this now. That warmer air coming in aloft will turn this to a rain or at least a sleet. as we move through the 7 o'clock hour, and that could push as far north as places like Gadston. I do think there's going to be a bit of a delay between when it all switches over and then when we start to see all rain. It's going to take some time, but it's in the workings as we go, as we are moving forward here. So overnight tonight, it'll be interesting to see where our temperatures drop to, if there's any freezing left at the surface, what happens there. So certainly for the roads, this would be a good thing. Kira, do we see anything new? What's happening out there?
Hey, Evan, we are monitoring those Algo cameras. It looks like we're taking a live look at Highway 280 at Cherokee Road. Looks like there is a disabled vehicle here, and it looks like emergency crews are also helping. Looks like the car is sliding over there. So this is what you may run into as you get out the road, get out the door this morning and on the road. So we're encouraging you to stay home if you can. Now, we do have a report from LDOT West Central. They're saying that all state routes are passable, but they're urging extreme caution. This includes about 13 counties, including Bibb, Chilton, and Fayette. Again, you do want to pay attention to what the specific city is saying, though, because they may have different stipulations in place for those who will need to travel this morning. So just heed those warnings if you can. Stay home if possible. We're going to keep watching these updates as they come in all morning, and we will be sure to keep you updated as GMA continues.
So look at the radar loop here, and again, we're seeing that transition over to that wintry mix. It's mainly sleet here in Hoover Pelham, also back in Jasper as well as Fayette. We know that Valerie reported that. Still, it looks like snow for Coleman as well as Gadston, where Aaron and Kyra are. But as we go through the morning, this will transition over to rain, which is sad, but also a good thing in the sense that this will help improve roadways. Another thing to keep an eye on, too, is our temperatures as we move forward here. Notice those areas I just mentioned, Coleman, Gadston, even over in Anniston, where we've got 20s in place. That's a pretty decent difference here. You're well below the freezing mark, so the changeover is going to take a little longer. The clearing or the washing of ice away is going to take a little while longer. So we're actually going to stick here over the next hour or so to make sure you guys have all the latest updates. Unfortunately, we don't thaw out next week. Did you see that? 40s.
Still going to be cold.
40s.
Come on, we need better news than that.
Stay with us. We will have extended breaking weather coverage right here on 3340 after the break.
We are live in Birmingham, Gadston, Coleman.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
Good morning, everyone. It is 7 o'clock right on the dot, and welcome into our extended coverage of this morning's winter storm. We are the Weather Authority, and we've got teams all across our area to help you know exactly what's going on today. We're glad you're here. I'm Sarah Snyder.
I'm Stoney Sharp. We'll be here through the morning. We have live updates from across the central Alabama region, plus Kiera Hood is watching breaking news and traffic trouble.
Yeah, lots of reports of cars getting stuck and lots of roads being impassable. So if you can stay home this morning, that is what we are encouraging, and lots of those EMA and counties are also doing the same thing.
Absolutely. We had a lot of snowfall this morning, but as some cars get out and as that rain falls, this is really turning into a slush.
Yeah, and naturally, you know, we say stay off the road. Some people just can't. So naturally, I think we're going to start to see more impacts travel-wise over the next hour or two as people get out and about. And we do have that slush. I walked outside the studio. Stoney did too.
It's crunchy.
And it's crunchy. It's got a wet aspect to it, but it's not that fluffy snow that we started with. So that transition already taking place in the metro. And we're going to see that line of transition take place further and further north as we go through the morning. So here's the latest. Let's start with a nice view here. This is a look from Jasper. All right. So the snow was coming down very steadily here. Reports of about 3 to 5 inches in parts of Calhoun County so far here this morning. I want to switch over to our Birmingham camera here where we had very heavy snow, but it was in the pre-dawn hours. Now we're looking at a very steady sleet, it looks like, in several spots, but you can see the rooftops there. Everywhere has had some sort of accumulation this morning, even in the downtown, in the metro. So here's a look at the radar, and if you just watch this, you can see the evolution where our colors change, almost like a lava lamp, right? We're looking at this mixed area that's pink. This is moving further north. The snow is becoming lesser so, and the rain Well, it's starting to infiltrate areas to the south and west along I-20, US 11, stretching back along Highway 82 as you get into Mississippi and stretch back towards the Northport, Tuscaloosa area, and then 82 towards Brent and Centerville, all the way down into Chilton County, where it looks like have transitioned completely over to a light rain. And again, I'd put the impacts for those areas much minimal now because we're going to have that rain. No additional, it looks like sleet is going to be coming down for Clanton, for Prattville. The National Weather Service sends up weather balloons. And those weather balloons are wonderful because it gives us eyes into the atmosphere, what's happening. And what we have, I gave the sandwich reference. You can give it a hamburger reference if you want. That mid layer of your hamburger, your sandwich, that is the atmosphere that we're watching for precipitation. That is now warmer, which means as the snow falls initially from the cloud, it goes through this warm layer. What happens? It melts. It gets to liquid form. Now, right now, we have a shallow freezing layer here. That's why you're seeing that refreezing over to sleet. It doesn't go back to that pretty snow. It refreezes in the lowest couple hundred feet in the atmosphere back to those ice pellets and then falls. When that warm layer gets even more expansive in the atmosphere, that's where you've got that switch over to rain. So now we essentially have from just below the clouds where this is precipitating, it's too warm to support snow, so it all falls as a very cold rain. Here to the north, we still have a cold atmospheric profile, and that's allowing snow to fall. So let's zoom in here from Jasper over to Fayette. Pretty solid setup here for just sleet. You're seeing some rain mix in there as well. Some of this sleet is a bit heavy just to the north of Jasper, back towards Cordova, Fayette up to Ewan and Winfield, Hamilton. Haleyville looks like they're still in the snow. Coleman's still in the snow. We're going to check it. We got reporters everywhere. All right, they're stationed in all the best spots. We got Coleman, we got Gadston, we've got Jasper as well, so we'll hear from them coming up and get the reports out there. It looks like Birmingham, most of Jefferson County dealing with the sleet. You get over to Dora, West Jefferson, and it's a bit of rain mixing in there. Lakeview, Moody, West Blockton, dealing with a little bit of rain infiltrating that sleet. Childersburg, similarly. Chelsea just saw a report there of getting some sleet over about 2 inches of snow. And then still some of the heavier snow over here from Heflin over to Jacksonville, Anniston to Raglan, Aniana to Albertville, and back towards Gadsden. So that's where we're going to have more of a prolonged impact here this morning. Road temperatures pretty much everywhere are at the freezing mark. All right, this is our Barron road temperatures map, and this is not to the degree, but based off of the data coming in, showing that most of our roads here are at freezing, which means anything that is there, any liquid, any water, obviously some of the roads are pre-treated, but this would be an indicator that roads not very passable. Kira's watching the roads over here. I can see her working, and she's going to be giving updates as far as any impacts, roads closed. We had several municipalities actually close roads in several locations. We'll have that list coming up too. I'll make sure to have that for this next weather hit. But temperatures in those areas like Gadsden, Aniana, Coleman in the 20s. That difference from freezing, the further away you are, is significant in the sense that it's going to take longer to thaw out, and accumulations are still expected to increase over the next, at least short term, I think the next 2 hours or so. You look back to the south and west, and even though it's only a degree above freezing, that means a lot as far as impact. So we're winding down to the south. If not, this is over with. You look further north, and northern Tuscaloosa County, Fayette, Jasper, Birmingham, Alabaster, Talladega, until noon. I think we're going to be able to move this line up as far as impacts ending moving forward, because we're going to have rain instead of additional wintry precip, and then until 9 o'clock for some of these areas on the extreme northeastern periphery, as we will have that potential. This is a look at the ice pellet accumulation over the last couple of hours again, and the additional ice accumulation is likely to be north of here. This is a good thing. This means that what's falling later today is going to be a cold rain. That is terrible. Like, nobody likes cold rain, but it's good in the sense that it won't add to issues on the road. So that is something to look forward to. Show your model data here very quickly. Again, the idea with this is the rain will take over gradually throughout the morning, and depending on our temperatures at the surface, which this model is indicating, we will see a changeover to rain and above freezing conditions. This would drastically improve temperatures at the surface or conditions at the surface. Sad to see the snow go, but important if you have to get on the roads. We're going to follow this closely moving forward.
Do you have the ABC 3340 weather app? If you do not, it is easy to download. Just visit your app store and download it for free right now.
Access to our interactive radar, and you can set up alerts down to street level for your neighborhood. It's the best tool to get you through this morning's winter storm.
We have crews spread all across North and Central Alabama today, and we'll have updates throughout the hour as we track conditions in real time.
Let's head north to Coleman County right now, where ABC 3340's Kyra Purvis has been stationed all morning long. Kyra, you've seen the most snow up there up north.
I have around 4:30 a.m. That snow was coming down pretty heavy with thick flakes. Now it's kind of turned into the hard pellet ice, and it actually kind of hurts touching my face. But you can see this blanket of snow, and the snow on the ground here is perfect. I had to do it. It's perfect snow to play in. Now, while it's good snow to play in, though, these roads, you need to avoid them here. Coleman County EMA has already put out notices that these roads are extremely dangerous. And you can see these cars that are on the roads driving those really slow speeds because they are seeing a total covering across the county right now. And you can see how that snow is built up on the side of the road. That can tell you just how much snow has been coming down here. And it's just gradually been piling up and piling up. And you know, we've just been looking out, and it's actually been a lot more cars, I think, than we'd like to see out on the roadways this morning. So if you are, you know, out and about, stay home. You don't want to be out in this snow right now. Now, if you're, you know, itching to do something, you don't want to, you know, you can't get out, so you want to do something else, well, why don't you go outside, put your big jacket on. You can milk a snowman. You can make some snow cream. If you don't know what that is, look it up. It's delicious. We do it in Maryland all the time. And you know, I'm from the north, so I'm not really afraid to play in the snow. So I was debating this since 4 o'clock. Since we got a little extra time, I think I'm gonna do it. Let's see. You know, this is just something you could do with the kids. A perfect snow angel. Wait, what does it look like? Look. There we go. I don't know if you can see it from there, but it's really perfect. So get out and do that. Again, stay off of the roadways. EMA has been out here. Impassable roads, icy roadways. It's dangerous. You want to stay safe. They've already seen some wrecks in this area, so you do not want to be a part of that. I was actually talking to 2 gentlemen earlier this morning, and they told me that they come out anytime it's projected to snow, not often in Alabama, but when it does, they like to come out and just drive around, see what's going on, and also help people. And they said this morning that they've seen some people already on the side of the roads having a hard time. So again, the message here for you all, especially here in Coleman County, stay inside and stay off the roads. And this is at Highway 157, where you can see a lot of that snow. It's just blanket covering, honestly. And like I was mentioning earlier, there were those thick kind of flurries that were coming down, but now it's just hard ice pellets, pretty painful. So make sure that you maybe have something covering your face, your hair, and all of those things when you're coming out here. But it's a beautiful view in Coleman County. Nothing to complain about if you're looking out the window. Maybe get you a cup of hot cocoa to enjoy, watch a nice movie, curl up in the blankets, having a nice day inside in the warmth. Now, we'll continue to be updating you on what this weather is looking like here in Coleman County, what the roads are looking like. Anything that you need to know, you can go to our website at abc3340.com, where we're having those updates. Also on our Facebook page, you can look there. So we'll be out here for the morning giving you all those updates that you need. But for now, in Coleman County, Kyra Purvis, ABC 3340 News.
That's fantastic.
Looks like Colorado out there.
I mean, it does. It's just so beautiful. And I love that Kyra mentioned the people in the truck that came by, and they're just out there helping people who get stuck. There's always somebody like that in the state who's out there willing to help people. And we are watching your photos come in this morning. There's a lot of people out looking at the snow, trying to get a glimpse, a little time to play in the snow this morning, like we saw Kyra do just a little while ago. And these are just beautiful pictures. We've had over 1,000 pictures submitted so far this morning, so please keep them coming to us. Just gorgeous. Some people with some Christmas decorations out on the porch still, and it's really looking great in all of that snow this morning. Scan the QR code you see right there on the bottom of your screen. Send those to us. You can also go to ABC 3340, click on Chime In. You can upload them there as well.
Now to traffic, Kira.
Thanks so much, Sarah and Stoney. We are continuing to get updates about these traffic conditions, these icy roads and impassable streets. We just got this update in just about 8 minutes ago. This is from the St. Clair County Communications. They're reporting that I-20 westbound is blocked at 153 with multiple 18-wheelers. We've seen reports of 18-wheelers out on the roads all morning. We know that they have deliveries to make, but the conditions out there have worsened since we came on GMA at 4:30. So we want to let you know that if you can stay home, please do, because these reports are coming in.
And our live extended coverage of today's winter storm continues right after the break. We'll have live reports from Jasper, Gadston, and Birmingham.
Plus real-time weather updates from Evan.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
All right, let's take a look here first. This is up in Jasper. How about that? Got some kiddos down there playing in the snow. And I can tell you this, it has gotten significantly wetter in the terms of the consistency of the snow. That's as that sleet and as that rain begin to mix in here. So that will be an ongoing theme for several locations here as we move forward. Places like Jacksonville over in Calhoun County still dealing with some light snow, but we're going to gradually see all of this shifting over to sleet, and then it looks like a cold rain. Looks like freezing rain might be off the table as we move forward, and that's a good thing. Freezing rain not to be confused with sleet, as it often is. It falls as liquid, freezing rain does. It is rain until it reaches the surface, upon which it would freeze if we have temperatures below freezing, but we're starting to see those numbers come up at the surface, which would deter freezing rain. So you can see the evolution of this, that snow line getting further and further to the north here, encroaching upon places like Anniston, upon places like Asheville, over near Aniana, Altoona, coming into southern Coleman County, where Cairo reported to having sleet there. So the transition is already taking place. And as we look at the static radar here, warmer temperatures in both the middle of the atmosphere and at the surface. If you picture a wedge is coming in here beneath that colder air. It's moving in from the south, and that is going to transition everything over to a cold rain, which is sad to think of, but beneficial for folks who have got to be out and about, have no choice. Emergency officials, folks at doctors' offices, hospitals, certainly appreciate you going out in this. I walked out and it's not pleasant at all, but hey, some people have to do it, and we absolutely appreciate that. Fire departments, police officers as well, for keeping everybody safe. This is primarily sleet, and it's a bit lighter than it was from Ewan and Winfield south to Fayette. Sleet as well down through Jasper and Dora. Now we got a mix of some light rain in there too, near Adamsville, Hueytown, and then south towards Hoover and Helena. We're looking at a very light sleet. I'm going to pop outside here in just a minute and look at what we've got coming down, but it's likely trending towards a light rain. And then over here to the north and east, Gadston, Center, Jacksonville, Anniston, Heflin, all looking at snow continuing, but this eventually too will switch over to a sleet and then a rain. So we've been following these temperatures at the surface. Birmingham is now up to 32, Alabaster's at 32, Centerville and Tuscaloosa are at 33. We're 34 in Reform, so these numbers are coming up. That's a good thing for melting. That also, if we're above the freezing mark, that's really going to deter the formation of freezing rain. Again, freezing rain is almost like an instant glaze. That would be where it falls as rain and then freezes on top of what we already have, which is sleet and snowpack at the surface. This is a look at some of our ice pellet accumulation. Some of this took place before the snow came down, some of it afterwards. That's why we have that mix, that crunchy mix there. And look at some of those snowfall totals again. Some of these, that 8's not right. This is dual pole indicated, but there's very easily been 2, 3, and 4 inch accumulation totals that I've seen in our National Weather Service chat. So there has been plenty. So what's next? Possible ice accumulation will continue in the northern quarter of the state, mainly 278, that corridor, as well as up 59 and US 411 once you get further north in the state moving forward. So there is our future view here. Again, we're moving this forward, switching over to a cold rain. Again, our surface temperatures may not be as warm as this is suggesting, but as long as we're above freezing, we will neutralize that threat of freezing rain. And then it's just a cold rain later today. So this beautiful snow, it's going to be gone fairly quickly, which again has its positives and negatives. We love it, love to play in it. We don't get it often, but it will improve travel conditions today. We stay cold next week though, guys. This is going to be a very long stretch. Thinking 10 to 12 days of 40-degree temperatures has not happened consecutively since 2018.
Well, and because we don't get snow very often, we spread our crews all across north and central Alabama this morning. We have updates throughout the hour as we track those conditions in real time.
And let's head to Jasper right now, where we find ABC 3340's Valerie Bell. She was scraping snow off cars last half hour. What's happening now, Valerie?
Stoney, it's not. I finished. My work there is done. And our car has been very warm, as you can imagine, trying to defrost your fingers a little bit. So before we came back on, we were definitely sitting in there, heat at full blast to just try to get warm. I wore a lot of layers. It's just really, in the fingers, right? So work there is done. Can imagine, maybe later this evening we'll have to scrape some ice off of our car, because what we're seeing now, it probably doesn't pick up too well on the camera, but we're seeing that wintry mix that Evan sort of just talked about. It's coming down. It's sleet. It's not freezing rain. When it lands in your hand, it's almost like a little tiny ice ball, right? We do still have our snowman out here. He is doing well. It's pretty cold out here. I can feel that. But, he's standing here. He's looking good. We're not even going to bother trying to make him any bigger. I've seen a lot of pictures people are posting, and they're incredible. Snowmen look as tall as me in some of those photos. But we're good with this guy right here. Let's talk a little bit about the road conditions, right? So Highway 78 runs right through here, and as it's gotten later in the day, you can see not a lot of people out on the road, but definitely more than we've seen this morning. Again, now that it's later in the morning, we just saw a few moments ago a plow come through here, which is good news. However, Walker County EMA is monitoring those road conditions, reporting some sleet and icy areas as well. And it looks like we've got a plow coming through here right now. And I want to point something out. So there's a vehicle following behind the plow right there, and then you can see the next vehicle. They're spaced out pretty well. So if you do find yourself out driving for whatever reason, you have to get to work or you need to go out for something, it's important to keep that distance. It's something that, they emphasize so that they can do their work safely. We also see a sheriff's deputy driving through here as well. Again, emergency personnel making their way through here. And you see the few vehicles that are out traveling right now, like this Jeep that just turned in here, taking it very slow. They cleared the snow off the top of their car and their windows, so they've got a lot of better visibility. But again, some of these roads are slick and slippery. We saw that snow earlier, which was great. It was fun for us for a little bit. But underneath of that snow, what we've been seeing is from earlier when we got that sleet, and we're seeing that sleet now. So that's just something to be mindful of, you know, out on the roads. Sometimes with black ice, you can't always see it. So we haven't heard of any crashes or anything in this area, which is great news. Obviously, we don't want anyone out here hurt or injured, but people are definitely taking it slow, moving slowly if they're out traveling. And that's the best thing you can do if you have to hit the roads today. We'll continue to keep an eye on these conditions out here, and we'll provide you any updates as they become available. Live in Jasper, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Valerie, thank you. Yeah, if you can stay home, certainly do so, and send us some photos. We are loving these pictures coming in. We've had over 1,000 submissions so far this morning. Just scan the QR code right there on the bottom of your screen to chime in.
So dog playing in the snow there. We've also seen some snowball fights on our Chime In page. Upload your photos and videos. You may see them on TV and on our website.
Our live extended coverage of today's winter storm continues right after the break. We'll have live reports from Gadston and Birmingham, and we'll get back to Coleman as well.
Plus, real-time weather updates from Evan Chickvera. You're watching ABC 3340, the Weather Authority.
Need to see, we're doing a live interview. Hello.
Testing
Melissa.
1, 2, 3.
Hi, this is Melissa.
Oh,
Hey,
hi,
Melissa.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, tell me your title with Jefferson County EMA.
Emergency Management Officer.
Perfect. Okay.
We're about to go live in about a minute or so, but what are you seeing? Just a quick summary, Melissa, before we go live.
Really, most roads in Jefferson County are hazardous.
Gotcha.
It's widespread snow, sleet, ice in the county, causing hazardous roads essentially throughout the entire county.
Perfect. And no improvements yet.
No, not at this time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, how long do we have? Okay, yeah, just give us some cues. Welcome back in. We are keeping in touch right now with emergency officials across the region. Joining us live right now by phone is Melissa Sizemore. She is the Emergency Management Officer for the Jefferson County EMA.
Good morning, Melissa. What's the latest in Jefferson County right now?
We're seeing widespread hazardous roadways throughout the entire county due to the winter weather in the area. So we really want to ensure that people stay home if at all possible.
And Melissa, when it comes to emergency services, the vehicles having to get out, 911, are those crews being impacted by this?
I do know earlier this morning, portions of the Sheriff's Department were only making emergency calls because of the conditions along the roadway. But I do know that several is sanding the roads to try and get the road conditions in better quality for the citizens as the conditions start to clear up.
Talk about some of the preparations that are involved heading into a winter storm like this one.
Yeah, really the biggest preparation is doing some stakeholder coordination. So really getting an idea of the forecast that we get from the Weather Service, taking that information and making actionable tasks into what we can do to prepare. So preparing our schools, our road departments, reiterate the forecast to our road departments across the county so they can also staff up and do what they need to do to be able to maintain the roadways.
All right, wonderful. Melissa Sizemore with the Jefferson County EMA. Thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Our live extended coverage of today's winter storms continues right now. After the break, we're headed to Gadston next to see what conditions are like there.
Plus, we have real-time updates from meteorologist Evan Chickvera. You're watching ABC 3340, the Weather Authority.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome into our extended coverage of this morning's winter storm. We are the Weather Authority, and we're glad you're here with us. I'm Sarah Snyder.
I'm Stoney Sharp. We're here through the morning with live updates. We have reporters in Coleman, Gadston, Jasper, also Birmingham, plus Kiara Hood monitoring breaking news and traffic.
Yeah, we just got an update from the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency about some traffic conditions and crashes, so we'll have a full report coming up in just a little bit.
It's getting dicey out there because we had that snowfall overnight, and now it's starting to maybe turn into more of a slush out on the roads.
Yeah, slush. You're adding a little bit of cold rain to that. You're adding that sleet to it. And keep in mind, when we all left this morning at like 1:30 before the snow came, right, you had those ice pellets too. So a very interesting mix at the surface, but people have had fun. Let's take a look at some of those pictures you guys have sent in. I want to thank everybody who sent in some pictures. This is Melanie Roselle over in Chelsea. I mean, look at that. That's a pretty fluffy, nice snowfall. Now, that has since evolved from that to something a little bit more slushy. Bill Farr, a friend of mine in Stewartville, this is the backyard. This is all the way down in southern Talladega County. So this is, you know, again, this got just about everywhere. The snow did. Horses enjoying it as well. So thanks, Bill, for sending those in. Tiffany Connor and Jasper, how about that? A husky in the snow. No issues there. And this was early on. I mean, the snow came down pretty quickly there in Walker County. Chester Walker sending this one in at the preserve before the sun came up. Again, snow came down very quickly there, coated the roads at the preserve. Kelly Bruce got a video in Vance. This is a look at a snippet from that. And again, you know, a lot of coverage there on the ground. So I'm going to leave this radar up, and I'm going to try to give you some updates on who has said their roadways are closed. And our reporter's doing a great job with this. it looks like, and you just heard from Melissa Sizemore, who does a really good job with the EMA there. No firsthand reports of impassable roads, but many are slick. That's coming from Jefferson County from Chris Tate. There's also a structure fire on 16th Place Southwest. So unfortunately, we have those negative impacts there. All roads in Cherokee County have been deemed impassable, according to the county engineer. That coming from the Emergency Management of Cherokee County. We move even further up. Let's see here. Marion County, transition back to sleet in Marion. Looks like roads are still impassable in a few areas in the Graysville area. All roads are closed in the Graysville city limits. Let's see. Anniston, also impassable at this time. That coming from the Calhoun County Emergency Management as well. So several areas. City of Jacksonville, roads are closed. And all roads in Tarrant appear to be ice covered. That coming from Chief Bennett. So those are some of the roads indicated. Again, I'm sure there's a lot more. I'm just trying to get as much data as I can out there. And what we have seen over the last hour is a transition from that nice snow to the sleet to the slushy sleet rain mix. Warm air has come into the middle of the atmosphere, which if you look at it with different layers, up here at the cloud, with the cloud base, you're having snow come down. It's very nice. But in between the base of the cloud and the surface, there's a warm layer that has moved in here, causing that snow to melt. But then right before the surface, in some instances, it's cold enough to refreeze, and that's where you're getting your ice pellets. So if you think of the atmosphere kind of like a sandwich with those layers, that warm air coming in is what's going to slowly end this wintry precip. Bad if you wanted the snow, good if you have places to be, if you're an emergency worker. You know, a lot of that, you heard from Melissa there, they're trying to get to people with emergencies here. It's just going to take a little bit longer. But the cold rain into Tuscaloosa, Aliceville, Demopolis, Centerville, Alex City, all of these areas switching over to a rain. Still showing sleet from Jasper up to Hamilton now. Haleyville right on that line with some snow, so likely sleet in there as well. We heard from Kyra Purvis as well saying there's more of a sleet mix in there from Coleman to Hanceville. And then over to Aniana, showing some heavy snow here. But again, this is probably a transition area. The radar doesn't pick up everything perfect when it comes to frozen or hydrometeors that freeze like that. And then up near Gadston, it looks like there's still snow. We'll check in, I think, with Aaron in a little while. But again, transitioning back to sleet, and that's just going to make for a mess of it for the roads. But once this turns to rain, that'll help things improve. Our temperatures are starting to very slowly come up. We've plateaued at about 32 in the metro. Areas to the west, about 33 degrees. So let's take this forecast ahead. What is next? We're still observing that snow here, according to this model, which is now starting to initiate pretty well with conditions out there. And as we push this forward, showing from now until 10 o'clock, almost a complete transition over to a cold rain. So a cold rain is good. That would mean it falls and it washes away the ice. If we have a lack of rain, which we're starting to see a bit of a drier air intrusion to the south, that means icy conditions will stick around longer. Rain will wash the ice away from the roads. It'll make it more passable, I think, sooner. Theoretically, at least. I'm not a roads expert, but that would make sense to me. If we turn drier with no additional rainfall, we might stay icy because temperatures don't get really out of the mid-30s here today. But a cold rain possible off and on this afternoon. This evening, this is very light rain, drizzle, sprinkles, and then we dive back down to near the freezing mark overnight tonight. In fact, our overnight lows anywhere from 27 to about 30. So nothing will be melting overnight. Tomorrow we have a high of about 38 degrees. On Sunday, 43, but a starting temperature of 19. And how about this? This will be the longest stretch of high temperatures verifying in the 40s since 2018. And we're approaching one of the longest stretches since 2010 if we have 40s through the end of next week. So the cold air, guys, it's here. We gotta deal with it.
And yeah, it's going to be here for the next little bit. Hey, here's a question for you. Do you have the ABC 3340 weather app? If you do not, it is easy to get. Just visit your app store and download it right now for free.
Access to our interactive radar, plus you can set up alerts down to street level for your neighborhood, is the best tool to get through this morning's winter storm.
We've been trying to monitor those traffic cameras for you all morning long. We're showing you a live look at I-65 at I-5920 in downtown Birmingham. You can see not a lot of cars out there We're hoping you can stay home if possible this morning and not be out on these icy roads. We did just get a report in from the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency just a few minutes ago. This is going to be from the Jacksonville Post. In Calhoun County, there are several crashes being reported and driver assistance is currently in progress. Also in Cleveland County, one property crash on Coleman Lake Road. Talladega County, Childersburg City has closed all city roads. And there's also a crash reported on Interstate at I-20 eastbound. That's I-20 eastbound in that area. So just be aware of those road conditions this morning. Again, we are encouraging you to stay home. We're going to keep monitoring these reports as they come in hour by hour.
We've got crews spread right now across North and Central Alabama to give you live updates on exactly what's happening. We're going to continue to track conditions throughout the hour in real time.
Let's head to Etowah County, the city of Gadston right now. Aaron Wise joins us live. Aaron, some of the roads out there are iced over.
Yes, Tony, the road conditions here deteriorated really quickly this morning. Behind me is U.S. Highway 411. We actually just saw a snowplow go across this road, so they're obviously trying to make the conditions a little bit better. Something positive that I have seen on U.S. Highway 411, that is, there are not that many cars out, so people seem to be adhering to the warning that emergency officials have been giving, ahead of this event. I've got some other reports from Etowah County 911 that I'm going to read off for you. This is coming from other parts of the county. Highway 77 northbound coming out of South Side between Wharton Bend Road and Hillside Trail. There are multiple vehicles unable to make it up the hill there. Use caution if you're in that area. 278 east from Lonesome Bend Road to Posey is completely iced over. Per Glencoe and Hoax Bluff PD, all roads in Glencoe and Hoax Bluff are impassable. Sardis police are reporting to the mayor that all roads in Sardis City are also impassable. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here in Etowah County. Obviously, we were dealing with a lot of snow earlier, and as Evan was mentioning, there's been this transition to some sleet. We still have some snowflakes mixed in, so not completely sleet just yet, but let's measure how much snow we've gotten. Let's have some fun here. If you're staying at home, then you get to have some fun, right? So let's see how much snow we have. I'm gonna go over to the grassy side where we've been measuring in the parking lot, but let's get in the grass. Okay, it's like 2.5 inches. 2.5 inches of snow in this grassy portion right here. That's pretty cool. I don't know the last time that I've seen 2.5 inches of snow, but that's pretty awesome. Let's go over here. This looks like a snowball. It's been my work in progress this morning. I'll be honest with you, after my last live shot, I need it to get in the car. I need it to warm up. If you're outside playing in the snow, please take some time to go back inside and get warmed up again. Don't need to be out here for an extended amount of time. But I'm having some trouble, guys. Maybe it's just me. The snow's just not sticking. So if you guys have any tips for me, it's just not wanting to meld together the way that I want it to. I want this to be a big snowman. I don't get to be in the snow a whole lot. I want to make a big snowman. So if anybody please has any tips for me on how to make this happen, let me know. But we'll continue to stay out here, monitor these weather conditions for you all, make sure everybody's safe, make sure everybody knows what's going on. So please continue to stay with us throughout our coverage. We'll be here. Live in Gadston, Aaron Wise, ABC 3340 News.
Super glue, Aaron.
It looks great. No, it looks fantastic. Hey, listen, to be fair, we don't get a lot of snow here in Alabama, right? So most of us aren't super skilled in building a snowman, but we're going to figure it out throughout the day as long as the snow keeps falling. And a lot of people are waking up this morning, getting a chance to play in the snow. A lot of kiddos enjoying a snow day today. And we want to see your pictures and videos. A big thank you to everybody who has sent them in this morning. We love seeing these. Please keep them coming. Scan the QR code right there on the bottom of your screen to check
What a
in.
surprise, too. More snow than expected this morning. Everybody waking up to that. So upload your photos and videos. You may see them on TV and online.
Yeah, a lot of people waking up playing in the snow this morning. However, as we've mentioned, underneath all of that snow is quite a bit of a mess.
Yeah, so and this is one small sample size, but I walked outside and I see our engineer over there. So I'm thinking, all right, I can probably walk. I go to clear like an area where the snow is, and that moves easily. Underneath is just ice. And I was about a step away from doing a cartoon wipeout, like feet up in the air. So that'd be my concern. If we don't have that rain, which we're starting to see a drying trend on our radar, this will continue to be an icy, slushy mess, and roads will not improve. If we get the rain, it will really help emergency vehicles, folks who have to get out, who are needed. So that's what we're hoping for at this point, because again, with that combo of the ice, the sleet that we had earlier, plus the snow, it's kind of a mess out there. So,
and we have 4 reporters live across the area. It seems like Coleman and also Gadston seeing the most accumulation on the ground currently, but that's all done, right?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. Those are areas that are still seeing at least some sleet, if not some snow. The further south you get, we've either transitioned to just light sleet, rain, or we're dry at the moment. So we're kind of in a weird in-between in some spots, Birmingham, Metro, Hoover, Pelham, Tuscaloosa. So we'll have to see what's next. We'll watch our temperatures. We'll see if we get rain.
Sounds good.
Our live extended coverage of today's winter storm continues right after the break. We're headed to Birmingham next to see how things are looking there.
Plus real-time weather updates from Evan Chigvera. You're watching ABC 3340, The Weather Authority.
They said this hit is supposed to be 3 to 4 minutes. It said 3 to 4 minutes. Hey, mic check.
All right, so let's talk about some viewer photos here. Tiffany Connor and Jasper sending this one in. We've got another shot, Kelly Bruce over in Vance. I got a lot of pictures coming in. I'm sharing them as quick as I can on social media here in between hits. Over in Stewartville, Bill Farr sending this one. Okay, I want to go back to the radar. We were just talking during the break about some stuff. And I said early on this morning, and I've continued to say it, this is a fluid situation. What is going to happen next? So right now, what we know, we've got this wintry mix that's very light. I will say this, I walked outside and there's really nothing coming down here. We're on the Hoover-Pelham line. Off to the north, we still have some very light sleet coming down, but it's not as heavy as earlier. We're depicting light rain coming into Bibb County, Tuscaloosa County, Hale, Greene counties. That's further away from the radar. What we need now to improve road conditions is a good steady rain to hopefully melt what's at the surface. I went outside and it's a slushy, wet, icy mess though. Beneath the snow, ice has been allowed to form underneath that snow to some extent. If we continue with this drying trend here, like we're seeing a little bit of an erosion of precipitation here from Alabaster all the way down to Prattville, there's really not any rain coming down. Now, this coming out of Mississippi could be good. If this holds together, that rain would help to clear out roads. If we don't get that, if we see a dry air erosion in the atmosphere, that would certainly slow down the melting process as we are only expected to reach the mid-30s. So light sleet from Jasper over to Hamilton, the Birmingham Metro. From what I can tell, most of this not reaching the ground anymore. Again, that drier air working in here and kind of eroding that precipitation. And then further to the east, we're now transitioning all to sleet in Lineville, Anniston, as well as Raglan. Jacksonville still showing some snow there and points to the north as you head closer to where Aaron is there in Gadston on the Coosa. Temperatures are still right around freezing. Again, these numbers will not cause the snow to melt. And the snow insulating that ice that we had early at the surface. So if we had that sleet first, snow's on top of it, sleet on top of that, we got layers of issues here. So at least as it stands now, for the next little while, we're going to have problems driving around. Again, I do not know much more than the reports I'm getting. Looking at temperatures here, Tuscaloosa's seen some rain. Their temperature is now above the freezing mark, so that will be beneficial. This is a look at the latest guidance from the HER model, which is a high-resolution model. It updates every hour, trying to take into consideration what our currents are. So here's the deal. It's picking up on this drier air in here. So let's move this forward. It is showing that that rain that's back in Mississippi will come together, will move through here, and if this comes to fruition, these heavier pockets of rain would drastically improve conditions at the surface. Again, in theory, we have that rain come down even if we're only a couple degrees above freezing. This would help the roadways. Should this be very light or even a wintry mix, we probably won't see that clearing as readily. I still think we are going to see a warming trend. It is very relative. I'm not saying it's ever going to be warm today because it will not. But warmer in the respect of above the freezing mark as we go through the day today. Again, we'll keep an eye out of these radar trends. Do we get the heavy rain? If so, things will be improving greatly. I will say this, though. Tonight, we drop back down below the freezing mark. So anything that's still there will refreeze, solidify, and could be an issue tomorrow. Again, it's tough to say what that's going to be. If we don't see a lot of thawing out, if we don't see melting today, refreeze tonight, and then certain areas that weren't able to get cleared, that weren't driven on, will be a problem tomorrow. So fluid situation, we're watching it almost minute by minute, if you want to call it half hour by half hour. We're very cold Sunday morning, 19, and then all next week, highs in the 40s. By Monday, that'll be 7 straight days of highs in the 40s. We'll be at 10 straight days if we reach 40s on Thursday.
All right, 10 minutes to the top of the hour right now, and we wanted to give you a look across our area at exactly what's going on this morning. We've got crews stationed right now across North and Central Alabama.
Including in Birmingham, Olivia Gauthier has been toughing it out all morning long near downtown. Olivia, how's it looking right now?
You know, it's not looking too bad, Stoney. I'm here at 65. I've got 20 and 59 behind me. There's not a lot of drivers on these roads at all, and as I'm sure you guys know, around this time of day, it would typically be just full of cars driving, heading into work around this time. And if you look at these roads, you can see that there is just a bunch of snow that has accumulated, and honestly, that snow at this point is kind of starting to just turn into slush. I can see as these cars are driving by. It's calmed down. It's not as much precipitation out here at this point. It was raining not too long ago, and I would say the heaviest snow we got was probably between 5 and 6 a.m. And probably about an hour ago, we saw some trucks driving by, treating these roads. As we know, these roads were pre-treated. And of course, as we previously reported, Jefferson County says that sand is going to be that main resource as they continue to treat these roads throughout the day. 16 trucks, each truck can hold 18 tons of sand. So at this point, again, it's calm on these roads, not many drivers at all. We haven't seen any accidents, any spinouts. Thankfully, I haven't heard any reports of them so far at this point. We have heard of some abandoned cars on 280, but again, no accidents. So it seems as though drivers are taking these warnings. If they are on the roads, they're driving carefully, they're driving slow. And that's something to keep in mind all throughout the rest of today. Live in Birmingham, Olivia Goche, ABC 3340 News.
All right, good advice, good information there, Olivia. Thank you. Taking another live look outside right now, our live extended coverage of today's winter storm continues after the break. We'll have live reports from Gadston, Jasper, and Coleman.
Plus live weather updates from Evan Chickfera. You're watching ABC 3340, the Weather Authority.
Is Pizzitz next to McLean?
Right across. Hey, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3.
Mic check. How's it going? All right, welcome back into our extended coverage this morning of this winter storm, and it's a storm that's impacting several states this morning.
It is. Ashley Winningham is in Hot Springs, Arkansas this morning, tracking the snow. Good morning, Ashley.
Yeah, we've been in Hot Springs since yesterday. This snow, sleet, mixed rain, it's all started at 1:30 in the afternoon yesterday. It has not stopped. It's not let up, especially here in Hot Springs. And we wake up this morning and see there's way more snow than what we left with last night. Last night, you could probably see the snow was just right above my foot, but now you can see that if I stick my foot down in here, it gets all the way up here. It's insane, and I want to show you the exact measurement that we measured this morning, just to see how much snow that we've gotten here. I'm going to show you right now. We are pulling about 10 inches of snow, and it still hasn't stopped, so that could be more. We're of course going to keep you updated. It's continuing to come down. That could be more than 10 inches. And we just wanted to say that, you know, this is covering the roads here. So if you are getting out and driving, make sure to be cautious and stay aware, because these driving conditions are going to be rough, especially this morning heading into the noon hour. In Hot Springs, I'm Ashley Winningham.
So much snow across the nation right
this
now.
This is the big one so far, especially when you start talking about it getting as far south, as central Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas. We saw it this morning, beautiful, but it has its downfalls, so we're going to keep following it.
And we need that rain from Mississippi to reach Birmingham and the central Alabama region.
All right. Our extended coverage continues next into the next hour as we give you live looks and the areas hit hardest.
Keep it right here. You're watching The Weather Authority.
You do that, but yeah, talk to the producers. All right, man. See you when you get here. All right, bye. Yep, got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Mic check. 1, 2.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
Good morning, everyone. It is 8 o'clock right now. Welcome into our extended coverage of this morning's winter storm. We are the Weather Authority, and we're glad you're here with us. I'm Sarah Snyder.
I'm Stoney Sharp. We are here through the morning with live updates from across central Alabama. Plus, Kira Hood has traffic updates.
Yeah, we've been seeing those reports coming in all morning of those conditions deteriorating. We do have some new updates to share. We'll get to those in just a little bit.
We know there's a lot of road closures this morning, a big impact. And Evan, we saw that snowfall overnight, really beautiful sight. A lot of people waking up and playing in the snow. But as we've learned, underneath all of that, in some places, we're seeing some ice.
Yeah, and that's what, I'm watching this. I keep saying it, it's fluid. It's like constantly evolving. So when I went out a little bit ago, those ice pellets that we all saw in the morning are beneath the snow. The snow's on top of it. Then you got more ice pellets. And beneath, when I moved the snow to the side, it was just ice. Like had
all
I
the
taken
layers.
a couple steps,
doesn't
Man,
end.
I should have been out there with my phone.
Like
You didn't fall, did you?
No, very
Okay,
close.
good.
We had an engineer out there who was like, "Yeah, no, don't do that." Yeah, this is a live look. This is outside of our station. We got a live feed going there, and you can see where vehicles gone through there. But beneath, in some instances, you're going to have that icy slush beneath. So the big question is, can we get rain to erode this? So this is the DMA view, but I'm going to switch over briefly to the Columbus radar site to get maybe a better look of what's coming out of Mississippi. So this is all showing up good rain. So what this would do, if this can make it further to the east. This would fall in areas that had the snow, and this would wash that away. But what this could do is get rid of some of that icy slush that's in place. On the flip side, we are seeing much drier conditions here. I'm going to flip over to our radar static view. Alabaster, Calera, Sylacauga, Clanton. You have this huge void of precip right here in the middle of the map. So if there's no rain coming down, conditions are not going to improve. We're right at or just above freezing. That's not going to thaw anything out. In addition to that, the snow is acting to kind of insulate the surface conditions below. What was below in several instances were those ice pellets. So that ice, so you're going to have a slushy, icy mess on the roadways, on the driveway, on the sidewalks. Kids probably don't mind, but if you have to get anywhere, that's a problem. Of course, we know first responders, folks who work in hospitals, absolutely appreciate everything you do. I've got a friend that's over at Brookwood. They were stationed in a hotel this morning so they could get to Brookwood because hospitals stay open. There's that need for that. So some people have to be out in this. So what is next here? Let's talk about where that freezing line has gone to. So we've got that wintry mix all the way up to Haleyville, all the way up past Addison, past Smith Lake. Coleman still in that snow sleet mixture there. It looks like all of Jefferson County's transitioned to a light rain. As Olivia mentioned, she's in Birmingham, said that there was actually raining, and that makes sense. We're seeing some very light rain here, but again, that light rain is not going to wash away this icy, sludgy mess that we have out there. We need a good soaking, heavier rain that's a bit warmer than what we have at the surface. Back here to the north and east, I stand by it. I think Etowah County, Cherokee County, Calhoun counties, as we've heard that there's roads are impassable within Jacksonville and within Anniston, that coming from the emergency management groups that are over there. So certainly some issues there on the roads. Temperatures continue to hover right around the freezing mark. Aniana's come up 2 degrees. Pell City's come up a degree. Gadston's come up 3 degrees. Anniston up 2 degrees. So we now are closer to the freezing mark. If we can get above that, that'll help. Again, it's a marginal difference. Let's go to our future view here. We get a new run of this every hour, and that is going to help us see what's moving forward. So this is a good depiction of what we're seeing now. Snow to the north, rain, albeit very light rain. It's not picking up on this this void of precip here, void of rainfall, but we do have those drier conditions. It is picking up on that heavier rain coming out of Mississippi, coming from places like Noxubee, like Oktibbeha, like Macon County, all those areas that are getting the soaking rain. This would come to us next and would ideally, theoretically, as it comes down, help to improve freezing conditions at the surface. Meanwhile, to the north, we still have a mix in Gadston Center, Aniana, Coleman at 10 o'clock. Beyond that, it looks like our profile, which is basically featuring a warm layer coming in. If you think of it like a sandwich, like layers, you got the base of your cloud, you got the surface. In between, there's warm air moving in. So even if you're freezing at the surface and you're freezing aloft, as precipitation falls through that middle section, it's melting. Snow melts, and in some cases, it's refreezing. That's where you get your sleet. In others, it's coming down as a rain, and as long as our temperatures get above freezing at the surface, that would help to wash away the ice rather than turn to freezing rain. So by 5 o'clock, depicting most of this has moved into Georgia. We still have some light rain coming through here, but additional precip should be over with by later on this evening. And then the issue could be carried over into Saturday in the sense that anything that's left at the surface would refreeze. So if we've got snow, if we've got an icy, sludgy mesh, it would re-solidify overnight with temperatures dropping back below the freezing mark. We're only 38 on Saturday with clouds. By Sunday, how about 19? Jeez, winter is coming in hot here, or cold, I should say, in January. We're in the 40s all next week with lows in the 20s.
All right, here's a question for you. Do you have the ABC 3340 weather app? If not, it is easy to get. Just visit your app store and download it right now for free.
Live interactive radar plus alerts down to the streets where you live is the best way to navigate this morning's winter storm.
Let's get you updated on traffic conditions this morning. We're showing you a live look at I-65 at Green Springs. Just a few people out on the roads, but if you don't have to be out this morning, we are encouraging you to please stay home. We have had reports of 18-wheelers and cars being disabled on the interstates. We also have gotten some new reports in this morning from EMA across our area. Blount County EMA says all roads are impassable. Pickens and Winston County also seeing those roads impassable. We have seen conditions deteriorate since we came on the air at 4:30. So if you can stay home, please do. We will continue to monitor these updates for you, and we will pass them along as our extended coverage of GMA continues.
And ahead of those deteriorating conditions, we spread out our crews all across North and Central Alabama to give you updates throughout this hour as we track those conditions in real time.
So let's head north, Coleman County, where more heavy snow is currently falling right now. ABC 3340's Kyra Purvis joins us live. And Kyra, it looks like a blizzard out there again.
Yeah, it does. We've seen it all this morning, Stoney. Earlier in the morning around 4:30, it was coming hard down really hard, those thick flakes. Then it kind of lightened up around 6:30 where it became those kind of pellets. Now it's back to that fine coming down. Really, it looks like a winter wonderland, like you mentioned. And it's just really pretty. The snow is pretty fine, too. And it's packable also, so this is a great time to go out, make you a little snowball or something like that. Now, we've been out here all morning, and the teams have come together and said, we are going to make snowmen. So, I had to put my snowman in the hat. So this is our little baby mini snowman, and he's small, but he is mighty, and he is doing what he needs to do. So you guys get outside, make you a little snowman, have some fun with the kids. He did have eyes. I don't know what happened to the eyes, but they kind of came off as the snow was coming down. And you can see kind of where my footsteps are, what this depth is looking like. And over here this way, if you're looking at some of these cars that are in the parking lot, those have been sitting there since at least that snow started this morning, and they are just completely covered. A lot of people haven't been moving. I just saw there's one car there that a woman kind of iced or knocked the ice off of the top of her car. So definitely, if you're getting outside and you're trying to drive, that's not really a good idea. We did hear some reports from Coleman County Emergency Management Agency just recently that all of these roads are considered impassable, completely impassable at that. Right now, they are seeing 100% coverage across the county. So they are encouraging you and telling you that you do not need to be driving on these roadways today. They have said the only people that they should see on the roads right now are emergency vehicles. So take that as you will. There is a lot that you can do at home. At home, having fun. Make a snow angel, make the snowman, make some snow cream. I always mention it because I know that you all don't get snow a lot, so you might not know what that is, but it's super delicious. It's super easy to make, so look it up. Snow cream, that's a great way to entertain the kids for this snow. And sometimes when it snows, I'm from Maryland, so I love kind of just looking out the window and watching the flakes come down. It's really peaceful, so you can do that too. Just don't get on the roadways. You don't need to do that at all. Now, I want to also mention, if you're here in Coleman County, you need to want to make sure that you have the Everbridge app downloaded on your phone. What EMA has told us, this is where you're going to get those updates of what's going on, especially during wintry conditions like this. It's the Everbridge app. All you have to do is log in, put your name, your address and things like that, and you'll be getting those updates directly to your phone. Again, I'm going to say it one more time just because it's so important. Do not get out on the roads right now. Stay home. And we were seeing a lot more vehicles earlier in the morning. I think a lot of people are now getting that message because the roads are looking a bit clearer when it comes to just other vehicles. We did see some snow plows coming through here, making some paths here, and you can see how that snow is kind of pushed up on the sides of the roadway there. But, they don't want any drivers up there. You don't want to get in their way either as they're clearing off these roads and bridges in the area. So make sure you're staying safe, stay inside, and just continue to pay attention to what's going on outside. We'll be here all morning bringing you those Coleman County and across other areas of the state. But for now, live in Coleman County, Kyra Purvis, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Kyra, thank you. I think she hit the jackpot there with all that snowfall in Coleman County.
Like earlier.
I mean, just great. And that picture just a second ago, really sweet.
That was the best one.
Really
the baby.
Sweet. Baby's first
a real snow angel.
Snowfall. Fantastic. I love seeing all these snowmen that kiddos are building this morning. Everybody's getting out in the snow this morning. That's a great one. He's got the hat,
that's
scarf,
well done.
Got it going on. And
she's tired of it.
Yeah, she wouldn't feel in the snow, I don't think, this morning. But a lot of kiddos getting out there enjoying it. And see, look, Alabama kids, we don't have a lot of sleds around here, so you got to use what you got to use, right? That's a kayak somebody had. Another great snowman here. We love seeing your pictures, so please keep these coming. We've had over 1,000 submissions, maybe even more this morning coming in. So please keep those pictures coming to us. You may see them right here on air and online. You've got the QR code right there. to send those to us on our ABC 3340 app as well as our website.
Forget Facebook. Just go to the Chime In app and you'll see all the photos, thousands of photos there, hours of entertainment, a lot of videos to enjoy.
Very cool. And seeing the snow, it's that fluffy snow, and up there where Kyra is, it's beautiful. A little jealous.
Super jealous here. We're getting kind of slushy outside the studio here in Hoover. Stay with us. We have more extended coverage of today's winter storm continues after the break.
Dry all my stuff. Hey, I'm here.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
All right, this is a look at side of my house this morning. Wife just got out there and sent this picture. So I had another one, but I'm having a hard time getting these into the system. So many pictures have been sent here this morning, so it's trying to keep up with these. So many chime in features as well, which have been great. But a lot of people looking like this here early on this morning. And this is a look at the Patton Chapel area of Hoover. You've got 31 there off in the distance. Obviously, you can see a little apartment complex down there, a church. Everything is blanketed in white. A couple updates here for our National Weather Service chat. Over in Calhoun County, they're reporting the town of Weaver. Roads are impassable. Guyton Road in Hoover is impassable. I'm very familiar with that. That's over close to where I live, actually. We've got some incidents, an accident on Highway 35 going up the mountain in Cherokee County. That from the emergency management. Alexander City at 6 a.m. closed all city-maintained roads. State routes through Alexander City remain open. So we've got a lot of reports coming in here. We're trying to pass those along to you. We've got reporters in the field. I'm going to do the weather part of this, and then we'll get to Kira for those reports later. Okay, important there. 33 now in Birmingham. We're 33 in Alabaster. We're 34 in Tuscaloosa. This is a good thing. It's helpful for road conditions. It's not going to immediately melt, but this will start the process. And then if we can get some rain in here, that will help as well. Road temperature still below the freezing mark everywhere. We're starting to see that line of above freezing. get further and further north here. And if we zoom on in to the downtown roads, again, everywhere here still showing on our barren road temperatures that were below the freezing mark. So road conditions, again, continue to be an issue. They are treated, several of them are, so that will help. Currently, we've got this lack of rainfall here, but back in Tuscaloosa, we're starting to see that rain moving in to the western part of the county, and then even heavier rain into Pickens County. I'll switch to the static radar here, and we'll have to see if this rain holds together. It will head to places like Fayette, like Jasper. Coleman's still getting steady snow. So you're going to have several inches of snow to work with to the north. It's going to take longer for that rain to wipe away the ice, wipe away the snow. This is pretty heavy rain in Fayette. Up to Guin, it switches over to a bit of a sleet, wintry mix, and that will be probably a common theme here, is a mix of rain and sleet, and then switching over to a cold rain. Birmingham had reported rain within the last 15 minutes, so some light rain coming down there, but really Shelby County's in a period where we're a bit drier. We move further to the east, and you've got that wintry mix from Raglan, Pell City over to Anniston. Still some snow coming down, and as we've heard there, Jacksonville, Anniston, and now Weaver, impassable roads according to the emergency management. And we're going to keep an eye on that. Thanks to everybody who's given these reports, by the way. I mean, you're literally our eyes into the world. I get to see behind our studio, and then whatever the reports are coming in, plus the pictures. So, again, those temperatures slowly coming above the freezing mark. So the question is, where do we head from here? And the idea being that heavy rain we just looked at comes out of Mississippi. It falls. It comes in here, it's just warm enough to start to wash away some of that ice. Again, theoretically, that should help the roads. We will see if that pans out. We'll see if we get enough of the rainfall. For right now, most of central Alabama, a messy situation road-wise. This is at 1 o'clock, and this model has been picking up a little bit better on conditions. If we can get to 36, 37, that's cold to you and me. But that's enough above the freezing mark where we could quickly get rid of some of this snow, some of this ice that's formed at the surface, and this would help to really improve road conditions. Probably not your mood, because this would go to a very cold, rainy, cloudy day, but that'll last through the late afternoon, and then we are looking at by this evening the rain coming to an end. Now it's going to be below freezing, it looks like overnight tonight, and that's going to mean anything that's still left is going to refreeze. So 29 tomorrow morning. We're only 38 tomorrow with a mostly cloudy sky, 19 on Sunday morning. And the story next week is going to be, looking at a stretch here, we're going to have 10 straight days where highs verify in the 40s or below the 50s. So the cold air continues. Morning lows will be in the 20s all next week.
And we have crews spread across north and central Alabama this morning. We'll have updates throughout the hour as we continue to track conditions in real time.
Right now, we're heading to Jasper. ABC 3340's Valerie Bell standing by live. And Valerie, the snow changed to sleet about an hour ago at your location. What's happening now?
So Evan talked about how that kind of snow and everything that we saw earlier, sleet, and then that freezing rain, that rainfall, that's kind of what we're getting now, and it's not coming down as heavy as we've seen it all morning. Highway 78 right here behind us. So you can see it looks pretty good. We've seen the plow come through here a few times, but it's still slip-free and through here very slow. There was one car just a few moments ago that came around the turn right here and was going probably a little faster than they should, spun out a little bit, but was able to get back on track and make it down the road. Walker County EMA is not really reporting any road closures at this time. Last time we checked about 15-20 minutes ago, we haven't heard of any major crashes. So again, that just emphasizes the importance of being cautious if you have to drive, taking it slow, to give you a better idea of what we're seeing out on the roadways. I'm going to come back over here to the parking lot here at this gas station and just kind of show you. This was covered in snow earlier. We've got a microphone, live TV, sorry about that. But that snow here is pretty much gone. We're seeing a slushy mix. There's some ice in here. It's slippery, right? So if I walked a little faster, if I tried to run, I would probably slip and fall. Don't want to do that. So that's similar to what we're seeing on a lot of the roadways, especially, those side streets. We've heard from some people in Walker County that they make it a little bit more difficult to navigate, and we'll just shouldn't be driving unless they absolutely have to, because rather be safe than sorry. We'll continue to monitor the conditions out here, and we'll keep you updated. Reporting live in Jasper, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
You can skate in that parking lot.
You really could. It's very slippery out there. Be very careful if you head outside, even just to play in the snow this morning. Our live extended coverage of today's winter storm continues right after the break. We have live reports coming from Gadston and Birmingham, and we'll take you back to Coleman as well.
Plus live weather updates minute by minute with Evan Chickvera. You're watching ABC 3340, the Weather Authority.
I can hear you.
Hey, Mike, are you there? This is Stoney at 3340. Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. This is Stoney at 3340. Can you hear us? Hey, Mike. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us in the studio?
Yeah, I can hear somebody.
Okay, awesome. Sounds good. You're a supervisor with Shelby County EMA, right?
Ask him how to say his name.
Hey, Mike, can you see it? Can you hear us?
That was crazy, but it wasn't a home. The one thing that Jake and Emma brought is it became a home. When I met Dakota, he had just turned 14.
Hey, Mike, this is Stoney in the 3340 studio. Can you hear us?
We got a lot of other cars. Watching her say, "Oh my God, I cannot believe I got my license," and she's like, "I'm fine." But I'm like, "Girl."
Hey, Mike, this is Stoney over at 3340. Can you hear us? Hey, Mike, this is Stoney in studio. Can you hear us?
If this doesn't work, guys, y'all want to do like chime in or something? What do you want us to do? Okay. Okay.
We probably need to know. Let's see. Yeah. Hey, Mike, can you hear us over there?
Yeah, he's not.
ABC 30.
Good morning, friends. Welcome back in. 8:25 right now. And the winter storm that we're seeing this morning is actually a storm that's impacting several states.
And Ashley Winningham is in Hot Springs, Arkansas this morning, tracking the snow there. Good morning, Ashley.
Yeah, we've been in Hot Springs since yesterday. This snow, sleet, mixed rain, it's all started at 1:30 in the afternoon yesterday. It has not stopped. It's not let up, especially here in Hot Springs. And we wake up this morning and see there's way more snow than what we left with last night. Last night, you could probably see the snow was just right above my foot, but now you can see that if I stick my foot down in here, it gets all the way up here. It's insane, and I want to show you the exact measurement that we measured this morning, just to see how much snow that we've gotten here. I'm going to show you right now. We are pulling about 10 inches of snow, and it still hasn't stopped, so that could be more. We're of course going to keep you updated. It's continuing to come down. That could be more than 10 inches. And we just wanted to say that, you know, this is covering the roads here. So if you are getting out and driving, make sure to be cautious and stay aware, because these driving conditions are going to be rough, especially this morning heading into the noon hour. In Hot Springs, I'm Ashley Winningham.
1:30 is kind of a theme there. It started at 1:30 in Arkansas, p.m. yesterday, 1:30 a.m. here in the metro this morning. So really cool there.
And her advice in Arkansas applies to us here at home. So stay off the roads if you can. Looking live in downtown Birmingham right now, you can see those clouds are hanging tough, a light rain falling. We've got snow on the ground, but there's also an icy mixture, as you've heard Evan describe underneath that. So this is a good day to just stay at home if you can. We've got extended coverage of today's winter storm. After the break, we will head back to Gadston to see what conditions are like there.
And right now, Evan Chickvera is tracking the radar, trying to see if that rain over Mississippi plays out here in central Alabama. You're watching ABC 3340, The Weather Authority.
I did Weaver, Jacksonville, and Anniston specific. I did not do the county.
Facebook too, but he posted a video of someone skiing down a street in Hoover, and I just think that's bizarre. I want to show that so bad.
Hey, Mike, can you hear us over in the studio? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Yeah, let me know if there's an opportunity.
Hey, Mike, can you hear us over there in Shelby County?
Good video. It's good stuff. Like, this dude has skis on going down the street. It's hilarious. Anyway, all right, cool. So we're just gonna go as scripted.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
Good morning, everyone. Coming up on 8:30. Welcome back into our extended coverage of this morning's winter storm. We are the Weather Authority, and we're glad you're here with us this morning. I'm Sarah Snyder.
I'm Stoney Sharp. We're going to be with you through the morning with live updates. We have a news crew in Coleman, Gadston, Jasper, also Birmingham. And we have Kira Hood watching the traffic.
Yes, within the past couple of minutes, we just got an update from Pelham. So we'll get to that in just a little bit about those roads and the conditions being a little too icy for the road crews.
I looked at the traffic maps just a minute ago.
It is lit up.
It is.
It
is red.
And some of them, to be fair to these folks going out and surveying, you can't even get to yet. So you think of your county roads, the areas that are not necessarily as well traveled off the main thoroughfares. Some of those are still yet to be determined. So we're unfolding stuff, giving you info as quick as we can. Let's start with weather and talk about what our impacts are going to be moving forward. So I've adjusted this. Those areas where you're seeing winding down, okay? That includes Tuscaloosa, Aliceville, Alabaster, Calera, Sylacauga. Not saying that we don't have impacts there. We do. This is looking at additional impacts as we move forward. So another thing I want to do here is we're going to go to our radar, and I want to try to explain a little bit about the type of precipitation that we are seeing. So a lot of questions I've had about, okay, well, what are you talking about with freezing rain, this warmer air coming in? So let's talk about it. To get freezing rain, this would be, again, not the ideal scenario, and I have not seen this yet. That's where it's falling initially as snow, okay? That warm sector that I mentioned, here's your sandwich, and then it's warm, and then it's freezing at the surface, not in the lower levels of the atmosphere. So far, temperatures are coming up at the surface, which means that should not happen. This has been the big one where we're transitioning to. This warm layer is expanding into Central Alabama. I just looked at the sounding from this morning. There was a huge, I mean, quite literally, when you look at our sounding, this looks like a big nose has come in. In the middle of the atmosphere, there's a huge increase in temperature. The surface is cold, warm in the mid-levels, and then where the precipitation starts, you have freezing conditions. But that warm layer is turning all of this to rain, which is a good thing as we move forward, and that's what we want to see if we want roads to improve. What we initially had here this morning was the sleet. You had a freezing layer aloft, a little bit of a warm sector here, but then freezing at the surface, so we have ice pellets beneath all that, and in between we had some snow, which was beautiful while it lasted. The whole profile was freezing, but no more. Now we are looking at a transition period. So much of the DMA is now shifted from heavy snow and sleet to a bit of a break. Sleet. Erin Wise just reported rain in Gadston. She texted me. So that tells me that some of this that's returning as snow on the radar, because the radar beam is hitting these clouds higher, is probably misinterpreting what initially is falling as snow but is melting. So that tells me this warm mid-section of the atmosphere has spread all the way to the northern part of central Alabama. All right. So we are looking at that warm air intrusion, the switch over to rain, and we'll have to monitor what comes through Tuscaloosa. How heavy is it? Does it wash away that ice? Is it not heavy enough to really do a whole lot? We'll zoom into a couple areas here. Again, still from Smith Lake over to Hamilton, Guin, Winfield, still showing sleet there. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if some of this is just rain, light rain. Again, some of this being depicted as snow off to the north, but our radar beam, the further you get away, it's hitting those hydrometeors higher in the cloud. What did I just say about where you have the colder conditions or the freezing conditions higher in the cloud? So initially, yes, it's coming down as snow, but it's transitioning to rain, and that's probably why we're getting some of those returns there. That drier infiltration coming into places like Anniston, Raglan, Springville, as well as Pell City. So surface temperatures are coming up very slowly, though. You've got 35 in Greensboro, 36 in Demopolis. We're not going to get much warmer than 35, 36, maybe 37 today, but that is a good starting point. Let's go to the HER model here, and once again, we are looking at steady soaking rain, at least the idea that that's going to take place. The other thing I noticed about the sounding, we are saturated. The whole profile is saturated, meaning we're holding moisture. We've got water present in the atmosphere. It's not a ton. Cold air doesn't hold as much water as a warm air mass, but with that in mind, we should be able to achieve this steady soaking rain over the next several hours, which could act to improve conditions at the street level. Wash away the snow, which is kind of a bummer. But for those who have to be out on the roads, this would be a big improvement here. By the evening, rain shifts over into Georgia, does the same thing in Georgia that we're seeing here now, washing away that snow. And then what we'll see is a freeze overnight tonight. So what about the rest of our forecast here? Well, let's talk about the next 7 days. Overnight tonight, we're down to 29. We are up to 38 tomorrow, which is not really a big jump. 19 on Sunday morning, and then 40s all week. So stepped off here because I want to switch radar sites because I'm thinking here, if we go to the, all right, so this is the Columbus radar site. All right, so this is looking much closer at the locations like Red Bay, like Russellville, like Hamilton and Haleyville. So this is good sleet coming down here. But we also have good soaking rains in Aberdeen, West Point, Columbus, Macon, and all of this is coming into west central Alabama. So we'll watch this, but the idea of that steady soaking rain making it in here, that is certainly would be a helpful thing. I'm going to put this in a lapse for us over the last hour to give you an idea of the motion. Everything's moving off to the east-northeast, so if this can hold together, my hope would be that this would help mitigate some of those road issues. Again, we're going to be following this, hour by hour, minute by minute, quite literally. Every radar scan will give you an update. So that's what I've got. Let's go on over to Kiera, who I think is watching some stuff happening on the maps there. Kiera?
Yeah, Evan, we're watching the maps for you this morning. Of course, we wanted to remind you to download our free ABC 3340 weather app. It is easy to get. Visit your app store and you can download it for free right now. Let's get you updated now on those conditions out on the roads. It seems like we're starting to get these reports more and more as the morning progresses. In St. Clair County, troopers are saying that there are multiple vehicles and tractor trailers stuck. This is going to be in the two right lanes at Interstate 20 on the westbound side near mile marker 153. Now, troopers are on scene working to clear these vehicles, but that is likely going to take some time. because of the ice on the roads. Also in Pelham, some areas are impassable due to snow and ice. This is going to include County Road 52 East, the Hill to Ballantrae, and Cambrian Ridge Trail. So a lot of conditions out there are getting worse, and it looks like crews and EMA directors are urging people to stay home as the morning progresses. So if you don't have to be out, we would encourage you to stay home. We're going to keep watching these reports as they come in, and we'll be sure to pass them along. Sarah and Stoney.
All right, Kira, thank you. We do have crews spread across north and central Alabama this morning. We'll have updates throughout the hour as we continue to track those conditions in real time.
So let's head to Etowah County right now. The city of Gadston. Aaron Wise joins us live. And Aaron, it looks like a lot of snow and slush behind you.
Yeah, Aaron Wise here in Gadston following the winter weather here. We're in downtown Gadston looking at the roadway right here just to give you an idea of exactly what we're seeing. So I'm going to walk out in the middle of it because it's relatively just slush right now. It's just slush right in the middle. It's kind of a little bit harder. Nothing too slick right now, but let me say, it is raining right now. We've transitioned from snow to rain, so that is not a good thing. And Evan tells me we're still below the freezing mark here in Gadston, so that's why there is a travel advisory. There are roads that have difficult conditions across the county. All of county roads in Etowah County have been deemed impassable. They are also impassable in Rainbow City, Glencoe, Hoax Bluff, Sardis City. Those are just a few of the places that we know of and have been told of that have completely impassable roads. We know the city of Gadston, they recently got a snowplow and a salt and sand spreader. We've seen that truck kind of out and about. We've seen U.S. Highway 411 being treated as well for the road conditions that they have over there. It looks a little bit better on U.S. Highway 411 right now. But let's check out, you know, the sidewalk right here. I've not stepped foot on the sidewalk yet. I haven't tried this yet, but again, I just stepped right here. Just a slushy mess, and you can see kind of the water starting to run into this storm drain. So we've got a melting situation going on here, which is pretty good. But the sidewalk, you know, still same type of situation. If you move the snow a little bit, you have this slushy underlayer. So we're watching that here. I got my tape measure out a little bit ago, did some tape measuring on some grassy parts of where we were standing. About 2.5 inches right there. Could vary obviously from place to place, but that's kind of what we're seeing. Again, it's really rain right now, so we know that could cause its own set of issues when we're still dealing with freezing temperatures. But I'm seeing some of it melts right here, so maybe we're not in those freezing temperatures still. But either way, a lot of county roads, a lot of city roads across the county deemed impassable right now. So please stay at home. If you do not have to get out on the roadway, please stay at home. Live in Gadston, Aaron Wise, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Aaron, thank you. And just a reminder, we want to see your pictures and videos. We've got some really beautiful ones this morning. These are just some of the photos sent in to us from all across our area. Just a beautiful snowfall overnight, but as Aaron mentioned, that is quickly turning into a slush out there. A few doggos out there enjoying the snow this morning. We've seen some young kiddos getting to see their first snowfall today at the theater in downtown. Looking great. Some beautiful snowfall here. Some fire departments sending us pictures this morning. And we want to see yours. You can scan the QR code there at the bottom of your screen. We've had about 3,300 submissions so far.
Wow, that's about 2,000 more than an hour ago. So it's
Amazing.
building on the Chime In app. Upload your photos and videos. You may see them on TV and online.
Oh, look at this. She's having a good time in the snow.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the kids are not fazed by this. As an adult playing in the snow, I get cold in like 3.5 minutes. It's you know, not fun.
I looked outside. I want to jump out there and just and play in the snow for a
good
little bit.
TV. You want to do that in this
Yeah,
break?
it looks amazing. We get stuck in the studio and we forget how much snow is out there, but it's a lot.
I think you should dive into the wet snow in your suit.
You think so?
I think people would
Bad
find
idea.
that
We'll have the
entertaining.
camera rolling.
Coming up, I want to take a look at some of our Barron cams. We have them all over and give you kind of a view. I have an idea of what I think we could look like based off of where we've seen rain to the west as far as melting goes. We're going to analyze what's happening now, when that rain's going to get here, and how that will help our situation, and what areas are still kind of dealing with that ongoing issue moving forward.
All right, good deal. And our live extended coverage of today's winter storm is going to continue after the break. We're going to head back to Birmingham to see how things are looking there.
Plus, Evan is tracking what happens next weather-wise. Rain or no rain? You're watching The Weather Authority.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
All right, so I grabbed a couple of these are our Barron cams, right? So this comes in from the Barron system, and these are all over Alabama. I got to say, if you're up in the Huntsville market, just gorgeous, fluffy snow everywhere. This is Glencoe. This is a little bit away from where Aaron is in Etowah County. So the issue we're running into now is you got this slushy, icy mess that is not travelable at the moment. Let's look over at Tuscaloosa. This is a look downtown. You can see the Alabama Power building there. The roads from this standpoint look okay, but we've got that icy slush at the surface. This is an area that's a little bit further to the west, though. It's going to be getting, ideally, that rain here moving forward. But I want to jump over to Sumter County. Notice the lack of white at the surface, okay? Looks like a normal day. There was snow here earlier. There is not now, which tells me that rain coming out of Mississippi could be for real and could be helpful. So let's go back to our radar product here, and I'm going to show you where Livingston is. If we zoom on in. So Livingston's down here in Sumter County. All right, if we play this forward, and you get the idea, down there on I-20, they've had rain for the better part of an hour, and that has washed away the snow. Now, granted, they didn't have as much snow, but what we're going to have to see is if this heavier, steady rain can come into Tuscaloosa. We'll see if that improves road conditions there. That would mean that would keep me optimistic about what we will see here in the Birmingham Metro, in Walker County, in Fayette County moving forward. Got a lot of our sky cams down, part of that due to the cold. Okay, let's see. I think I may have got the Tuscaloosa sky cam back up, and it's showing that it is raining there. So I'm going to hop on over to that. So you look off in the distance, and it's tough to make heads or tails of the road, but you can see the rooftops are still covered in snowfall. But if we can get that rain, I think that would really help things out. So quickly now, we'll go to the radar and then show you your Future View products. This is what we have right now. Drier conditions over Birmingham. Again, this would not yield improving conditions. Even if we're just above freezing, we need rain. So that is what's coming out of Tuscaloosa County. Fayette, we're switching over to all rain. A lot of this has switched over to rain as well, but being that it's further away from the radar beam, it's still coming back as snow because it's hitting the snow in the higher parts of the cloud. Back here, we're starting to see that dry air move in, and we have some spotty sleet from Lineville back to Wedowee there. And again, we are watching this. This is the Columbus radar looking towards what is steady soaking rain. If this can hold together, that would be beneficial. I'm thinking, again, theoretically, this rain comes down, gets rid of some of the ice. So that's what we'll be watching over the next several hours. This coming into places like Aliceville. I'll check on that Reform Skycam as well, see how things are looking over there. Temperatures are coming up ever so slowly. Where Aaron is, the surface is showing 30, but that's a sensor in Gadston. That doesn't account for all of Etowah County. It does not account for all of Gadston, but that's up from 28 degrees earlier, so everywhere is inching closer to at the freezing mark or above. Let's take you forward with our Future View. Again, this showing over the next hour plus, we see the transition over to all cold rain. Now, it's not going to rain everywhere. There's going to be dry periods, but the heaviest rain along and to the west of, say, Highway 45, Highway 69 in the western part of the state, and then gradually that moving off to the east, depicting some of the heavier rain coming into Birmingham, Pell City, Talladega by 1 o'clock. Again, if this comes to fruition, this would help improve road conditions. If it does not, if the rain is not heavy, if it's very light, we may continue with the slushy, icy conditions on the road. Again, I've said it, it's moving process here. We're watching this, and we've been watching it since about 1 o'clock this morning when it first started sleeting. Overnight tonight, we go back down to the freezing mark, and we'll likely, anything that's left on the roads that hasn't been washed away or melted is going to refreeze. And it is a cold week ahead, but at least next week, we don't have to deal with any wintry precip.
Right now, we have crews spread across north and central Alabama.
Including in Homewood, Olivia Goche joins us live right now there with where a semi-truck has jackknifed. Olivia.
Stoney, this is the Highway 280 on-ramp to Red Mountain Expressway here in Homewood. This semi-truck right here was pitchforked on this road. We've been out here for probably 10 minutes. They've been trying to tow this truck up the hill. No clue as to when this truck got in that predicament, but again, as you can see, this is sort of a difficult situation here. This tow truck trying to pull the 18-wheeler off of this sleek, icy road. So again, just a reminder of how dangerous and slick these roads can be. It's so important to make sure you're being extremely careful, extremely cautious if you've got to be on the roads. Just on our way over here, coming from downtown Birmingham, we saw one car that was just parked in the median. Not sure if that spun out or some other car issue, but again, a number of things can happen when weather conditions are unpredictable and roads are unpredictable as well. So, of course, we plan to stay with the weather conditions and continue to bring you updates as we see various different situations popping up, and you can stay with us on air and online. Live in Birmingham, Olivia Goche, ABC 3340 News.
It's going to be a long morning for tow truck operators across the metro.
You know, it really is. And as we've mentioned, as Evan has talked about, that snow kind of turned into a slush, but then underneath that were those pellets, those ice pellets that fell this morning. And so very icy, slick conditions out there. Just, it's best to stay home. That's the best thing you can do today, is just to stay off of the roads. And as we've already seen, it is causing some problems out there. Many of our roads, many of our interstates are impassable this morning as we wait to see what happens. If we see if all of this melts and roads are able to open again, or if they're going to stay shut down for a little while. So we're watching all of this after the break. We're going to have another report from Gadston. We're also going to Jasper, and then we'll go up to Coleman.
Plus, what's next weather-wise? We have live updates from Evan Chikvera. You're watching ABC 3340, the Weather Authority.
You hear me? No. Yeah.
All right, hey guys, welcome back in. It is 8:54 right now, and we are continuing our weather coverage. I'm holding a phone here because we've been having some technical difficulties this morning, but we've been trying to stay in touch this morning with some EMA officials, authorities throughout our area to get an idea of exactly what they're seeing. So on the phone with me right now, and I'm going to hold it up to my microphone so you can hear it, is Nick Lawley. He's with the Tuscaloosa EMA. So Nick, good morning. Thank you for being with us. Give us an idea of what you guys are seeing there in the Tuscaloosa area.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to y'all. Thank you for what you do. We've been activated since about 5:30, 6 o'clock this morning. ALDOT is here. They're a great partner of ours. Been in contact with the city of Tuscaloosa, of course, our probate judge in the county, Judge Robertson and Northport. We've just had just one report so far, and it was about an hour and 45 minutes ago. 359 to 2059 getting on the interstate here, had a little ice, came from North Star. ALDOT went out immediately, fixed that. But other than that, everything has been good. We've been really lucky here in Tuscaloosa County. It's beautiful outside. Northport's out. They just passed. They're sanding some of the roads out here. And now we had to have a deputy go get one of our North Star employees to bring him to the center this morning, but she lived up 43 North. That is I would say the most impact, which is what we figured is 43 North, 69 North. We've had a tree down on Bone Camp Road. They're out there now. Carroll's Creek Fire Department is getting that out of the road, but other than that, looks like Alabama Power is reporting about 775 customers out of power in Tuscaloosa County right now. We do not have an update from Black Warrior yet. So as of now, we had about 27 in the shelter last night. They're still there as of 8:50. So right now, that's about it. We're lucky that our roads are passable and everything is working.
That's wonderful information. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us on the phone this morning. And, again, it's just a good idea to stay home if you can. As he described there, the roads are a little slick. So if you can stay off of those roads, it's probably a good idea.
We saw that wreck in Homewood a moment ago with Olivia Goche, a semi-truck jackknifing there in Homewood. So a lot of dangerous conditions road-wise.
That might be the best news we've heard this morning. Yes. We've read off, and Kira's read off all these towns that have roads closed, impassable. That's like the first one where we've heard something good. So that's great to hear.
Good information. All right. Thank you so much for being with us. Our extended coverage is going to continue next as we take you live to the areas getting hit the hardest.
Keep it right here. You're watching the Weather Authority.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
Good morning, everyone. 9 o'clock right on the dot. Welcome into our extended coverage this morning of this winter storm. We are the Weather Authority. We're glad you're here with us. I'm Sarah Snyder.
I'm Stony Sharp. We are here all morning long helping you navigate through this. We have crews across central Alabama on standby live. They are in Coleman, Gadston, Jasper, and Birmingham as well. Plus, we have Kira Hood watching traffic.
Yeah, we've been seeing those reports come in all morning long. And we mentioned the last half hour that the maps are lit up. So we're going to show you some of the areas where we're seeing the biggest impacts this morning.
All right, want to start right now. Meteorologist Evan Chickvera has been tracking this thing since, what, 1:30 in the morning?
Yeah, I called you guys and said,
He called us to make sure we got to the studio on time.
What? I got a text.
I heard that. I tried to call. It went straight to voicemail. I thought,
okay.
Kira
You're
probably
getting
didn't
your
want to hear
beauty
from me. So
Yeah, I
sent you a
need
nice
that.
text. But we all got here. The sleet turned to snow. The snow turned back to sleet, and now we're looking at rain. So really, the wintry precip is starting to come to an end. Not completely, but to an end. So people want to know, well, what's next? Will we get rain to wash this away? Or will this turn into a setup here today where we just are going to have a very slow melting at the surface? My optimism is this stuff coming out of Mississippi will hold together to some extent. We heard from Tuscaloosa just about 10 minutes ago. Roads seem to be improving in the county. That is great news. Best news we've had. Conditions in Sumter County have improved drastically. I don't even see any snow on the ground anymore. The problem is, you see where there's this lack of precip here? It's dry conditions, and it continues to erode away some of that rain. So it'll be interesting to see, can this rain hold together? Will it make it to the Birmingham Metro? Will it make it to these areas where we've had that freezing precip? All of this is now switching over to at least a mix, if not a very cold rain, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward. So Jasper to Fayette, rain. Hamilton to Haleyville, some sleet mixed in there. We're going to hear from our reporters stationed all over in Coleman, Jasper, Gadston, even in Birmingham. But this is all beginning to transition over. The problem is, if we stay dry, that won't get rid of the snow and the ice. It's not warm enough for that to instantly melt. It's going to stay at the surface. So we need to keep an eye on this rain that's coming in from Mississippi. Will it hold together? Can we see a thawing out take place here? 35 in Reform, 35 now in Tuscaloosa, 38 in Greensboro. These are trending in the right direction. Where we are colder, prolonged impacts, like I said, all morning long. The further north, the further east you go, the longer we're going to have to deal with issues. I don't think we're going to see much additional precipitation. I've been looking at the sounding data. The warm air is here. It's aloft, and it's just warm enough. I mean, just warm enough for this to come down as a cold rain. So now what we need is the cold rain to continue. We need our temperatures at the surface to warm, and that would improve our road conditions. So let's pick this up. Latest run of our high resolution rapid refresh. We call it the HER. I call it the HER. And here's what we are looking at right now. And this is pretty well depicted, still showing that snow to the north, but a lot of areas have transitioned to rain. Aaron's been texting me, rain up there in Gadston. Okay, so here over the next couple of hours, snow becomes an issue for Huntsville, for North Georgia. And for us, it's, can this rain hold together? Our atmospheric profile is saturated, but keep in mind we had a lot of rainfall earlier. There might not be as much precipitable water. Cold air holds less water as well, so that could be working against us in terms of the rainfall. Again, rain is a good thing at this point. If we can have the temperatures at the surface above freezing, which is where we're trending, and have this rain, which is relatively, I mean, it's a cold rain. I'm not saying it's ever going to be warm today, because it's not. But our temperatures, relatively warm rain to this freezing conditions at the surface would help to wash away some of that ice. Anything that's left untouched or not washed away by this evening, temperatures drop back down to freezing. We will see things re-solidify overnight. So anything that does not thaw out, does not melt, will be frozen tomorrow morning out the door, because temperatures are likely to drop into the 20s. Something else to keep in mind, good snowpack north of here, winds out of the north, cold air comes off of snow. If you ever felt right above snow, it's very cold. So if our wind directions are coming from an area of snowpack, that is going to keep us cold. So this will be something that we have to watch as we move forward. And again, our future view could vary. We're getting new updates really hour by hour with this, and I'm trying to take it from the top as we go. Temperatures at the surface are going to be a big thing to watch here as well. I just walked out to our back parking lot, and there's a bit of a slush there. The slush, not great, but it's not that frozen ice that we had a little bit ago. And if this rain can hold together, that would be a very good thing. As I mentioned, I saw in Sumter County, things were looking pretty good. Again, we're starting to see this erosion of precipitation, which means we are trending a little bit drier. Not great, but with rain back to the west, we will see. Birmingham now dry. We have some light rain stretching back towards Jasper and Fayette. And if we get on over to basically the state line, heavier pocket of rain in southern Lamar County, northern Pickens County. I'll have to get that Reform camera up, and we will take a look at that here moving forward. So what's next? By Monday, that will have been 7 consecutive days where our high temperatures have verified below 50, and we've not really been close to 50. We've been in the low to mid 40s, sometimes the 30s. And our morning lows have not been above freezing. This is a cold stretch for us. You got to go back to 2010. If we make it through Thursday and Friday, that'll be the coldest stretch of weather we've had here at Birmingham in over 13 years. So that'll be something to watch with a cold week ahead. At least after today, we don't have the threat of any additional wintry precipitation in our 7-day. And with that in mind, we're watching the roads very closely. Kira's been all over it. Kira, are things improving? How are the roads looking? We'll get to her, I guess, in a second. We're kind of fluid with coverage here. We're tossing all around. I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to send it to somebody.
Well, hey, how about this? We want to give you this reminder this morning. So if you are out, if you're on the go, if you want to track this storm yourself, you can download our ABC 3340 weather app. It's easy to do. Just head over to whatever app store you have. You can download it right now for free.
Live interactive radar plus alerts down to the street where you live. The best way to track the winter storm.
Okay, now let's go to Kiera to talk about traffic. And Kiera, it is a mess out there in a lot of places.
Yeah, Sarah, we've been watching this all morning. And again, thank you, Evan. I know you're working hard over there, a lot on your mind. So we're going to handle it over here. We're showing you a live look at I-2059 at Coosa Street in Birmingham. You can see those roads are very icy. A few drivers out there taking it slow, but we encourage you to stay home if you absolutely can. We did just get a report from the Jefferson County EMA saying that roadways throughout the county remain impassable or hazardous at the moment. So just be aware of that if you do have to get out on the roads. We want to show you an overview map of the Birmingham metro area. There are, no matter where you are, you're going to see impacts. We're seeing some big impacts on I-20. If you're on 59, going to be very slow there. 280, some red, 459, 65, 22. No matter where you are in our area, there are going to be some slick roads out there and very icy. So again, if you can stay home, please do. We continue to get these reports all morning, so we're going to keep you updated on those conditions all across our area as our extended coverage of GMA continues.
And we do have crews spread across North and Central Alabama this morning. And we're going to have updates throughout the hour as we continue to track all of the conditions in real time.
Let's head north right now to Coleman, hit hardest with the most snow so far this morning. 3340's Kyra Purvis is standing by live. Kyra.
Stoney, we've seen it all this morning, to the thick flakes coming down to that smaller, fine snow coming down to now we're seeing this sleet. I'm not sure if you can, I've been trying to catch some as I've been waiting for you guys to throw it to me. And you can see just little ice balls coming from the sky, and they are definitely hurting as they come down. So it's a lot going on, but the snow is here. One thing I do want to mention is that we were here around 4:30 this morning. And as that snow was coming down, we're making footprints. 30 minutes goes by, those footprints are completely gone, covered up. That's not the case anymore. Now you can see footprints all the way down. And I also wanted to mention, looking at our vehicle, you can see just kind of the accumulation here that's taking place, and some of these icicles that are starting to form down on the bottom of the car. So this is what, drivers are seeing in Coleman County. If your car's outdoors, this is what it's probably looking like right now. And, these colder temperatures obviously making it very, very dangerous to drive right now. Coleman County EMA has deemed every single roadway in the county impassable and, quote, extremely dangerous, emphasis on extremely dangerous. So they do not want you getting out on the roads today, because they are out snow plowing, trying to help other drivers. We were talking to two men earlier today who said that they had saw some people having some issues on the side of the road. So that's what they're taking care of. And if you see a car, you're seeing this car right here turning into the gas station. They're even slipping and sliding just getting into that gas station. So, it's really dangerous out here. You really don't want to be driving, but we have still seen vehicles and drivers. So just be careful, if you absolutely must go outside. But you can see where that kind of snow has accumulated on the side of the road also. And that's kind of just a telling of how much it has been snowing down. And I wanted to bring my little friend here. This is my snowman. So instead of driving, instead of going out somewhere, go outside. It's not too late because the snow is still packable. It's still packable. You can still, form it. Come out here like this, make you a snowman,
Oh, no, it looks like we lost our feed there, but wow, that was a good one, huh?
A great miniature
doing
snowman.
Great. She's got little stick arms and everything. We've been seeing a lot of snowman pictures. Here's another great one. This one from Jessica, and a lot of kiddos getting their first snow today and enjoying that, making snowmen outside. My 3-year-old was one of them. Looking live here, or looking at these other pictures, people just enjoying the snow day today. And it is a good day to just stay home, play in it.
A great family day across Central Alabama. We've seen dogs outside. There she is, a cutie, Haley Malcopine there. But anyway, a lot of people enjoying the snow this morning, a lot of dogs too, and some snowball fights as well. But lots of entertainment right now on our Chime In site. Forget Facebook, just go there to enjoy all the videos and photos.
I'm telling you, kids, their first experience with this, I'm hoping to get some back from my kids because they haven't experienced snow like this before. But those, and then animals, when they go outside, the look is like
they're happier when it snows almost.
And it's the moment of confusion,
yes.
Then maybe happiness or tears. I think it just depends on the kid. But loved seeing all these pictures.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah, please keep them coming.
Yeah.
All right. Our extended live coverage of today's winter storm continues right after the break. We'll have live reports from Jasper, Gadston, and Birmingham.
Plus, Evan Chigbera tracking rain to our west, what that means for icy travel here in central Alabama. You are watching ABC 3340, The Weather Authority.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
All right, let's take a look at some of our views here across Alabama. This is up on the Tennessee River where we're still seeing that snow steadily falling. We're going to work our way south here. Just want to show some different views of what we've got here in place. Montesano is a mountain off in the northern part of Alabama. I mean, just snow continuing to fall there. Almost whiteout conditions in parts of the Huntsville market here this morning. Rainbow Mountain, same deal. So let's work our way a little bit further to the south. So this view you're going to see right here is in Glencoe. So this is Etowah County. And we've got a lot of snow on the ground. You can see that slushy mess on the roads where cars have been driving. Tuscaloosa, one of the best, bits of news we've had here today is the drivable roads in Tuscaloosa. And again, we had that interview back at about, 8:50 this morning. And something else to look at here. This is a view over in Sumter County. What do you see there? No snow. So if the rain can hold together like it currently is to our west, that would help to wash away this, which is snow and ice that is currently in place in Hoover, in Bessemer, in Birmingham, in Pelham, in Alabaster, in Coleman, in Gadston, everywhere here in central Alabama had some accumulation this morning. Some people with different, varying degrees of it, but rain would be the cure for this. So there's our radar. I'm looping it, okay? We've got the snow in the blue, although I think now we are past this just being snow. I think if we have it up there, that wintry mix, it's sleet and it's rain. You saw Kyra just a little bit ago. She said it hurts, these little frozen pellets. That's sleet, okay? Freezing rain should not happen because our surface temperatures are coming up above the freezing mark. Freezing rain is when you have liquid droplets that fall, so it's essentially just a cold rain, but when it hits the surface is cold enough for it to instantly freeze over. That's how you get a glaze, very dangerous conditions. so far have not seen freezing rain. It's been sleet or it's been a very cold rainfall here, and that's what we've got. My concern being that this rainfall that's back to the west is not holding together. We've got dry air that has infiltrated the middle of our atmosphere. And what that's doing, it's working against us as far as getting additional rainfall here. I mentioned before, if this good, steady rain can make it to us, this will help clear out the roads. Otherwise, we don't really get warm enough today to cause widespread melting, right? So this would be an ongoing issue as far as that sloshy nonsense at the surface. But we got rain in Jasper, rain in Fayette, a mix in Ewan, Haleyville, Coleman, Hanceville, Warriors rain, Birmingham, very light rain. But again, this is light rain and it's not all reaching the ground, which would be a concern because we need that to wash things away. So back here to the west, again, watching this looping radar. This is coming from our Columbus radar, so this is a better view into it. And again, this is some good steady rain in Pickens County, Sumter County. We've seen what happens when we get the rain. Snow, ice, gone there near Livingston. So that's our hope, is all of this is moving off to the east. Let's get a look at our future, or actually we'll start with our temperatures first. We got 33 in Birmingham and Alabaster. It might seem little, but this is significant. They're above the freezing mark. That's why we don't have freezing rain. That's why we're going to slowly see things melting. It's just not going to happen quick enough to really improve conditions here. You know, Greensboro and Demopolis, good deal warmer at 37. If that air that's 37, 38 can get into the metro, other areas, that would be hugely helpful. So what's next? Wintry weather's coming to an end as far as any additional precipitation. The best bet's going to be Blount, Coleman, perhaps Etowah and Cherokee counties now moving forward. Everywhere else is going to be a rain, maybe a bit of a mix for a little while, switching over to all rain this afternoon. Again, this model's still holding firm that we're going to have the rain come through. So again, on one hand, we have the rain come through, roads improve. Stay dry, roads don't improve. They refreeze overnight tonight as we drop to the upper 20s. We're 38 on Saturday, 19 on Sunday, and all of next week. No wintry precip, but we've got temperatures, highs that is, in the 40s, lows in the 20s.
All right, and Evan, we've been trying to keep up with the roads this morning and what's going on around our area. So we've been trying to keep in touch with emergency officials specifically to find out exactly who has got the biggest impact around our area. So I want to go right now. Jason Johnston with the Shelby County EMA is joining us. He's joining us by phone, which is why I'm holding it up to my microphone. We've had some technical difficulties this morning, so we're going to do it this way. But we wanted to get some information from him right now.
Good morning, Jason. So what are we seeing right now in Shelby County? What's the latest?
So in Shelby County, we've had some, of course, some winter travel hazards. We have Helena and Alabaster. Their city roads are pretty much impassable still currently. I'm in Columbiana right now, and just looking out the window, it's real slushy and icy. So, we're still trying to just keep people off the roads if possible, and keep them indoors. If you have to get out on the road, just drive safely. Kind of be slow, watch for icy patches, things like that.
Have we heard of any accidents or any trouble spots so far?
There's been a few, not really accidents, but just, off the road type incidences where, responders are having to come and pull them out, or I've seen where Jeep clubs have been going around to certain places and pulling people out of ditches. So not really any, crash accidents, but just off the road type incidents.
Jason, mostly slush on the roadways right now, the main thoroughfares. Are we talking ice?
We haven't had any reports of ice yet. I mean, I think the temperature is still, up there above freezing right now. Thank goodness. Hopefully we can get some of it to dry out so it doesn't, we don't have any black ice issues. But for right now, it's looking pretty decent.
All right, that's good information. Jason, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it, and glad to hear that things are mostly moving along pretty well in Shelby County. We spoke with the Tuscaloosa County EMA earlier, and they said the same. They said that the roads there were looking pretty good. They've had a lot of rain in that area, so that's kind of helped to keep things moving along the road so it doesn't ice over so far.
Evan Chickvera said earlier that west and also south of Birmingham pretty much in the clear now, so we're hoping that's going to be the case.
Certainly. We do want to see your pictures and videos. So much of what we do depends on you. We love seeing your photos. We love seeing what's going on where you are. So we want you to scan that QR code right there at the bottom of your screen. Love these pictures. A lot of kiddos playing in the snow. A great snow angel there. And so please keep these coming. We've had, I think, almost 4,000 so far this morning.
It's like 100 every few minutes that are submitted here. You can upload your photos and videos, and you may see them on TV and on our website.
Our live extended coverage of today's winter storm continues right after the break. We will have live reports from Gadston, Birmingham, and we're going to head back to Coleman as well.
And plus, lots changing hour by hour weather-wise. We have an update from Evan Chickvera. You're watching ABC 3340, the Weather Authority.
All right, let's take a look. There's the look at the radar. We're going to talk about that here in just a second, if that rain's going to make it to us. I got a couple pictures here into the system. This is from Joe Paul Cates. This is a look atop of Alabaster looking down, and this gives a good idea of the snow coverage that we are looking at this time in several spots. Let's see. I've got more here. How about, this is my favorite I've seen so far. This is, if you're a Star Wars fan, this is an AT-AT from The Empire Strikes Back, and as you can see, it's right in its element. This is in Hubbardsville, and this is excellent. I'm a big Star Wars fan, so seeing this from Kevin Garner in Hubbardsville, great stuff here. I really appreciate everyone who submitted them. I'm sharing them as quickly as I can. We've had several areas with lots of snow. This is from Lisa Haveran in Jacksonville, one of the areas that's seen some pretty heavy snowfall. So the big question is, what is next? We know what has happened. We know what we've seen accumulate, but how long is it going to be here, and when will we see a change? Tuscaloosa has improved greatly. A lot of that has to do with the fact that we're having that rain there. That rain is not holding together, though, and making it, at least as of now, to Birmingham, to parts of Shelby County, where those roads are considered impassable at the moment. In some instances, as we've heard, we've had some interviews, folks connected to the EMA, saying that roads are gradually opening back up. Had some reports of 18-wheelers jackknifing. That's going to be probably a going theme today, unfortunately, while these roads are still icy. But wintry precip on the way out, a cold rain on the way in. It continues to erode a little bit, meaning that the heaviest rain is not quite making it to I-65. So we'll have to wait and see if that changes. Wintry mix up to Coleman. north of Jasper, but a lot of this has switched over now to a cold rain. So there you have it, a cold rain to a little bit of sleet there up to Haleyville, over to Pell City, and then even into northeastern Alabama, now where Aaron is. We've seen that evolution over the last hour from snow very quickly to sleet, and now to sleet and rain, and eventually just a light rain. So here's the deal. If this rain that is showing up as heavier can make it to us, this is going to help improve roads. Pretty sure Pickens, pretty sure Greene, and Sumter counties are probably looking pretty good on the roads right now. I don't have concrete evidence of that, other than the Skycam I've seen over there, is that the rain has come down and washed a lot of this away. Areas where we haven't had the rainfall, though, dry conditions and 33 degrees just isn't going to cut it. It's not going to get rid of this ice anytime soon. So we'll have to watch how this evolves. Does it reach us? We're 34 in Pell City, 33 in Birmingham and Alabaster, 35 in Tuscaloosa. We're trending in the right direction. We need to get these temperatures, though, a little bit higher if we're going to hopefully thaw out here. So let's do our future view. This is the high resolution rapid refresh. Okay, I call it the HER for short. This updates every hour, which means it's taking in data and it's updating. This will give us the best look, at least what I think is the best look into the future. And again, the wintry precip I think is coming to an end. We've got a warm layer in the atmosphere. It's initially falling as snow. It's hitting this warm layer and melting, and then reaching the surface as either sleet or just a cold rain. So if our temperatures continue to trend warmer, like this model suggesting, I don't know that we get to 37, 38 degrees, but if we do, that'll really help things out. The biggest thing we need is the rain to come through here to help wash away some of that ice. Anything that does not melt or wash away will refreeze tonight. We're 38 tomorrow with mostly cloudy skies, and much of this week, very cold, highs in the 40s, lows in the 20s.
Closely for you this morning, our live extended coverage of today's winter storm will continue after the break. We're going to go back up to Gadston to see what conditions are like there.
Plus, how long will this stick around? The ice, the snow, the slush. Evan Chickvera is tracking weather changes. You're watching The Weather Authority.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back in. 9:30 right now, and this is our extended coverage of this morning's winter storm. We're the Weather Authority. We're glad you're here with us. I'm Sarah Snyder.
I'm Stony Sharp. We're here all morning long. We have crews positioned across the area: Coleman, Gadston, Jasper, Birmingham. Plus, Kiera Hood is watching traffic.
Yeah, we're seeing impacts all across our area. We also just got an update within the past few minutes from Max Transit. I'll tell you all about that in just a little bit.
Let's Let's start with meteorologist Evan Chickvera. You've been tracking this thing since, what, 1:30 in the morning?
Yeah.
We had snow, and now we've got more of a slush out there. What is the word on this freezing?
Yeah, the slush is interesting because, you know, that we had the sleet, the snow, the sleet, and now we got rain in some spots on top of that. The rain's going to be helpful. So I keep saying, if in order for the roads to really clear up, I think if we get a good soaking rain, that will help to melt the snow. Because our temperatures are only going to get to 35, 36, 37 today, which is not going to really melt things. So we need the rain. So look at a couple of our views here this morning. This is McFarland Park. This is up on the Tennessee River. Beautiful shot there in northern Alabama. You've got a look here as well at Montesano, also in northern Alabama. Rainbow Mountain up there as well. So a couple notable sky cams I want to show you. Here's Glencoe. This is in Etowah County, and I've been watching this one for a while, and the roads are still very slushy even with rain coming down, so it's not melting very readily. Tuscaloosa. We talked with an official over there at the end of the 9 o'clock hour, says the roads are looking better. Not perfect, but they're passable, they're drivable. So that is good to hear. You head on over to Sumter County. This is the furthest, west we go here, right on the Mississippi line, and no snow out there at all. So that is a good sign. If you're in and around Hoover, Pelham, Alabaster, we still have a lot of white down there, a lot of snow and ice. So the big question here is, what is next? So let's kind of do a reset here. If you're just joining us because you've had a blast outside, and then it got too cold and we got soaking wet. The last time I played in the snow, it's been quite some time, but I just remember thinking, how do people play in this for very long? Because your hands just get so cold. Maybe I don't have the right gloves. I don't know. But the snow is over with for the most part. You might have some isolated pockets with some snow mixed up in Gadston, Blount County. I think all of this is coming down as either sleet or rain. So that's what we have right now. Everything that's accumulated, that's about it. That's all we're going to have. So the question is, does this rain hold together? There's a dry slot. What does that mean? If we look at our atmospheric profile, right here where that precipitation, feeds off of that moisture, there's dry air that's intruded. And you're seeing that almost in live right here on the radar where there's that void of precipitation. So that dry air has moved in. Light to moderate rainfall stretches back to Mississippi. Again, can it hold together? That would be very helpful. So here's our static radar image. This is coming into West Jefferson County. Everywhere in Tuscaloosa getting the rain, I just don't know if all of it's reaching the ground. It's falling, just may not be reaching the ground. And we're seeing that the case off to the north as well. Some of this wintry precip not reaching the ground. Some of this sleet here in Haleyville, Hamilton, Ewan, back towards Coleman, Hanceville. Not all of this reaching the ground, but a mix of cold rain as well as sleet. So even all the way in the eastern side of the state here, we're starting to see that switch over from that sleet to if we have anything rain. But again, for places like Jacksonville, Anniston, Talladega, I believe Jacksonville, Anniston, and Weaver all reported at some point on those roads being impassable within the city limits. Kira might have an update on Calhoun County. She's looking at that closely. But I did see somewhere where at some point here in the 8 o'clock hour, those were deemed impassable, those areas. This being dry doesn't help. You need something to get rid of that ice and snow, so this will probably be an ongoing situation. So I'm hopeful. I look back here to the west, and I see the steady soaking rain that is coming out of Mississippi. So if it can overcome that drier air and hold together, this would help our conditions greatly at the surface. Temperatures now just above the freezing mark in Alabaster. We're 34 now, 33 at Birmingham, 35 in Tuscaloosa. This will slowly help to melt things away. Closer to the freezing mark off to the north, including Coleman at 30 and Gadston at 31. So moving this ahead, our future view, this gives us an idea of what we can expect. It's not the answer key, and there are variables that don't initiate within models. One of those could be this dry slot in the atmosphere. You look at the atmospheric profile. What do we need to have rain? You got to have precipitation. You got to have moisture. So if we don't have that moisture, this rain may not make it to us. I tend to lean towards the solution of us getting rain and us warming up. We might be a degree or two cooler than this model is suggesting, but I do think we see a warming trend. I think some of this rain gets to us. As it does, this will help to wash away some of the ice, at least on roadways. Not everywhere. And then overnight tonight, as we cool back down, a lot of this will end up refreezing into the morning hours. So some of those rural roads, your state roads, your county roads that get out in the middle of nowhere, those might be the ones that refreeze, have issues. Areas with higher accumulations from this morning along Highway 278, 411, northeastern Alabama, it might take a little bit longer for things to clear in those locations. So what's next? We'll get used to the cold. I'm sorry, I don't have better news on that front. We're about to be in the midst of a 10-day stretch of lows sub-freezing, okay? I'm going to do some digging here. The last time we had a stretch, I think, of 12 days or more where our highs didn't get to 50 was back in 2010. And then our morning temperatures, I have to look back and see when the last time we went, 10 days or so in a row with temperatures below freezing. So we'll have a little stat for you coming up. And as I mentioned, Kira's been watching the roadways, the traffic very closely. So let's go over to her now. I'm pretty sure we're going. Kira, what is happening? Any reports for us?
Yeah, Evan, we do have some updates for you this half hour. I checked the Algo camera just a few minutes ago. I mean, this weather is causing some headaches for 18-wheeler drivers out there. So a lot of those are disabled on the interstate. We're going to get to that in just a little bit. But first, I want to get you updated on this. The city of Tuscaloosa reporting that there are downed trees across Lake Nichols Spillway. So that crews are on the way, so one lane is passable at this time, but it is going to be a little slow if you're traveling through that area this morning. Also, we just got an update within the past few minutes from the Birmingham Jefferson County Transit Authority. Max Transit has canceled its service for today, so if you use the bus service, you will not be able to use it today. Service could be impacted tomorrow as well, depending on if the conditions improve. So, of course, we will keep you updated. We're going to continue to monitor these reports as they come in, and we will keep you updated all morning.
And we have crews spread across north and central Alabama. We've got updates throughout this hour as we continue to track the conditions.
Let's go to Etowah County. Erin Wise has changed locations, we're told. She was in Gadston. Now she's in Rainbow City. Good morning, Erin.
Hey guys, yeah, I wanted to come over to Rainbow City to check out Highway 77. We were hearing some reports of people having issues getting up the northbound lane of Highway 77. Going up the hill right here, there were some photos of some 18-wheelers, like Kira was saying, struggling to get up this hill. That appears to have been cleared, so that's good right there. But the roadways are still just really bad. I mean, you can hear that car going by right there, the slush going with that car, as these roads are still really impacted by this event. You could see Malik will step on the roadway real quick while it's safe right here. But this is it. This is what cars are going through right now, just this slushy mess. So that's going to continue to cause some issues. We know that there are several communities who have said that their roads are impassable. Etowah County completely is impassable. Malik, if we'll just get some video of what's going on with the roadway. We know Etowah County roads are impassable. Hoax Bluff says their roads are impassable. Glencoe says their roads are impassable. Sardis City, along with that, Rainbow City, which is where we're at right now, also saying that their roads are impassable. So we're going to continue to watch these conditions right here. So this is again Highway 77. This is Highway 77 bridges right here, the little bridge. These appear to be okay. People seem to be making it across okay. We have not seen anyone slipping and sliding around in this specific location. Now on US Highway 411 in Gadston, we were seeing a couple of people who were just going way too fast in these conditions. They were kind of slipping around the roadway. So again, continue to watch out for that. Watch out for these conditions. Be aware that these are not normal driving conditions. These are dangerous driving conditions. So if you're going to be out on the roadway, take your time, go slowly, be cognizant of others around you. We're going to continue to follow these conditions throughout the day and have updates for you. Live in Rainbow City, Erin Wise, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Erin, thank you. Good information there. And, part of telling the story of an event like this is to hear from all of you. And you all have been great this morning to send us your pictures, your videos. There's been some really great ones, seeing some pups out there, some kiddos playing in the snow for the first time this morning, and it's a lot of fun to see. So please keep these photos and videos coming to us. You can scan the QR code there on the bottom of your screen to chime in.
My favorite one is about one over. Let's try one more, as Hannah Davis sent the one in of the giant. There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Giant snowman.
Wow.
I think that they win the award of the day. Go to the next one too. A really cute child there. James Cloud sent that one in of Bailey's first snowfall, and the very next one, that's how much snow we've had. He had to get his Tonka truck out to haul the snow in the Tonka truck.
So. Expert measuring tips there. Fantastic. I love it. Those are great pictures.
I would absolutely take a Tonka truck out in a second. Would you?
That's perfect for snow.
Me and Stoney, if we're not here, that's where you might find us later.
We'll be in trouble somewhere. It's been a long morning for you, Evan, and you called us at 1:30 to wake us up early because all this arrived earlier than expected.
I told several people, including you guys, that I thought we'd be clear up until 3, maybe later than that. And this got here in some places at 1 o'clock to 1 on top of it. And now we've got rain, and we're hoping the rain will come through because that would be a positive thing. So, we're watching it. We've got, Kara's watching a lot of the reports on the roads. You've talked to several folks about, roads reopening or staying impassable. So we're just passing on data. That's what we're doing.
Looks like Coleman County really got pounded hard with the level of snow.
Yeah, up there they seem higher accumulations, and it's going to take longer to clear it up. But we'll keep you posted. We got folks everywhere.
We do. Our extended coverage of today's winter storm is going to continue after the break. We're going to stay on with you all morning long. We're going to head up to Birmingham next.
Plus, Evan is tracking what happens next weather-wise. Rain or no rain, you're watching the Weather Authority.
Tastes like life. Poor me? What do you mean? You guys have done the same amount of work as me. You keep saying poor.
No, we have not at all. You're like tracking this stuff.
Yeah, what's up?
Just 5 minutes.
Okay, is it going? Okay, it's not going. Is it going out on? Okay.
Where is that?
First Avenue.
That doesn't sound good.
Lauren sends me. Talk about an ordeal. She just said, she sent me a bunch of pictures and said, this has been an ordeal.
Yeah, having to deal with 2 by yourself is rough. Some personal experience, let me tell you.
Mic check, testing, 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
All right, here's our view into Tuscaloosa. The reason I'm starting here is I was hoping to see some steadier, heavier rain, okay? I look off in the distance and I do not see what I hoped to see as far as a good soaking rain. This light, almost spitting at the surface is not really going to do it. So that's what's showing up on the radar, all right? But when you go visually, it just doesn't look like a lot is coming down. I also went over to Reform. So you see the snow still on the ground there. What would be great is if this steadier, heavier rain could make it to where we've seen the snow. So if you're just now joining us, I've been watching the evolution of this. We've now pivoted from, is there any more wintry weather, to how long will it stay on the ground? Because we're pretty much done with our accumulations at this point. But, you know, we look at views like that in Tuscaloosa, and again, with that still on the ground, it could be an issue here moving forward. Another thing to think about here is at the surface, we're at 40 degrees, which 40 is chilly, right? If me and you went outside, it was raining and it was 40 degrees, we'd be like, all right, no thanks, that's cold. But 40 degrees would cause this ice, this snow, this slush to melt. 33, 35, not going to do that here. So that's why we need this rain to come through here. And I've seen good, it looks like it's coming and then it fizzles out. So we're going to have to continue to watch the evolution of this, that dry layer that has developed in the mid-levels. Still showing a wintry mix, although I'm fairly confident most of this has switched over to majority rain or majority sleet, maybe 50-50. I don't think there's any. I've looked at the sounding. That little warm nose in the middle of the atmosphere has come through and really cut off the ability for us to have any freezing precip, which in one sense is good. And the other, it's also dried out the mid-levels of our atmosphere here. And what we're left with is the hope that that's down in Utah, Demopolis, Livingston, York, Sumter County, this can make it to us and be a good steady soaking rain, actively washing away some of that snow and ice. Here's our temperatures. This is another critical thing we're watching. 34 in Alabaster, 33 in Clanton, 34 over in Centerville. Those temperatures are not going to cause this ice to melt. We'd need the rain to come through there. So if it does not, this will likely stay a slushy, icy mess as we go through the next several hours. But again, this is an hour by hour, minute by minute almost look at this. I'm going through a lot of the pictures. I'm still seeing folks sending stuff out. They're able to make snowmen. They're able to put together some awesome snowmen, which is great, but that tells me there's still a lot of snow readily available. So let's start this right now. The initialization time, the start of this hour. So this is taking into account essentially what we've got condition-wise now. If our temperatures can warm to 37 or 40 like this model's suggesting, I think that's aggressive. I don't think we're going to get to 40 today. But even 37 degrees would be helpful, helping to melt this out. But if we can't get this rain that this model's predicting, we're going to have a prolonged period of impacts at the surface. Again, no additional winter weather. Numbers are coming above freezing, so no freezing rain. But the rain would be a good thing at this point. We're just waiting on that to come to fruition because overnight tonight, temperatures drop back below freezing. So what would that mean for us? That would mean what is still on the ground, what is not melted, will actually refreeze. Okay, so if it's a slushy, wet mess, it would refreeze. High of only 38 tomorrow, so it could still be there. How about 19 on Sunday morning? Next week, we're in the 40s. So Sunday would mark 7 straight days of temperatures verifying less than 50. If you go back to 2018, we had a 14-day stretch of temperatures, we had a 10-day stretch of temperatures verifying below 50. You have to go all the way back to 2010 to get to 12 days, and I think that's where we're headed. This could be the coldest stretch we've had here in quite some time. And oh, by the way, we are headed towards 12 straight days, if not longer, of temperatures below the freezing mark in the morning. So that is a good stretch for us. So beyond this wintry weather, a prolonged period of cold here in central Alabama.
And with the winter storm this morning, we've got crews spread all across north and central Alabama,
including in the metro. Olivia Goche joins us live right now this Friday. She started the morning in Birmingham and then Homewood. Olivia, where are you now?
Stoney, Sarah, my photographer Bill and I are now traveling on I-20 westbound toward Tuscaloosa. We just passed the 133 exit for Irondale. So I'm going to flip this camera around. I want you guys to kind of just get a picture of what we're seeing on the roads here. It's what Evan keeps repeating over and over again, is that these roads now are slush. That snow is starting to melt. They're icy, they're slick. We've been traveling on these roads for a little bit now, kind of just looking to see, you know, what's going on. Are there any cars on the road? About an hour ago in Homewood, we showed you an 18-wheeler that was jackknifed on that Highway 280 ramp to Red Mountain. So again, it's showing that these road conditions are unpredictable. They're not necessarily the best to be driving in right now. So if you don't need to be on the roads, of course, try to avoid that. And if you are going to be on the roads, make sure you're driving slow. You can see as I pan, there are not really any cars actually in this video from what you can see, but there's a few cars down there, but again, not many.
It's like drivers are being cautious, which is great. Just trying to avoid any accidents and stay safe at all costs. So, of course, we're going to continue to provide updates, and we'll continue to track weather conditions and any different traffic issues that we see here in Birmingham. Reporting live in Birmingham, Olivia Goche, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Good information there and some good visuals. We should mention, too, that our chief photographer, Bill Castle, who she's with, is very well equipped to drive in those kind of conditions because we know it. We're telling people to stay off of the roads, but it looks like we're out in it. But his car is outfitted to be able to handle all of that, and they're doing a great job giving us some live images and giving us a look at those road conditions so you know exactly what to expect. Our live extended coverage of today's winter storm will continue after the break. We'll have another report coming in from the Gadston area, Etowah County this morning, also headed to Walker County, and we're going to go back up to Coleman.
Plus, minute-by-minute weather changes with Evan Chikvera. You're watching ABC 3340. We are the Weather Authority.
The winter storm we are seeing today is impacting several states this morning.
Madeline Nolan is live, or in Nashville, Tennessee, rather, this morning, tracking the snow. Good morning, Madeline.
We're here on Broadway in downtown Nashville, the heart of the city. And I can tell you that that snow is coming down, and it is coming down quick. You can already see some of that snow begin to accumulate here on the roads. But I wanted to go back to where we are. We are here again on Broadway. You can see all of the honky-tonks, and even though this is not normal for Nashville, especially during this time of the year, these bars and restaurants are all going to stay open for this winter weather that we are experiencing, because again, this is a tourism driven city. Now, I wanted to point out that I've already ran into a few tourists this morning. Now, they also say that they have been traveling here from Canada, places like Minnesota, even Wisconsin. So a lot of people coming up north and bringing the snow with them. We are again here on Broadway, and that snow is just starting. The worst has yet to come. We'll keep you updated. as we get more snow. In Nashville, I'm Madeline Olin reporting.
Man, the southern United States is like almost unrecognizable this morning.
Good thing we had a little bit of warning, so that helped,
We
right?
did, yeah.
I will say the forecast really gave us whiplash. It waffled back and forth. We had runs that said 6 inches of snow. We had runs that said no snow. And so thank you for bearing with our forecast.
Yeah.
It got all over the place. Then it got here early this morning. So
Even within the morning, it's been going back and forth. So
Yeah, my aunt sent me some pictures from Georgia, so they're
Yeah,
getting
same.
some too over there.
yeah, all my family's in Kennesaw, just outside of Atlanta. So they've been sending me pictures, and they got a little more snow than we did. But they're switching over to the rain and sleet now. And we continue to switch over to the rain. So Riley's going to be in here for the 10 o'clock hour, and he's going to be following that. Do we get the rain? What are we going to see here moving forward?
James Band posted some pictures a little while ago. People skiing in Mountain Brook and Hoover.
Of course.
Unheard
of. Unheard of. When have we ever heard of that before?
Alabama
Crazy.
things.
Goodness gracious. All right, well, our extended coverage is going to continue up next. We're going to take you live to some of the areas seeing the most amount of snow and even ice accumulation in some spots.
keep it right here. It's currently 9:56 a.m. You're watching the Weather Authority.
Have a lot more mobility. You can move. Almost do a walk and talk. Show the trees, show the road, show the snow in the house. Honestly, I think we just walk and go and point out what you see.
Mic check. Can you hear us? We're on the phone, so just making sure it sounds all right. All right, cool.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
Good morning, everyone. It is 10 o'clock now, and we want to continue our extended coverage because we're seeing some big impacts from this morning's winter storm. We are the Weather Authority, and we are here to walk you through it all. We're glad you're here with us. I'm Sarah Snyder.
I'm Stoney Sharp. It's now hour 5 of our live team coverage. We have crews all over the place. We have some in Coleman, Rainbow City, Jasper, and we have one crew headed to Tuscaloosa. Plus, we have Kira Hood watching traffic.
Yeah, I've been watching those traffic conditions. We just got reports of an 18-wheeler crash, so we're going to work to get our eyes on that. Also, just got an update from the Birmingham airport, so we'll have that in just a little bit as well.
Good stuff.
All right, meteorologist Riley Blackwell watching things. We're switching people out here to
Yeah.
give Evan a break a little bit because you guys have been working hard all night long to track this system. Actually, for several days now, we've been talking about this. And at this point, that snow, that really pretty snowfall we saw early this morning in a lot of places is kind of turning into a slush.
Yeah, it's turning into slush. I drove from Clanton this morning up 65 north.
It took you some time, too.
Yeah, it did. Now, I personally didn't have that many issues, but that doesn't mean conditions are going to stay this way. Even if we get above freezing, it's all going to depend on if the rain gets here. If it gets here, it can help wash away that junk and then kind of help wash it away before the freezing temperatures come in tonight. But taking a look at it right now, you can see the heavier rain out west that's currently over Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Fayette, Lamar counties. The closer it gets to 65, it's really starting to fall apart because we have something called a dry slot in place in about a kilometer up in the atmosphere. That allows for all of this rain to really start to ease up, fizzle away. And if we can't get that rain to help wash away the junk on the roads, there is potential we could see refreezing tonight and the potential for even black ice tomorrow morning. But let's sort of jump around and see what we're seeing. Right now, sort of a mix of maybe freezing rain, sleet, about north or really along 278 from Merriam, Winston, Coleman, Blount, Marshall counties, Etowah, Cherokee counties, seeing some sort of wintry mix currently. But then near the Birmingham area, west of I-65, we're seeing some light showers, but there's no guarantee that this is just rain or just sleet or whatever. But right now, radar depiction is showing that currently this is just rain. But the further north you go up I-22, we have some wintry mix. That could potentially become dangerous. We've been getting a lot of reports in, especially in Coleman County, that roads are becoming impassable. Conditions are starting to deteriorate a little bit. And now we can go a little bit to the eastern side of the state where we're starting to see a little bit of clearing in terms of the overall rainfall coverage. Not exactly what we need. We really need this rain on the western side of the state to migrate to the eastern side of the state. Remember, to help wash away that junk that's currently on the road. And now going a little bit further to the north and east, still seeing some parts of Etowah County, northern Calhoun County, parts of St. Clair, Blount County, really a mix of freezing rain, regular rain, maybe some sleet mixed in there as well. I know down in Clanton this morning we had some sleet as well, not really that much snow, but right now that's the conditions we are seeing. But then back to the west, Greene, Hale, Pickens, Tuscaloosa County, Sumter County, just seeing rain as it moves into the state from Mississippi and even as far east as Jefferson, Shelby, parts of the northern portions of Chilton County, Bibb County, Perry counties, seeing some light showers as well. That's good news. That's what we need to see. That's what we want to see. But it's also all going to depend on temperatures. We're still just barely above freezing across much of the area. 33 in Birmingham, 34 Jasper, 34 Fayette, 36 Reform, 35 in Tuscaloosa. But up in Gadston, they're at freezing at 32. Coleman as well in Haleyville, 33 up in Winfield. We really need all of these temperatures to continue to rise. We could see what we're seeing right now in terms of that winter precipitation to our north transition into somewhat of just a cold rain. Once again, that'll help clear off the roads, hopefully start to melt some of the icier conditions that we're seeing, and in turn that'll be just an overall better scenario for us. The further south you go, it is a touch warmer. We have 34 Centerville, 34 as well in Clanton, Sylacauga, Alabaster, Pell City, Anniston, right at freezing in Ashland, 38 down by Lake Martin and Alexander City, 39 in Greensboro. I think they usually run a little warmer, 35 Utah, 37 in Demopolis. Really west of I-65, south of I-22, they're just seeing some good old-fashioned rain. Remember, that's what we just took a look at. Just good old-fashioned rain, but with that dry slot trying to make its way into the state, one, that could allow temperatures to sort of stay where they're at, but two, it'll allow that rain to really start to dissipate and not help clear off the roads that we're currently seeing issues with right now. But here's what we could see. All of that rain currently on the western side of the state. Temperatures are a little bit above what we're currently seeing on this particular model, so we're going to take that into account as well. But a general transition from this freezing rain, this mix, into just good old-fashioned cold rain. This will help wipe the roads off, hopefully wipe the ice off, wipe the slush off, and keep them just a little bit on the wetter side. But then once we get to the evening and overnight hours, once again, we could have a refreeze if some puddles of water, some puddles of precipitation stay on the roads. That could be an issue in terms of travel by the time we get to tomorrow morning. But of course, throughout the hour, we're going to keep you updated on all changing conditions, and we'll take a look at traffic and some of our reporters live in the field.
All right, here's a question for you. Do you have the ABC 3340 weather app? If you do not, it is easy to get. You can visit your app store and download it for free right now.
Enjoy live interactive radar and alerts down to your neighborhood, the best way to track the winter storm.
Let's get you updated now. There is a major crash reported in Alabaster. We have a live look at it right now. You can see traffic is at a complete standstill. There is an 18-wheeler going across the interstate on the southbound side near Highway 31. So if you are going in this direction, you're going to be sitting there for quite a bit. Again, those roads are very icy. It's been a mess for drivers all morning, especially those 18-wheeler drivers. Now, we do have some drive times that we want to get you updated on. It's going to be very slow as you get out the door this morning. If you're on 65 going from Alabaster to downtown Birmingham, going to be 25 minutes, 459 to Alabaster, 31 minutes in Alabaster to I-459, going to be 66 minutes. So it is very slow out there. Please take your time if you're getting out on the interstates. But again, if you're on that southbound side, you're not going anywhere at the moment because of this major crash. Likely going to take crews a very long time to get this cleared and make their way through that area. So we're going to keep our eyes on this. We will keep you updated on traffic conditions as GMA continues.
And we've got crews all over this morning, north and central Alabama, to give you the latest updates throughout the hour as we continue to track the conditions that we're seeing in real time.
And we're starting north of Birmingham right now. Coleman seeing the most snow. 3340's Kyra Purvis is there live. Kyra, what's the latest?
Well, Stoney, we made a move to Highway 278 to see what some of these back roads look like right now. And we can see that slush has kind of formed as vehicles have been traveling over this way. But this makes for an icy drive. As we were driving this way, we slipped and slid quite a bit. So very dangerous roadways to be riding on. And we've seen state troopers and police officers kind of just driving by. Some actually stopped to check on us to make sure that we were okay. And when we first arrived here, and just mentioning now, you can see some of those vehicles, taking their time, taking a good bit of time as they're driving this way. But when we first got over here, we actually saw an 18-wheeler that was on the side of the road with a tow truck, and it was towing it for a little bit, but it's since driven off. But, this is what's happening here. There's icy roads, possible towing, and we're just having those kinds of issues right now. So we were actually on a highway over there by Highway 127 over there, and we were seeing a lot of icy conditions there too, and a lot of that snow buildup on the sides of the road. So there's a lot going on here, a lot of snow here. You can see it's pretty deep, and it's still pretty packable also. So coming here, but the snow has stopped. It actually feels like it's kind of raining. It was sleeting a few minutes ago, but it doesn't look like it's really doing that now. It's really just coming down. It's just pure water at this point. So just a lot going on here, but the main message here is to stay indoors. Coleman County Emergency Management Agency has said all roads are impassable. You should not be going anywhere you don't have to go. Only emergency vehicles are supposed to be on the roadways right now. So if you're here, you just want to stay inside. There's no point in going outside and risking anything happening, because again, we were slipping and sliding on the way here just from where we were near I-65 in that area. So you want to make sure you're being safe out this way. But a good day to get out. We saw some kids sliding down the hill. We saw a couple families walking. So, it's nice. Enjoy the cold weather. Enjoy the snow. You don't get it that often, but stay indoors and also be safe. Now, we'll continue to be updating you throughout the morning. For now, live in Coleman County, Kyra Purvis, ABC 3340 News.
Great, Kyra, thank you. Some great information there. And part of, as we have said, telling this story today about this winter storm is to hear from all of you. And you have been great to send us your pictures, your videos, seeing some pups here outside enjoying, or maybe not enjoying so much, the snow and the cold weather this morning. Just some great views. And a lot of people woke up early to get up, go outside, enjoy this. Yeah, some animal friends. They're having a great time out in the snow, and
we're seeing the snowmen get bigger and bigger by the hour.
They are.
Really
Nice sticky snow. We're able to build those snowmen that we don't usually get to do here in Alabama, so it's a good thing.
I said earlier, you can forget Facebook and go to Chime In because there's hours of video and photos to look at and pile through. At least 4,000 entries so far today.
Fantastic. All right, meteorologist Riley Blackwell has been watching this for us this morning, and a lot of people did wake up to that nice fluffy snow. But as we've actually seen outside of our studios here in Hoover, what was a really nice, fluffy, pretty snow still is in some spots, but the road, the pavement area is really more of a slush now.
Yeah, that's what we're really hoping for the rain to help wash away that slush, because if the slush stays, that's when we have issues when temperatures fall back below freezing with the slush freezing back over. We get black ice scenarios. So really right now we're hoping for one, temperatures to get above freezing, and two, we're hoping for the rain. But right now we're going to take a look at some cameras just around the area. Currently we have Tuscaloosa. We're going to take weather graphics full and we can pull the camera through there. That's Tuscaloosa right now. You can see the roads are okay. Some snow on top of some buildings, but just looking at roads, we're looking all right. And then we're going to go down to Livingston, down in Sumter County. Really not that much happening there. They're one of the areas that are remaining above freezing and are seeing rain. But now we can go to Hoover. And Hoover, that's a little bit of a different story. Some of the roads are getting slushy. You can see in the bottom left corner, some of those cars have some snow on them. But throughout the day, remember, we're going to keep you updated on these snow ice conditions. And we'll have a full weather update coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, coming up next, our extended coverage of today's winter storm continues. After this break, we'll have live reports coming in. We're going to go to Walker County. We're going to go back to Etowah County and also into Birmingham.
That's right. Valerie Bell is standing by, plus Riley Blackwell still tracking the rain that could wash some of this ice and snow away. That's what we're hoping for. You're watching ABC 3340, currently 10:12 a.m., the Weather Authority.
To make it easier. Hello, la 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 la. Bundle up. I'm gonna get a cold after this, guarantee it. Thank you, thank you. 6 minutes out. All right, let me move over there. Get my gloves on first so I don't get frostbite.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
Now, we're going to take a look at some pictures across the state right now. A lot of these early on cameras are going to be further off to our north near the Huntsville area, McFarland Park. You can see the piers covered with snow. Then next, I believe we're going to go up to Montesano. That's also up in Huntsville. It's a state park, and that just looks like a winter wonderland. It is a blanket of snow. That image is about a minute old. Next, we're going to go, I believe, to Rainbow Mountain once again. Almost whiteout conditions, but I guarantee it's not exactly whiteout conditions. But we are still expecting really more of the same in our northern counties in the state. Glencoe, you can see the roads are looking okay, maybe some slush out there right now. But a lot of our communities, especially further down to the south, are reporting some slushier conditions on the road. This is Tuscaloosa. Some snow on top of buildings, but the roads look okay. And then we're going to go to Livingston. It's down in Sumter County. They haven't really got much of anything. Their temperatures have been above freezing. They've just gotten just a good old-fashioned cold, annoying rain. Now, here in Hoover, we are starting to see some slushier conditions. This camera shot's just about 2 minutes old, but guaranteed really not much has changed in 2 minutes. Cars have snow on top of them, and the roads are very much hit or miss. Now, back to the radar. We're still seeing that rain trying to make its way further off to the east. And right now, it's looking like it's trying to overcome that dry slot that's in place in the mid-levels or lower mid-levels of the atmosphere. Alabaster, Calera, Birmingham, Hoover currently seeing some showers. Mostly all of Tuscaloosa seeing just rain right now. That's good news. We need that to help wash the slush off of the interstates. But right now, further off to our north, really north of the Gardendale area, really this is Hayden, Smoke Rides, north of there. It's just really a mix or freezing rain scenario right now. That is inherently more dangerous than just a good old-fashioned rain, obviously, as ice starts to accumulate. To the north and west, most of Fayette County, Lamar County seeing showers. Marion County, mixed precipitation. Winston County, mixed precipitations, as well as Coleman, Blount County. That'll overall make travel conditions very difficult as we go on throughout the day for today over the next several hours. And then we go a little bit further to central Alabama. Most of Jefferson County just seeing rain. Very good news that we're seeing that rain start to ease off to the east. That'll help wash away the slush and overall improve road conditions. Further off to the east, once again, Anniston, Jacksonville, and Calhoun County, mixed precipitation. Most of Etowah County, mixed precipitation. Center, mixed precipitation. If we can get that transition to rain like we're expecting, it'll help wash away all of the ice potential that's currently on the roads on the western side of the state. Really all of these border counties with Mississippi just seeing rain. We can almost verify that this is rain because we're pulling from the Columbus, Mississippi radar, and we're seeing all of this green. That's just good old-fashioned rain. But in Marion County, remember, mixed precipitation. But the further south and east you go, temperatures remain right at or slightly above freezing. That's bringing in that rain. We're at 33 Birmingham, 35 Tuscaloosa, 36 Reform, 35 Utah, 34 Centerville, 34 down in Clanton. But the further north you go, where we're seeing that mixed precipitation, and we need these temperatures to continue to rise. Now, this model is the touch warm. Keep that in mind as we go on throughout this run in terms of our temperatures. We are, though, still expecting a general transition to just good old-fashioned rain as we go through the day. But if the road still stays slick and we get another freeze tonight in terms of temperatures dropping below freezing, that could result in more difficult travel conditions as we go on throughout this morning. But of course, we'll keep you updated by the minute with all snow, ice conditions, as well as travel conditions.
All right, we've got crews spread across our area this morning, all across from north to central Alabama, all around, so that we can continuously track exactly what's going on in your communities.
Almost hour 6 of coverage here. Let's head northwest. Walker County, 3340's Valerie Bell, live in Jasper this Friday morning. A little sleet still falling there in your camera frame, Valerie.
Yes, Stoney. I think I just heard Riley in his forecast through my ear use the term at one point, cold, annoying rain. Maybe I'm biased because I'm standing in it, right? It is cold, annoying rain, but that's good for the roads, right? Speaking of the roads, Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, ALEA, deemed Walker County state roads impassable, said that people shouldn't be driving on them. So we're going to show you the on-ramp right here to I-22. You can see there's a truck. It's been parked over there for a while, so they're not moving. You can see no one's really getting on that ramp right there. There's been a few cars, but not really a lot of traffic. So it's always good to hear that people are adhering to that that guidance and paying attention to the road conditions. We also want to talk about this overpass right here. If you bring the camera over a little bit this way, you can see there's an overpass right there on I-22. Now keep in mind, when the precipitation on the road starts to freeze, those are the first things that we typically see, the overpasses and the bridges. So that would definitely be an area of concern here. But you can see it kind of looks like a ghost town out here. No one's traveling, no one's going anywhere. Good news is I just talked to the Walker County EMA director on the phone just a few moments ago before this hit, just to touch base and see what was going on throughout the county. And she told me that they're not really seeing any major crashes in city or county roads at this point in time. She said that, a lot of people are driving slow. There's still some areas of concern, so people should be driving with caution. But again, we haven't seen a major impact. People have been taking it slow and driving through very carefully. It's kind of a slush mix on the road. We just drove around for a little bit to check out the conditions, and that's kind of what we saw as well. Now, we're in Alabama, right? I was always told Waffle Houses don't close for anything. Full parking lot right there, as you can see it. Business is booming over there, right? So people have been coming to grab a bite to eat. Again, cars that we've seen have been moving slowly through here. And then we're actually right next to a Love's truck stop. And if we pan the camera over just a little bit further, you can see a nice line of trucks. There's a few different lines of 18-wheelers and vehicles that are parked. So they're adhering to those weather conditions, probably waiting it out to see if conditions improve, taking a break out on the road, just until those interstates and those highways become, more safe to be able to drive. So of course we'll continue to monitor the traffic impacts out here in Walker County. For now, live in Jasper, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Valerie, good information there. And we want to show you these photos. You've been sending these great pictures in. We love seeing these kiddos enjoying their first snowfall, and some folks building some snowmen this morning.
A dirty snowman. We kind of like that in the South, right? You got a little bit of leaves, some dirt in there. Some great photos this morning. We have more snowmen, and the snowmen are getting bigger by the hour. That's a huge snowball that that Tiffany Clark sent in.
Yep,
some roosters, some ducks. They're confused this morning.
Oh, and horses. They're like, what is this? Goodness gracious. Yeah, some beautiful photos. Please keep them coming. We love seeing your pictures and videos, and we're going to show those on air and online as they come in. So you can scan that QR code right there on the bottom of your screen. Send those to us, and yeah, just keep them coming. I think we've had like over 4,000 so far.
It keeps growing, right? Probably like 5,000 or 6,000 before it all ends. So good stuff.
All right, well, let's go to this if we can. I don't know. This is a live shot from Atlanta, and many places across the South. We saw a report earlier in Nashville. Again, this is in Georgia, in the Atlanta area, and we've been watching these kiddos sled, and they're using boogie boards, which is great. I mean, that's just, doesn't that say like kids in the South and snow? Yeah, we don't have sleds, so we use our boogie boards.
And James had a video earlier of people that didn't have a sled. They're just using their clothes to go down the hill. So. Yeah, I don't know what you call that, but sleds, by the way, some sleds sold out in Coleman yesterday. So
I bet they did.
They're a hot item.
Goodness gracious. All right, well, we're going to keep watching these images for you. Let's go to a live look outside this morning. We are all over our area, and we are working for you to give you the latest road conditions, the latest information you need to know. Our live extended coverage continues after the break. We're going to go back to the Gadston area, into Birmingham this morning, and we'll head back up into Coleman.
Plus, weather changing minute by minute. Riley has live radar updates. You're watching the Weather Authority.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
Good morning, everyone. 10:30 right now. Welcome into our extended coverage of this morning's winter storm. We're the Weather Authority. We've got crews all over our area today, keeping you up to date on the road conditions and exactly what you can expect. We're glad you're here. I'm Sarah Snyder.
I'm Stoney Sharp. We have crews positioned across the area: Coleman, Gadston, Jasper, as well as Birmingham. And we have Kira Hood watching some dicey road conditions.
Oh yeah, it's been a mess out there on the interstates, which is why we were encouraging people to stay home. We do have an update. It was on a major crash on I-65 going southbound in Alabaster. So we'll get to that in just a little bit, and we have our eyes on it. So there have been some improvements.
And hopefully that continues. I know that rain is the big factor here to be able to wash away some of that slush so it doesn't refreeze.
Yeah, and we just got a pretty lengthy update from the National Weather Service of Birmingham. A lot of our temperatures are just hovering right above freezing. That's what we need. That'll help melt the junk on the road, and when the rain moves in, it'll help wash most of it away. But this is our Air Experts Heating and Cooling Skycam up in Jasper. You see the roads are not looking the most favorable. Looks like a little bit of slush, maybe some ice forming in the parking spaces. But looking at radar right now, we're starting to see that rain start to make it over I-65. We were a little bit concerned with the chance of that dry slot being in place and dissipating this rain. But this is exactly what we need to help dissipate all of the slush that's currently on all of the major roadways. But further off to our north, we're starting to still see some fairly concerning issues, really from about Hayden, Smoke Rise, all the way to the north and the northeast. Gadston still seeing mixed precipitation. Blount County could be some heavier amounts of mixed precipitation, as well as Coleman, Winston, and parts of Marion County. But the further south you go, it's just a good old-fashioned cold rain. I know Valerie Bell, in our last check-in with her, she's up in Walker County in Jasper. She's also talking about that cold, annoying rain. But that's good news. It helps wash away and overall improve road conditions. But looking off to the north and west, Fayette County, Walker County, Tuscaloosa County, Jefferson County, seeing rain. Remember, that's what we need. That's good news. Looking further off to the east, some very light rain falling right now. But this big batch of rain still west of I-65 should slowly start progressing off to the east. But remember, further to the north of Pell City, mixed precipitation currently falling. That's not the best news, and those temperatures still remain at or below freezing, which is what we don't need to see. A little bit drier in parts of Clay County, though, in Randolph County, but we are still expecting the chance of rain to get there. Now, on the western side of the state, that's really all it is. It's just good old-fashioned rain all the way down to Utah and Greene County, Hale County, Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Sumter counties, Perry County, Bibb, Chilton County, Shelby County, also seeing some showers. But right now on the roads, it's just very slushy. But this rain and temperatures above freezing, especially from Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Pell City, Anniston, all the way down to the south, that's very good news. But still up in Jasper, Coleman, Aniana, Gadston, Haleyville, temperatures right at freezing. That's still a recipe for some pretty slick road conditions. And we also just got an update from a co-op observer up in Haleyville that's measured 5 inches of total snow, and it's starting to mix in with a little bit of sleet. But 5 inches of snow, that is a little bit above forecast, but at least it can be pretty up there. But here's what we're looking at for the rest of the day. Temperatures on this particular model are a little on the warmer side right now as compared to what we're currently seeing, so just keep that in mind. But generally, we are expecting temperatures to start to rise a little bit. Most of our area should remain, or should at least get, above the freezing mark. That'll turn all of that mixed precipitation into rain. That'll help wash the slush off of the roads, especially if we get a more prolonged rain event and our temperatures remain above average. That's what we're hoping for. And overall, most of the rain should be exiting the state by about 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. But another potential issue, if the roads stay wet with any kind of rain or any kind of slushy mix, and then we have another freeze tonight, not an extremely hard freeze, but still a freeze nonetheless, we could once again have some travel issues throughout the morning on Saturday morning. But fortunately, we are expecting a good bit of sunshine once we get towards Saturday morning. But still, the problem areas are likely going to be along and just south of 278. I'd really say from Jasper, Fayette, Aniana, Gadston Center, all the way off to the north, maybe even Anniston and Pell City, could be having some travel issues by Sunday morning. But good news though, we are expecting clouds to start the day on Saturday, but sunshine by the afternoon. Several of us could be around that 40-degree mark on Saturday, which would be very helpful. But fortunately by Sunday, blanket of sunshine, we shouldn't have any travel conditions to worry about. Then once we get to next week, not talking about any wintry weather anymore, even though it's still expected to be at least 10 to maybe 15 degrees below average, highs remaining in the 40s with sunshine all week, overnight lows remaining in the 20s, maybe even the teens, and even Sunday morning, a hard freeze is going to be likely.
We are starting to see more and more reports of crashes out there, more people starting to get on the roads. Again, if you can stay home, please do. We are seeing these reports all across our area. We have been monitoring this major crash in Alabaster on I-65, the southbound side. This is going to be at exit 238 where those Alabaster shopping centers are heading up towards Clanton area. So the crews are still on scene right now. It is a little slow going. This was completely blocked, but now one lane is open. So still slow going through this area, and traffic is being diverted as well. So if you are on I-65 going southbound near Alabaster, expect those delays. Now we want to show you our map system. It has been lit up all morning. We're seeing the biggest impacts as you go on I-20 in the Birmingham area, seeing impacts on 280, 459, 65. I mean, all across our area, those road conditions are deteriorating. And again, EMA is encouraging people to stay home. So if you can do that, please stay home. Those icy roads are going to slow you down quite a bit if you do have somewhere to go this morning.
And we are trying to keep you up to date all across our area this morning. We have crews all over north and central Alabama, and we are tracking those conditions that you can expect in real time.
We are, and let's go to Etowah County right now. Erin Wise keeping the road really hot this morning. She's in Gadston. She was in Gadston, then Rainbow City. Now she's back in Gadston. How's it looking there now, Erin?
Yeah, I've been trying to just get an idea of what it looks like around the county, not just staying in Gadston, but we went over to Rainbow City to check out Highway 77 coming from south side, the northbound lane. There had been some reports of people struggling to get up the hill right there. That was all cleared up, which was good to see, good to hear. But we came back to Gadston to check out how things were going here. This is US Highway 411. There's been a little bit more activity than what was going on earlier today. The road looks a little bit better too. There's still a lot of slush going on the side of the road, so something to be aware of there. We have seen crews coming through. Gadston has a snow plow as well as a sand and salt spreader that they recently got. I believe we saw some ALDOT crews also treating US Highway 411 right here. And of course, we drove out to Rainbow City on 411. The conditions were okay, still not great, which is why it's being advised that people continue to stay at home, avoid travel if possible. This slush on the side of the road is not fun to drive through. It doesn't sound great on your car. It's a scary situation. Now, I did speak with the county EMA director earlier, just a few minutes before this live shot right here, and asked him if there had been any significant accidents this morning. He said there had been no significant accidents, nothing major that has happened. There have been some people who were going a little too fast on these roads and they slipped off the roadway, but no crashes, no major fires or medical emergencies, which is just a really great situation to be in with how much snow the city of Gadston and Etowah County got earlier this morning. About 2.5 inches from what we were measuring next to the AMP. I'm sure some places got more than that, higher elevations in the county. Now, there are a list of road closures that can be found on the Etowah County 911 Facebook page. They're kind of updating those situations right there on that Facebook page as far as road closures go, especially for those higher elevation, the county roads. I will say there is a a travel advisory for the entire county. All county roads and county bridges are still considered impassable. The EMA says that people should not be driving over county roads and county bridges right now. That should be reserved for emergency personnel at this time. So still take that into consideration. While US Highway 411 still looks good, there are other places in the county that don't look as good. So keep that in mind. Please refrain from traveling. Enjoy some hot cocoa. Or go outside, make a snowman, do some things along those lines, but please don't get out on the roadway. Live in Gadston, Erin Wise, ABC 3340 News.
All right, good information, Erin, there. Thank you so much. And as she mentioned there, a lot of people have been enjoying this snow day today, and we've loved seeing your photos, the kiddos out enjoying the snow. That one still has a pumpkin.
I think we missed the kilt guy. Can we go backwards 2 photos?
Hey,
the
he's
kilt
supposed to be
guy.
at work. That was Todd.
There he is. This guy's brave, wearing a kilt
I like that.
in the snow.
Very
30-degree
brave.
weather out there.
Oh my goodness gracious.
That's
all
a
right,
good
well,
one.
hey, listen, we have loved looking at your photos all morning long, and we would love to see them and to share them. And hey, that is Todd. He should be at
Yeah,
work. You're
Todd,
absolutely
what
right.
are you doing?
Todd, get in here. We need you today, buddy.
The assignment desk editor who makes all the phone calls for us.
Yeah, we need him here. But no, these are great photos, and we absolutely love seeing them. So just scan that QR code there on the bottom of your screen, or you can go over to our website, abc3340.com, click chime in, and we love seeing. This is probably a first snow day for this little one. How much fun. Yeah, Addison's first snow. Fantastic.
The big question now, will the rain wash all this away? How much rain will we see in the area? And that's what you're tracking right now, Riley.
Yeah, that's the burning question is, will it rain? How much rain? And we're starting to see that rain sort of overtake that dry slot that was initially in place, which is
That big
good.
circle over the area?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
We're starting to see that rain enter that area. That'll help wash away all the slush on the roads. It'll keep our temperatures above freezing, and that's another thing. We need to keep these temperatures where we're at now, with the exception of Jasper, Haleyville, Hamilton. They're still below freezing. So that's just something we're keeping an eye on. But of course, coming up, we'll give you another update.
We'll keep watching.
Our extended coverage continues right after the break.
And we'll have much more from Riley and the Weather Authority, trying to see if the rain will wash this away again. We'll have much more on that coming up. You're watching the Weather Authority.
If I don't make it back, just...
Hey, wondering if we got this phoner coming up or is it canceled? Okay. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to do it? Okay. Sorry, mic check. I'm stepping out for a second while Riley does the weather.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
Let's take a big overview of just the general what's happening. Low pressure down to our south, warm front down along the coast. So obviously no snow, no winter precipitation happening down there. But really from Birmingham off to the north and east, we're starting to see sort of a mix, sort of a wintry mix further off to the north of that, Huntsville, Tennessee Valley. They're seeing good old-fashioned snow. South of Birmingham, we're starting to see rain. That's a good thing, but still, watch these warnings, advisories. We have a winter weather advisory for Sumter, Greene, Hale, Perry County, Chilton County, Coosa County, as well as Tallapoosa counties. This will be in effect until 3 p.m. today. But these areas in pink, Bibb County all the way off to the north. This does include Shelby, Jefferson County. A winter storm warning is currently in effect. This will be in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now, granted, all of the wintry precipitation will be done by then, but this is just more so of a just-in-case scenario as conditions warrant it, because we are starting to see some slick road conditions. But very good news. We're starting to see this rain ease over I-65 further off to the east. And this is really exactly what we need to help wash away the crud that's on the road. I know a lot of roads here, especially outside the door in the station, pavement is very, very slushy. And if that refreezes, if the rain wasn't falling, that could become a major issue. But for really, once again, most of St. Clair County, Blount County, Coleman County, Winston County, we are seeing widespread wintry mix. That could be sleet, snow, freezing rain, regular rain. That is a major issue. Etowah, Calhoun County, Marshall County. Looks like some pretty high reflectivity values over Lake Gunnersville right now as well. We're still seeing some pretty heavy signs, or pretty good signs of some heavier wintry mix. But fortunately, we're starting to see good old-fashioned cold rain start to mix into most of Birmingham down to the south. This does include parts of Walker County, Jasper, but up I-22 closer to Carbon Hill, probably have a few showers, but then further off to the east. We're starting to see that rain enter Talladega County, the southern portions of St. Clair County. Once again, very good news. And temperatures are just slightly above freezing right now, especially further south, which once again is helping improve road conditions. But further off in parts of Clay County, might be starting to see a little bit of a wintry mix, but you just got to think too, radars don't shoot straight, they shoot up in the air. So we could potentially have rain falling, or maybe this not making it to the ground. It is a little bit drier out to the east, but then further down to the south and west, good old-fashioned rain. Maybe some heavier rain falling right now over Demopolis in northern Marengo County, parts of Perry County, Greene, Hale counties, and maybe even the western parts of Bibb County along Highway 82 up to Tuscaloosa, seeing some heavy rain. So fortunately, this rain will really help clear off the back roads in case we start to see temperatures fall below freezing later this evening. But temperatures really south of I-20 are above freezing. 35 Tuscaloosa, 36 Centerville, 35 Clanton, 33 in Birmingham, 34 Pell City, 35 Sylacauga, but still further north along 278. Temperatures right at or slightly above freezing, which might impede travel conditions still for the next several hours. But still, a general transition to rain is expected. Heavier rain would be great, really help wash away all the slush on the road. And if we have prolonged rain and prolonged temperatures above freezing, overall that will help travel conditions as we get into Saturday morning. Of course, we'll keep you updated, and we'll have a full update when the news at 11 o'clock begins in about 10 minutes.
We want to give you a look all across our area at exactly what we're seeing this morning, and our crews are all over the state.
They're very brave this morning, including in the metro. Olivia Goche joins us live right now. She started the morning in Birmingham, went to Homewood, and now you're back in Birmingham, Olivia.
Yeah, Stoney, I'm just south of Arkadelphia Road. Here to my right is I-2059. So what I can say is that traffic has started to pick up at this point. I would say I'm starting to see more cars on the road, maybe within the past 30 to 45 minutes or so. The roadways look a lot clearer than they looked earlier this morning, but of course that doesn't necessarily mean that they're any safer to be on. As Evan and Riley have reiterated several times now today that, you know, this snow on these roads is just turning to slush now. These roads are still icy. We drove around a bit ourselves, very slowly, I will add. But, you know, even we kind of hit some icy patches and we're sliding a little bit. So, again, people should remember just to stay off the roads. And if you have to get on the roads, these roadway conditions are unpredictable. There's a car going a little faster than I would say to drive there. So, of course, just be mindful if you're going to be out. And as Jefferson County EMA has stated, you know, these roads are still deemed impassable at this time. Live in Birmingham, Olivia Goche, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Olivia, some great information there. Thank you so much. Looking live outside right now, you can see that thick blanket of snow still covering the ground. Beautiful sight to see.
That's what it looks like across central Alabama this morning. Of course, it arrived a little earlier than expected, more snow than expected as well, but we're enjoying it this morning, waiting for that rain to move in to see if it washes all the snow away.
And we are staying on the air to help you get through this so you know exactly what to expect. Our extended coverage will continue after the break, and we're going to take you back up to Etowah County. We'll take you over to Walker County, and then we'll head up to Coleman.
Plus, minute-by-minute weather changes with Riley Blackwell. You're watching ABC 3340. We are the Weather Authority.
Oh, I didn't see that. What'd they say?
Well, it went to junk for some reason. So love the energy from the sports guy last night. We watch 3340 Sports every day. You know, Johnny's always hyped up.
Do we just need to tease?
Oh,
we have a 4-shot.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we got.
Oh,
Just
after
how
this.
long do we have?
Now we can get everybody.
When is the 4-shot?
2 minutes to fill. Okay. Do we want Kira to talk about traffic again?
Is it here or not? I'm confused.
Do we want Kira to do another traffic?
Yeah, what do we have? We can do that
we're just doing
airport.
chime in.
We can do the airport hit. I mean, he can pull something down.
Okay. We'll talk about chime in, and then we'll ask you about that, Kira. I think we're on a 4-shot for it, but.
Okay.
Dad's front yard in Sylvan Springs.
That's fine with me.
Oh, wow. Pretty. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome back into our winter weather coverage this morning. And, you know, as we've been saying, part of telling this story about all of this snowfall this morning, looking at all of your pups and all of your kiddos out playing in the snow this morning.
All the creativity, too. A lot of creativity in these videos. Oh, my gosh.
no.
Keep
Wow.
it right there.
That's
A swimming.
a whole
another level.
Oh, those are some brave folks.
I might have done that a few years ago, but
No.
I value heat now.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of dogs and animals. We've seen horses and cows and just about everything. Some ducks earlier as well in the snow.
Yeah, I saw some of my friends on social media. Somebody had a blow-up mattress out there sliding down one of the hills.
Okay.
Hey, listen,
That's a
we're
good
Alabama.
idea.
A
Getting
lot of
creative.
people, we don't have sleds here, so
Yeah.
a lot of people are using boogie boards and whatever they got at home.
You need to pull a Clark Griswold and get like the lid of a trash can and
Right.
spray some of that food
Yeah, to
additive
make it
he
go
made.
faster.
Yeah, and just slide down to your local Walmart.
Oh, that's a
Look,
great
be
idea.
careful
huh?
out there, guys.
You do need to be careful right now. And I know Kira, you've been watching the roads this morning, but then also watching what's going on at the airport. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we've seen several flight cancellations from all of the airlines. And then we got an update a while ago from the Birmingham airport letting us know that they are still open. However, if you do have a flight, you will need to monitor that. The departures and arrivals this morning. Yeah, we're showing you a list here. A lot of them revised, a lot of them on time as well. But I mean, Chicago and a couple of other areas, we've seen a lot of cancellations to Dallas as well. So again, the Birmingham airport is open. However, monitor your flight times and changes and revisions that may come up this morning if you're flying anywhere.
Yeah,
And Riley, we're watching the rain to see if it has any impact on the current conditions.
No, you know, a lot of times we don't hope for rain. We like sunshine, but in this scenario, we need the rain. Okay. And it's not so much of a drought, but it washes the crud off of the roads. Now, still north of Birmingham, we're seeing a wintry mix. Snow as far north as Huntsville, maybe Fort Payne in the extreme northeastern corner of the state. But a lot of us right now are seeing just good old-fashioned, kind of annoying cold rain, overcoming that dry slot that we were initially concerned with. But if we get heavier rain, that's even better news to help wash away the slush that's on the road. One concern, though, back to our north and west is that cold front coming in. If moisture stays on the roads, the slushy conditions, we could have another refreeze. But fortunately, we think this rain will help wash all that away. We won't have that many travel impacts. And, of course, we'll have the full update coming at the news at 11.
Speaking of which, our extended coverage will continue next as we take you into the 11 o'clock hour, getting a look at the areas that have been impacted this morning.
Keep it right here. 3340 News at 11 is next. One more hour of our extended coverage. You're watching the Weather Authority.
At the end of 12 for them to record it. Okay. So we gotta wait. That's fine. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
ABC 3340 News starts now with the Weather Authority.
Breaking right now, we've got continuing team coverage this morning here on the news at 11. We have crews all across our area this morning. These are a couple of live looks right now. The left side of your screen, this is Etowah County, the Gadston area this morning. The right side of your screen is in Jefferson County. You can see here both dealing with some road issues. We've got reporters all across our area. We'll hear from them here in just a little bit. We're glad you're here with us on the news at 11. I'm Sarah Snyder.
I'm Stoney Sharp, and right now, snow, ice, slush impacting travel across the area. We have news crews positioned across central Alabama. Kyra Purvis in Coleman, Valerie Bell in Jasper, Aaron Wise in Gadston, plus Kiera Hood monitoring traffic this morning. But first, Riley Blackwell tracking the storm system. Riley.
Yeah, fortunately, this storm system really panned out just about as forecast. Now, right now, we have low pressure down to our south, a warm front along the coast. So obviously, they're not seeing any kind of wintry precipitation. But from Birmingham, just about really all the way down to the south, we're just seeing good old-fashioned rain. That is great news. That is exactly what we want to see. And in terms of the watches, warnings, and advisories, we still have a winter weather advisory for Greene, Hale, Perry, Chilton, Coosa, Tallapoosa, Randolph counties. This will be expiring at 3 p.m. today. But areas in pink, Bibb, Shelby, Jefferson, all the way off to the north, they are still in a winter storm warning. That will be expiring at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're not saying that the wintry precipitation is going to last until 6 a.m., but we still potentially could have impacts from the winter storm moving through right now into tomorrow morning. Looking at radar, though, we are still seeing that good old-fashioned rain. It'll help wash away all of the slush that's currently on the roads, overall improve travel conditions. Further off to the north, though, parts of Blount County, Marshall counties, Etowah, Calhoun, and even parts of Cherokee County and Cleburne counties, they're still seeing some mixed precipitation. But fortunately, we are expecting all of this rain to slowly make its way off to the north and east and hopefully improve travel conditions. Looking to the north and west right now, parts of Walker County, Winston County, Marion County, overall rain is slowing down or even stopping. Wintry precipitation is stopping. Further off to the east, still seeing some fairly heavy wintry precipitation, Etowah, Calhoun, St. Clair counties. But in general, rain will likely start to overtake the area and start to improve travel conditions. How long will the rain last? And could we have some refreezing by tomorrow morning? Of course, we'll take a look at all that and the full 7-day forecast coming up.
As you heard Riley mention, it is very slick out there on the interstates. We've been monitoring this camera all morning. This is going to be in Alabaster, I-65, just past exit 238, where those Alabaster shopping centers are. There was an interstate there was an 18-wheeler completely blocking the interstate in this area, but it looks like crews are still on the scene working to remove this. Going to be this white truck here. So just be aware of that if you're getting out this morning, which we hope you can stay home if possible. Those road conditions are slick and icy out there. We've been getting reports all morning of 18-wheelers and cars being stuck on the side of the interstate. So we're going to continue to monitor these, and we'll keep you up to date as the news at 11 continues.
And headed up to Coleman County right now, we've been watching conditions, seeing a major snowfall earlier this morning.
Blizzard-like snow earlier in Coleman. What about now? 3340's Kyra Purvis is live. Good morning, Kyra.
Good morning, Stoney. Yeah, we have a little bit of something coming from the sky, but nothing too thick like we were seeing around 4:30 this morning. But the remnants of what was falling is still here. You can see on the ground. We have some depth here with this snow. It's thick, it's soft, and it's also really packable. And you know what that does? It has an impact on our roadways. I'm actually here at Highway 31 and 157, that intersection, and we're seeing where these snow plows have actually cleared this area here. So we are seeing some drivers getting back on the roadways. Now, at this time, Coleman County has still identified all of these roads as impassable, but as we continue to see drivers on it, we are seeing that they are clearing up a bit. On the way here, we did do a little slipping and sliding here and there, but nothing too bad, but still just a dangerous situation. If I were you, I would stay at home. Now, again, we're talking about impassable roads, and we're also talking about snow falling down in a lot of this area that hasn't been touched. It looks just like this thick white coat. Now stay with us. We'll continue to bring you updates throughout the day on what's happening here in Coleman County. But right now, things are looking okay. But again, stay home. You don't want to be out in this weather. For now, live in Coleman County, Kyra Purvis, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Kyra, thank you. Great job this morning. Want to head over to Walker County now, the Jasper area, where we are seeing some similar conditions. Heavy snow, and a lot of those roads are starting to turn to a slush. Some icy conditions there, too.
Valerie Bell continues our team coverage in Jasper right now. Hour 6 of that coverage for her. Valerie, how are the roads there?
Stoney, we've got some good news, bad news type of situation. The good news is we talked to Walker County EMA, and while the county roads and the city roads here through Jasper aren't ideal conditions, there haven't been any major crashes. The good news is I was told that people were driving slow through those areas, something that we personally have seen from being out here. Now, let's talk about the bad news. Alabama Law Enforcement Agency said on I-22, there have been several vehicles and tractor trailers that are either stuck in the median or stuck in the roadway. I'm going to step out of the way and show you what we're seeing here on I-22. You can see there's a line of trucks right here coming off of the off-ramp that are just like lined up here. We did hike up that big hill that you probably see right up there, and we didn't see anything in this particular section, but we do see a lot of vehicles traveling through here. Although Aaliyah says that the state and federal roads should be considered impassable and are still covered with that snow and that ice and that kind of slush is what we're seeing now. It's, you know, recommended not to be driving on those roads at this time, but we are seeing people move through right now without any problems, and we will continue to stay on top of the road conditions out here in Walker County, and we'll continue to update you with that information. Live in Jasper, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Valerie, great job this morning. And, you know, a big part of telling this story about this winter storm has been all of you this morning sending your pictures in, your videos, and they have been fantastic. We love seeing them. So many beautiful images coming in from all across central Alabama and northern Alabama this morning. Just a big, thick snowfall and a lot of folks out enjoying it. Some birds enjoying it out there as well. Head over to our Facebook page, or our website rather. You can click on Chime In, and you can also scan the QR code right there on the bottom of your screen to send us those pictures and videos. And again, we love seeing them. All right, and a reminder, you can keep up with the latest developments on the weather with our ABC 3340 weather app. You can pinpoint your exact location to get the data exactly where you are. You'll also have access to the live radar, James's weather blog, and of course the 7-day forecast.
And coming up on the news at 11, the other news headlines this Friday.
President-elect Trump now knows his fate in that New York hush money case. And the nation's court hearing arguments on TikTok. Will it stay or will it go?
It's now 11:12 a.m. Other news headlines happening right now. President-elect Donald Trump now sentenced to an unconditional discharge in his New York hush money case, which means Trump will not face prison time nor any penalties. However, that conviction will stay on his record. Trump is expected to appeal the conviction.
And the Supreme Court is deciding the fate of TikTok right now. SCOTUS agreed to expedite the video sharing platform's First Amendment case. Arguments started at 10 a.m. and they've lasted a couple hours now. At issue is a ban Congress passed in April requiring TikTok to either shut down or find a new owner. The app is currently facing a deadline of January 19th before the law kicks in. Coming up, our winter weather coverage continues. Beautiful snowfall across our area, and we have crews all over. Aaron Wise is up in Gadston. Olivia Gauthier is in Birmingham. We'll be hearing from them.
Temperatures slowly but surely are starting to rise above freezing. That's also helping mix in some rain. How can this rain help us out? We'll take a look at that and the full 7-day coming up.
Your Fish and Game forecast is sponsored by Ox Foundation Solutions.
I'm sorry, I don't know what was said. I heard my name, but I didn't hear. No. We can do something different here. I need to see which camera is seeing impact.
You're watching the one and only ABC 3340, the station working for you.
Welcome back in. We continue our live team coverage this morning. We have crews all across our area keeping you informed.
3340's Aaron Wise is in Etowah County and 3340's Olivia Gauthier in Jefferson County right now. First, we go to Aaron in Gadston. Good morning, Aaron.
Morning, guys. Well, it's been definitely a change from what we had earlier this morning. We have just a small amount of rain falling right now compared to those huge snowflakes that were falling around 4, 5, and 6 o'clock. But I will say the road conditions, when that snow stopped, they also started to improve a little bit here. This is US Highway 411. Still a lot of slush on the roadway, still something people do not want to be out in, but it does look a lot better than what it looked earlier this morning. County roads, though, impassable. County bridges, impassable. Etowah County EMA says that people should not be driving on county roads or driving on county bridges. Those roadways should be reserved for emergency response only. So stay off of those roadways for the time being until the county EMA gives the all clear for that. Now, we did go to Rainbow City to check out Highway 77 due to some reports that there were some people struggling to get up the hill on the northbound lane. That was all clear when we went to look over in Rainbow City. Now, we'll continue to follow along and see the updates here, track the improvements and how all of this does later this afternoon, of course, with potential freezing temperatures coming in again. This could be a concern. Live in Gadston, Erin Wise, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Erin, thank you. And headed over to Jefferson County now. We have seen a few mishaps out on the roads in that area as the conditions turn from that snow we saw this morning into kind of a slushy mixture and in some spots ice.
Lots of crashes across the metro, including in Birmingham. 3340's Olivia Goche tracking travel this Friday morning across the Magic City. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning, Stony, Sarah, and as you guys mentioned, there have been some traffic mishaps on these roadways across Jefferson County. Now, here it looks like things are slowing down, definitely weather-wise, but again, as our weather team has reiterated so many times this morning, this snow that you see still piled up on the ground is just turning into a slippery slush now on these roadways. So Jefferson County EMA is still deeming these roads impassable. Now, Aaliyah has stated that these conditions are deteriorating, but again, they're still not recommending travel on these roads. If you've got to travel, you're going to want to drive slow. There's some cars going pretty fast here. Again, the roadways are really just unpredictable. We drove around. We saw several cars that had spun out. We actually stopped and talked with one driver who said that his car began to veer off the road, and in an attempt to actually back up and get back on the roadway, his car just began to slip down into the ditch even further. So again, if you don't have to get on the road, we would not recommend it. And if you do, just use extreme caution. We're going to continue to track these roadway conditions as weather conditions carry on throughout the day. Live in Birmingham, Olivia Goche, ABC 3340 News.
Some good information there from Olivia. We've been monitoring our cameras all morning. This is a live look at I-2059 at 24th Street North in downtown Birmingham. We have seen conditions improve in this area, and all across our area we're starting to see some improvements. However, we are still seeing reports of crashes. We were monitoring a crash on I-65 southbound in the Alabaster area. They have gotten that 18-wheeler out of the middle of the interstate and off to the side, so just a little slow there. We're still seeing some big impacts this morning. Our map was completely lit up with red and yellow this morning. It looks like that is starting to clear up just a bit. On I-20 is where we're seeing the biggest impacts this morning, but I mean everywhere, 280, 459, 65, all seeing impacts. So if you can stay home, as you heard Olivia say, please do. Those roads still a little icy this morning. Riley?
And we are very fortunate right now that we are starting to see that expected transition from that wintry precipitation into rain. It looks like some particularly heavier rain moving through parts of Bibb County, Chilton County, and my wife just texted me down in Clanton. It's starting to rain there as well. This will overall help improve road conditions. Rain starting to fall along I-20. Generally, that will start to help as well. We might have a little bit of a mixture of wintry precipitation and rain there, but we are still expecting more widespread rain by later on this afternoon. Heavier showers falling right over Demopolis, the southern portion of Greene, Hale counties, parts of Bibb County seeing heavier rain, and eventually Chilton County is going to see this heavier rain. Now, we are still seeing light rain further off to the north. Right now, all rain is extremely helpful to help wash the slush off the roads. Heavier rain Columbiana, Alabaster, West Blockton, Lakeview, Coleman, Tuscaloosa, but off to the north and east, we're still seeing some issues in terms of wintry precipitation, a wintry mix where it could be rain, freezing rain, or sleet that could still be a problem, especially along I-20, Heflin, Tallapoosa in Georgia, Gadston, Center, Albertville up near Lake Gunnersville, Aniana. Still seeing some wintry mix, but generally speaking, we are expecting rain to transition and sort of take over all what we're seeing right now in terms of that wintry mix. But overall, on the western side of the state, most of the day, it's been a good old-fashioned rain. Now, in our long-form coverage in the 10 o'clock hour, we saw Livingston didn't have any kind of really impacts on the ground at all. Their temperatures remained above freezing, and most areas are seeing temperatures above freezing. I got an email up in Haleyville, about 9 miles west of the airport, that they were at 34. The sensor at the airport is currently reporting 34 as well, with about 5 inches of snow reported in Haleyville. But still, most communities along 278, Gadston, Aniana, Coleman, Jasper, just right at or slightly above freezing. That could still bring problems throughout the day. But the further south you go, these temperatures are starting to climb above freezing. Very good news. We have 34 Alabaster, 36 Centerville, 35 Tuscaloosa in Utah, 35 down in Clanton, 34 Birmingham, 36 in Pell City. And generally, if we start to see heavier rain start to fall, that will help continue to wash the slush off the roads, maybe even at a little more faster rate. But one other concern we're keeping an eye on, if we can keep moisture on the roads, that slush or any puddles, we're likely going to have another freeze tonight. Not an extremely hard freeze by any means. This just got updated, so 19 is not the low for tonight. 19 is going to be the low for Saturday night into Sunday. But most of us are going to be in the middle to upper 20s in general. That will probably cause some roads to be slick early tomorrow morning, but we are expecting a good bit of sunshine by Saturday afternoon and into Sunday, where we should be expecting temperatures also to rise. But remember, Saturday night into Sunday, a hard freeze is going to be likely. But back in the middle 40s by Sunday and Monday, with overall a good bit of sunshine for most of next week, temperatures likely remaining in the 40s until we get to Friday. The news at 11 will return after this break.
Boxes? Question mark? Yeah, can you ask? Yes, okay.
Yeah, we're good. Just tired.
ABC 3340 News starts now with the Weather Authority.
We're staying on top of developing winter weather this hour. Welcome into the news at 11. I'm Sarah Snyder.
I'm Stoney Sharp. The Weather Authority's live snowstorm coverage continues right now, including Kyra Purvis. She's in Coleman. We have Valerie Bell in Jasper, Aaron Wise in Gadston, plus Kira Hood monitoring icy travel conditions right now. But first, we go to Riley Blackwell tracking the weather system. Riley.
Now, fortunately, we are starting to see that very slow transition into rain. We have low pressure down to our south, a warm front along the coast, so obviously they're not seeing any wintry precipitation. But we're starting to see just good old-fashioned cold rain overtake much of the state. That is very good news and overall will help improve travel conditions as we go throughout the day. But in terms of alerts, we still have a winter storm warning in effect from about Bibb County all the way to the north. This will be in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow, Saturday morning. That's not saying that wintry weather is expected through 6 a.m., but overall conditions could still be impactful from the winter storm we're seeing right now. And down to the south in these purple counties, we have a winter weather advisory. Overall, the advisory will be expiring at 3 p.m. today, as generally the rain and most of the wintry weather will start to move out of the state. But looking at current radar closer to home, heavier rain starting to fall over parts of Hale, Greenville County, and generally moving off to the north and east. We have seen some travel issues be impacted by the winter storm, but the more rain we can get and the longer we can stay above freezing will overall help mitigate the threat. Heavier rain, though, falling in parts of Shelby County just west of I-65. This is near the Shelby County Airport, where the National Weather Service of Birmingham is, near Alabaster, Saginaw, Calera. Heavier rain falling right over Marion, the Military Institute in Perry County, and falling fairly heavy down in Sumter counties. Now, we are still seeing some wintry precipitation for the extreme eastern portions of Blount County, most of Etowah County, as well as parts of Marshall County where Lake Gunnersville is, and maybe the extreme northern portions of Clay County. But fortunately, this rain starts to take over, and we will start to see better traffic conditions. Now, Kiara Hood will have a look at traffic right now.
Thanks so much, Riley. We continue to monitor and watch those roads for you. This is a live look at I-65. This is going to be on the southbound side in Alabaster. An 18-wheeler still disabled on the side of the interstate. One lane is blocked and also the shoulder, so it's been a little slow going near the 238 exit. This is near the Alabaster Shopping Center. We're still seeing impacts out there on the roads. We encourage you to stay home if you can. We have seen road conditions start to improve just a bit. However, it is still slushy and icy out there. Also going to be some that you may not be able to see if you're driving in the car. So please heed those warnings. Stay home if possible. And again, we'll keep you updated and covered here on the News at 11.
Want to head up to Coleman County right now, where we've been watching conditions after a major snowfall early this morning.
3340's Kyra Purvis braving the cold out there in Coleman. Kyra, what's the latest?
Well, Stoney, right now just seeing a tad bit of rain, but you know that was not the case around 4:30 this morning when we were seeing those large snowflakes coming down swiftly, and this is the remnants. We have piles of snow. It's got to be at least 2 inches approximately, and you can see it kind of sitting on top of that those cars over at the dealership there, and it's also impacting the roadways. We were driving over this way. We moved from Highway 157, excuse me, and now we're here on this Highway 31 intersection, and we were slipping and sliding here, but we have seen more vehicles getting out on the roadways, so maybe this has cleared up a little bit, but Coleman County EMA is still saying that these roads are impassable and to stay off of them. And we were over back on Highway 278 where we saw some 18-wheelers having some issues, and some of them had to be towed up a hill that was in there. And as we were kind of looking around neighborhoods and areas that maybe aren't traveled as much, that's where you're still seeing a lot of that snow cover. So definitely a lot of impact being had here in Coleman County. So stay safe. Make sure you're staying inside. You see people are excited. People are excited out here. They've been snowboarding, everything out here, and also waving when we're coming by. So just make sure you're being safe. Stay inside. You don't want to have to deal with this. Make a snowman or something, but don't get in the vehicle or driving the roadways. For now, live in Coleman County, Kyra Purvis, ABC 3340 News.
All right, Kyra, thank you. Great job this morning. Want to head to Walker County now, where we've seen some similar travel conditions, that heavy snow, and some of the roads turning again to that slushy, icy mixture. 3340's
Valerie Bell live in Jasper right now. She's done it all this morning, made a snowman. She scraped some snow off some cars. Good morning, Valerie.
Good morning, Stoney and Sarah. The fun is kind of over, at least for me. If you take a look behind me right here, you can see on this hill, that's kind of what we're seeing the snow do. Where we had something to work with earlier, it's not the case anymore. We're starting to see that rain that Riley had just mentioned. So if you're trying to make a snowman, I gotta check on mine later, make sure he's still there. But let's talk a little bit about the roadways. So that rain has helped with conditions. We're definitely seeing a lot more vehicles travel through here. If you can zoom into the road a little bit, and you can see coming off of I-22 right here, it's pretty clear as far as the roads go. We are seeing some areas that slushiness, but we're not seeing a lot of those icy conditions. No major traffic crashes in the city or the county at this time. Aaliyah did say about an hour ago that there were some cars and trucks that were stuck in the median and on the side of the road. On I-22, we do have a couple of trucks that are pulled over, 18-wheelers, tractor trailers pulled over on the side of the road. They don't appear to be stuck. It appears that they just chose not to drive in these conditions and take a little break. But again, the biggest message that we can tell you is that if you have to get out and travel for whatever the reason is, just take it slow, because you never know if you hit that icy spot or that slushiness or kind of just slide a little bit. We had a little bit of that earlier, but we'll continue to monitor these conditions out here and let you know if roadways improve or if it freezes later and we get that ice back on the roadways. Reporting live in Jasper, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
Thank you, Valerie. Another concern this morning, protecting the homeless from the snowstorm. Warming stations are open right now across the area.
The Jimmy Hill Mission moved to its old thrift store location at 1569 Cooper Hill Road for more space. They are now operating 24 hours a day, at least through Sunday. The shelter provides transportation from Lynn Park and its downtown men's center. You can find a list of warming stations open in your area on our website, abc3340.com. I want to give you an update right now on some other national stories that we're following closely. Right now, wildfires in California have claimed 10 lives, and officials there believe that that number could rise as over 180,000 people evacuated and entire neighborhoods are burned.
And now people from all over coming together to help. Lots of that support coming from the Vegas Valley. Tiffany Lane shows us how.
I have never faced anything like this before.
It's difficult not to get emotional seeing communities destroyed and no end in sight with fires ravaging Southern California. Michael Soden is with the Rotary, a global service organization that helps with tragedies daily, including the destruction happening right now. This particularly hits close to home because some of the areas of the fires are in his district, that includes the Vegas Valley, and goes as far as even Pasadena.
I have 5 members there that have lost their homes. We have a couple in Sierra Madre, and then I hear rumors about some stuff going on in Pasadena.
Rotary District 5300 is working around the clock to get resources, especially from the Valley to those in Los Angeles County.
And we've already arranged for an area that will be able to collect donations and then to get the trucks over to California.
They have a website ready to go where people can donate money, and it will soon include what items are also needed. And another big contribution, members of District 5300 are also opening up their homes here in the Valley to anyone who's displaced.
Sending donations, I think, is fantastic, and people putting up money is great, but really opening your home to someone who's been displaced is really the ultimate act of generosity.
The Valley alone has 17 Rotary chapters and hundreds of volunteers willing to offer a warm home.
In our chapter specifically, there's a lot of people who are empty nesters now. Their kids are out of the home, so they have space and they have room. And I know many of our members have really kind of put up their hands and say, we're willing to take people in, which I think is really, really fantastic and virtually unheard of.
They're not the only ones in the Valley providing help. Many properties also giving some relief. Resorts World, for example, is giving a 35% discount now through the 17th for those needing a roof over their heads.
We had a lot of calls coming in, people calling, asking about availability. We started to understand a trend that people were unable to find lodging and shelter in the Southern California area because of the demand. And again, we wanted to just be part of that solution.
And there are already people taking up the offer.
I greeted 2 groups. I was here pretty late at the property, greeted 2 groups that drove in last night. And when they just looked like they were just mentally beat, I mean, I think this is potentially probably the worst disaster that has ever happened in that area.
Those images coming in and hearing those stories, but glad there's people out there to help.
I couldn't believe how the mountains, so much fire, entire mountains, multiple mountains on fire at once. It was very historic and very sad.
It is. Want to head to New York now. President-elect Donald Trump is sentenced for falsifying business records in New York.
And this comes after Trump tried to delay sentencing. However, that request was rejected, as we said at the top of the hour. ABC's Morgan Norwood has details.
President-elect Donald Trump formally sentenced this morning in his hush money case in New York City. Trump and his attorney Todd Blanche appearing virtually from his Mar-a-Lago club and given the opportunity to speak.
This has been a weaponization of government. They call it lawfare.
The judge in this case, Juan Merchan, taking the unusual action of allowing audio of today's proceedings. Trump calling the case a very terrible experience and maintaining his innocence.
I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong.
Back in May, a jury found Trump guilty of falsifying business records related to a hush money payment to adult film actress Stormy Daniels that improperly influenced the 2016 election. Trump maintaining this payment was logged as a legal expense.
All of the horrible things that are going on, I got indicted over calling a legal expense a legal expense.
Judge Merchan had already signaled that he intended to sentence Trump to an unconditional discharge in the case. And that's what he did today.
This court has determined that the only lawful sentence is an unconditional discharge.
What this means is Trump will face no real punishment at all. No jail time, no fine, or probation. Trump had faced up to 4 years in jail.
Sir, I wish you Godspeed as you assume your second term in office.
And despite the fact that Trump faces no jail time, he will still enter the Oval Office as the first president with any kind of criminal record, a convicted felon. Morgan Norwood, ABC News, New York.
Live team coverage continues next on the News at 11.
Including live updates from Etowah and Jefferson counties.
And of course, we'll take a little bit closer look at what could be happening after this big snowstorm moves through. We'll also take a look at some of your local reports coming up.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, it's just a little cold. Okay.
You're watching the one and only ABC 3340, the station working for you.
Welcome back in. We head over now to Etowah County, where we are tracking the progression of all of those snowy, icy conditions there.
ABC 3340's Aaron Wise live in Gadston this morning. Aaron, still lots of slush on the ground behind you.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we're seeing. The road conditions transition to is that slushy mess. You can hear it when cars go by. It makes a certain noise. Etowah County remains under a travel advisory right now. Earlier this morning, all county roads were deemed impassable, meaning there should be no regular citizens traveling on those roads, those county roads and county bridges. That's only for emergency personnel if they need to get out, need to get to a call. This is U.S. Highway 411. It looks much better than it did earlier this morning, but still has that slush on the side of the road. So if you're going to travel, please do so slowly coming through this area, but it does look much better right here on U.S. Highway 411 here in Gadsden. Something I want to tell you from the Etowah County EMA director is that although these road conditions have been difficult this morning, there have been no major incidents, no major crashes this morning, just some minor issues with people driving too fast on roads and then kind of going off the roadway earlier this morning, but no major crashes. We'll continue to watch these roadways throughout the day. Live in Gadsden, Aaron Wise, ABC 3340 News.
Great job this morning, Aaron. Thank you so much. Want to head over to Jefferson County now, where we've also been watching conditions there. Travel is still a concern in the Birmingham area.
3340's Olivia Goche was tracking an 18-wheeler that jackknifed earlier in Homewood, and now she's back in Birmingham. What's happening there, Olivia?
Stony, Sarah, the rain out here is starting to pick up a little bit, so it's been kind of a whirlwind of just weather conditions out here in Birmingham, you can still see that on the ground out there, there is just snow piled up. Now, where I'm standing is just south of Arkadelphia Road. This is I-2059 right here, this road. And there's cars. I will say travel has picked up a little bit within the past hour, hour and a half or so. Of course, Jefferson County is still under a travel advisory. They're not recommending anyone be on these roads if you can help it. But if you're going to drive, make sure you're driving slowly. You're being extremely cautious. As you mentioned, Stoney, that 18-wheeler jackknifed earlier as we rode around on some of these roads across Jefferson County. We saw a number of vehicles that had spun off onto the shoulder. So again, you don't want to go fast on these roads. It may look like the road is clear, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe to travel on. And it could always be unpredictable. Live in Jefferson County, Olivia Goche, ABC 3340 News.
Remember, we have a winter weather advisory further down to the south that will be expiring at 3 o'clock, but off to the north, we have a winter storm warning that will be in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. But that doesn't mean we're going to see wintry precipitation last all the way until then. Now I'm going to click through some storm reports that we've seen across the area. Up in Haleyville, 5 inches of snow near the airport. This was reported at 10 a.m. just north of Coleman County, 3 inches. Blount County, north of Aniana, 2.8 inches. In Birmingham at Samford University, 2 inches. Down in Calera, just south of Calera near the Chilton-Shelby line, we had just about a ½ inch. In Anniston, about 2 inches. So it's been a pretty prolific snowmaker across the area. Just north of the Tuscaloosa Regional Airport, 2 inches of snow. And we're fortunate it's been mainly just that, just snow. Now on the roads we have had some issues, but fortunately we're starting to see into good old-fashioned rain. That will help clear out any kind of mess that's still on the roads, like slush, potentially any ice. Now we're still seeing some wintry mix up to our north and east. Parts of Calhoun, Cherokee, Claiborne counties, still Etowah, Marshall counties, but that's also slowly starting to transition into rain. So right now, heavier rain falling down to our south and west. But you still see all of these storm reports across the area showing that we had some pretty good snow, really from Calera all the way off to the north. And of course, just as forecast, heavier amounts really along and north of 278. And temperatures are slowly but surely starting to climb above freezing, which is once again a big time help. We're at 36 in Pell City, 35 in Sylacauga, 37 Centerville, 35 Tuscaloosa, still along 278. Right at freezing, so travel still might be an issue the further north you go. But fortunately, the further south you go, temperatures above freezing, and we're seeing rain. It'll help clear off the roads. Now, as we go throughout the day for today, most if not all of us will be seeing just rain. Could be heavy at times, but once again, that'll help wash all the slush off of the roadways, with lingering rain probably until about 6 or 7 o'clock tonight. That's when all of the rain will begin to move out. Now, there is one particular concern we are just warning people about. If there's any precipitation or any moisture on the roads, we're probably going to have another freeze for tonight. Temperatures in the middle to upper 20s and lower 30s, which could cause some slick spots early Saturday morning, but we are expecting a blanket of sunshine, temperatures warming up by Saturday. So overall conditions will be a lot better probably by Saturday afternoon, and by Sunday we shouldn't have any issues in terms of wintry travel, but it's still going to be on the colder side early Saturday morning. Saturday night into Sunday morning, lows down in the teens, potentially could have wind chills down in the single digits, but by Sunday we'll be back in the middle to upper 40s. More of the same persisting into Monday, and most of next week will feature a ton of sunshine, highs in the 40s, and we'll be nearing 50 by Friday. But once we get past this winter storm, we're not talking any precipitation for the upcoming week.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
I take a lot of videos because my daughter is a college athlete and I always want to record her volleyball games. And there is nothing more frustrating than getting that quote, storage full notification, which I get all the time and I hate it. Well, here is the solution. This is the memory. It's a digital backup device that will save your photos and videos, but free up the memory on your phone so you won't miss a moment. I love that. And I love the memory because you can also charge your device while you're backing up, and it can hold hours of video and thousands of photos. This is another thing I really love. You can scan copies of photos. Isn't that cool? That would normally just sit in a shoebox somewhere in my house. And even colorize old photos that are fading. I really love that. I have some of my grandparents that I want to colorize. You can even scan important documents for your records too. Now, my daughter actually asked to steal this because she is always running out of storage. So I'm definitely, well, I have 2 daughters, so I'm definitely going to get both of them one of these. And look at all these fun colors that you can choose from. Well, right now we're offering 50% off. You heard me right. These are going to sell out. 50% off the memory. So head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Okay, so check this out. A dramatic rescue in Connecticut. Thursday, a deer stuck in a frozen river. However, good news, the deer was rescued, so that did not last long. It gets to warm up now in the cold, right?
Thank goodness.
Can't really go anywhere.
Glad he's okay. Well, we love seeing your videos and pictures from this snow event. It's, kind of rare here in Alabama to see a big snow like this, and so it's fun to see all your videos and pictures kind of celebrating the day and enjoying it. And it's been a lot of kiddos' first snowfall, and it's been really fun to see these great pictures. A lot of pups enjoying the cold weather and the snow this morning as well. And you guys have been such a big part of our coverage this morning, and we thank you for that. We thank you for sending us your great pictures and videos. So please keep them coming. The QR code there on the bottom of your screen. We've had thousands so far today.
Bucket Milo right there enjoying the snow.
All the puppies out there.
Building a snow. That looks like a good snowman.
People have had some really nice sized snowmen today.
Like 7 feet tall.
Usually they're just like tiny little dirty ones. So
Got
to see
the
the big
tubes out
fluffy
there.
ones, it's really cool, right?
Yeah, love to see that.
And now we're waiting to see what the rain does.
Yeah, the rain is moving in, and fortunate for us that the rain is moving in. It'll help ease those travel conditions. Even though we could have a refreeze tonight, we are still expecting a good bit of sunshine by tomorrow afternoon, even though it's still going to be on the chilly side. Now, Saturday night into Sunday morning, we're going to have a hard freeze, lows in the teens, but we shouldn't have any issue with travel. Highs back in the 40s by Sunday and Monday, mid to upper 40s both days, and most of next week should feature a good bit of sunshine. No other winter storm to forecast, at least for now.
Thank goodness. Glad to hear it.
Quite the morning. That wraps up our extended coverage of the snowstorm.
We'll see you back here this afternoon at 4 o'clock or anytime on abc3340.com. Have a great day, everybody. It's Riley. The Riley Show.
Yeah, let me.
The Riley Show. Woo!
Now, Evan, to the anchor desk.